right, time to find out what's down the hatch. You have to move slowly, learning the new route. You hug the cold, moist wall, seeking the support for your boots. It doesn't take long before you feel comfortable enough to jump down, then light up another candle. Both the walls and the floor are made of stone slabs. You see no movement, no other sources of light. The short tunnel leads you to a small room. The room smells of rotten wood and fungi. Abandoned junk is scattered on the ground and shelves. Earthenware jars, rotting scraps of linen or leather, wooden plates, bones for carving, and rusty iron tools. While these odds and ends may be years or decades old, the basement could be just as ancient as the main floor of the chapel. The one thing that seems to be uniquely fresh and durable is a small wooden box held together by a few fiber cords. It doesn't feel empty, but it's light. You shake it for a bit, trying to guess what's inside. You can't open the box without cutting the cords. The box turns out to be filled with rags, covering a fragile bottle. It's small and closed with a tall wax seal, inside of which you see a thin stick. It should be easy to instantly open it if needed. You can't look inside, and if you open it, you may not be able to seal it again. Nevertheless, you recognize a magical potion when you see one, probably the one that you were meant to find for Akakios the merchant. I attach it to my belt. It may be useful later on. I prepare to leave. Using the light of your candle, you memorize the holes. You climb up quickly. Okay, well, we found a potion of some sort, I guess. 6 hours, 45 minutes until dusk. Okay, let's see. You ride through the open gate and swiftly dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. Your clothes, torn and worn, make you look like a vagabond. You spend a few minutes with horse, but before you reach the square, someone clears their throat. You turn to a man in his 50s with large hands, an elegant beard, and no hair. The stable master. He both introduces himself and answers an unspoken question. You frown, then realize that you indeed saw him before, and your palfrey was nicely taken care of during your first visit to the village. Or rather, I'm one when 'tis necessary, but I'd rather grind flour, he says with annoyance. You do nay think your beast waters itself, brings itself fodder from a storehouse, and cleans its own shit, nay? Takes time and hay. If 'tis, he points at your companion, is nay going to work for it, you better have a pouch at hand. You look behind you. The stables are not much more than an open shed with piles of planks, 2 donkeys, and a bunch of napping chickens. Would a dragon bone be enough? He nods. For one day, aye, that's fair. He looks around, rubbing his hands together. Come to think of it, it's an opportunity for the village. Horse manure makes for great plant food. You describe what you've learned during your studies, and the man stops paying any attention. Fine, fine, he sighs and turns around. I'll grab a shovel and a barrow. Issue solved. You're wandering through the village. The 3 drunken youngsters are having something between a conversation and mumbling exchange of jokes. A woman and a young boy are sitting on a bench as she shows them how to weave a basket. Hmm. Like most people, you wake in the middle of almost every night, but before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell, and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, families, or lovers, but your routine is different if you don't have to take care of essential tasks. I check on horse. It's a good time to brush it and make sure it has everything it needs. I offer my services to the guards. You'll be a messenger between a few groups of hunters that will hide in various parts of the wetlands close to the southern roads. The task will take about half a day and make it dangerous. Unknown loss, well, we were already pretty dirty, but we would get 2 dragon bones from it. You follow the guard's directions and reach the whitewashed building standing on the western bank next to a small garden of flowers and herbs. It's well kept and clean, with a plain, beaten front yard and parts covered with sand. Through the open windows you catch a glance of the furniture, made of smooth, almost shiny wood with hints of dark cherry-like red, decorated with carvings of plants. A woman in her 40s is sitting on a wooden bench. The table is covered with fabrics, threads, and needles made of bone and iron. She's sewing a long sleeve to what's going to become a blue tunic. Her movements are quick and confident. Her brown, wavy, shoulder-length hair is tied into a wreath-like braid, but other than that, her clothes are simple and inconspicuous. She doesn't have a left leg, but you don't not ice any cane. You observe her for a few moments until, without speaking, sparing you so much as a glance, she encourages you to speak up with a grunt. I'm looking for a tailor. You found one. Her voice is low, and she doesn't stop her work. Name's Bion. I'm interested in a new set of clothes. She stops her work and looks at you briefly. I can tell. You don't hear even a hint of mockery, but that's a lot of work, and I do nay take my work lightly. If I were to give you anything, people would see it, and I'll nay let you show them some rags. And by that you mean your prices are high. You reach for a pouch, and she answers with a nod. It'll take me a day or so to finish, and a fine fabric. Your city clothes are just fine for the wilderness, I guess. What I'll give you is for the time with lamb meat and mead, nay pathfinding. The longer the outfit you want, the higher the price, though I'll consider the things people say about you as well. Fine, let's discuss it. Okay, so that is expensive. Understood. Can you upgrade the canvas in a little bit? You take it off and point at a few abrasions. The woman follows your finger patiently. I take from 2 to 5 dragon rings for fixing jackets, but you'll need get anything more from this one. To get it truly strong for longer, I'll need it to be made of better materials, like spider silk. Oh? Tell me more about the spider silk. Tis silk made by spiders. She's the first one to break the silence. The large ones, they use it to spin webs. It's stronger than thread, but my neighbors do nae walk to the woods nae more. 'Tis getting harder and harder to get any silk, okay? I'll think about it. Oh, we can outfit repairs. Okay, that could be good. You find your own silk to get a better price. Parts of the thread will be replaced by spider silk. Okay. Um, thank you. Um, okay. Okay, let's go north. The road is beaten and free of litter. You not as pass between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after that you ride alongside vast fields of broad beans, almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. Then there are the green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for a sift or sickle. The locals keep the beast at a distance, I guess. Horses' hooves thump loudly on the beaten track. The green bushes, shrubs, and trees prove that the soil here is fertile, yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads must be busy at times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see the mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. The road east leads to the hills, behind which there are unusually tall, dark trees. There's a dense forest in the north from which you hear the croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. You're surrounded by four signposts, all which seem to be made from the same type of wood, now covered in moss and fungi. Yet the pictures and letters that cover the nailed boards are nothing alike. The west plank has two planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with rusty steel. The lower sign is divided into two halves. The left edge is engraved with four simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears two engraved piles, one of them made of horizontal rectangles, the other of inexact circles. The letters between these two piles say stone. The upper plank is covered with a white word, monastery, though it's divided in half. Right below it is an engraved vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside it. Okay, so the west is the monastery, I guess? The east signpost. The long plank attached with rusted iron nails is almost empty. It bears no words, only a single picture, painted with great care. It portrays a city-like gate with a watchtower to its left and right, and a couple of small conifers growing beside and partially behind the towers. The north one, it's attached with nails made of pointy carved bones and divided into three sections covered with small engravings. The part on the left has three large squares with roof-like lines hanging above them, no other pictures or words. The one in the middle has only one square, but also a simple horizontal symbol of a fish and a short word beneath. It spells salt. The image on the right has two roofed squares, but also two other images, which you recognize easily, a deer and a standing barrel. South is covered with green, blue, and white paint that portrays simple squares with a roof-like lines hanging above them. Each square has a large letter inside it, and together they spell Hoursdale. Both the letters and pictures are not too old. There are no other words or marks. The plank was attached with a set of wooden wedges. I searched the area. The thicket doesn't help. You not ice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotting, spread close to the wooden stools at the side of the road. The nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason taller than you are, makes it wide and waters the surrounding soil. A few steps away from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out of a shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You try to move it with a stick and a gloved hand. After a minute or so, you confirm it's an abandoned sign covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and trees. Steep House, you read with difficulty. I tried to find out where the old sign used to be attached. The south post is the only one with holes left by nails. I take another look at the destroyed sign. South post, I see Steep House. I search the area some more. After a few more minutes of disturbing the local fauna, you're certain there's nothing else to be found here. Nope, fish trap is still empty. Okay. I'm pretty sure this one is the road that they said don't go on. That's really dangerous. I'm pretty sure that's this road. So we won't go that way. The path gets greener and meanders between treacherous precipices. You ride slowly, passing by birds and ibexes, but in the distance you spot circling harpies, and below you a roaming mountain cat pursuing a mothron. You take a sip from your water skin. The air here is a bit dry. Let's hope that the echo of hooves won't reach any larger beasts. The path leads you down again to a small, moist valley impenetrable for a rider. The thicket is made of thorny shrubs, tall grasses, and the weak fallen boughs that nourish moshes and mushrooms. You examine the remnants of the path covered with greenish puddles. Without the roots and with a fresh layer of pebbles, it may still be restored. You look behind you. The road is clear, no ambushes so far, but if you hope to clear this place, it will be better to do so soon. It will only get denser with the passage of days. That should be done in 2 hours or so. Your muscles, not used to such tiring work, grow tired quickly, so you take a few short breaks, avoiding the thorns and dirty water. When it comes to pushing aside the bows, you breathe heavily, but you need only enough space to let your palfrey get through. Maybe the animals will start to roam this place again, beating the path. You reach a confident, convenient mountain pass with crags smoothed out by centuries of rain and wind. The sun warms up both the vegetation and the beaten road, and the only beasts you spot are loud rooks glancing at you from the rocks and branches. Clearing the rock side would take hours of work, and a large group of people, while forcing horse to climb up and down, could break its legs. I dismount and look around. You climb up the rocks, having plenty of spots to rest your hands. Most of them won't move even an inch. As you get closer to the small, dead tree, you notice something odd among the stones. Pieces of old fabric completely covered with mold, most likely the remains of a tunic. Hmm. You cross a clean, shallow, yet wide creek that runs south, then follow the uphill path squeezed between the hills and the lush forest. You spend a good couple of minutes passing a haunted meadow filled with dozens, maybe 100, cut down trees, now overgrown by bushes and grass. You can't think of another time when you've seen a clearing of such a size. Seems dangerous. If this goes on, the animals will join forces to strike down whoever is responsible for this. Once the clearing ends and turns into a corridor of trees and hills, you stop your horse. There's a monster in the middle of the road, reaching out with its long arms to grab and devour fruits and leaves from tree crowns, chewing them without haste. It's standing on its hind legs and leaning on a thick tail. As there isn't much hair on its gray skin, you see its impressive muscles. The beast is 3 times the size of a human, and while each move it makes is slow, its long claws and the ease with which it breaks one of the branches makes you think that a single swing would be enough for it to pierce through your jacket, or, just as likely, that it would simply break your bones and send you into the air. Like most people, you know quite a bit about pebblers. Once they get used to an unfenced farm or a forest garden, getting rid of them can be a huge issue. There aren't many blades able to cut through their thick skin and bones, and a single mistake may put them into a furious charge, encouraging them to look for human dwellings which they can tear down in revenge. The beast doesn't give you as much as a glance, but also doesn't move away. The best you can hope for is that it's going to walk away on its own. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later. Facing it in a fight would end up badly. I return to the crossroads. Okay. Sitting beneath an open window, scavenger. Hey, roadster, need anything? Enjoying your stay? It's not bad here, not bad at all. They bought what I could sell. but the hunters want my entire palace for getting me south. We've agreed to a lower price, but they won't just drop whatever it is they're doing to escort me. I don't care. I'll wait for a couple of days, do some chores for the innkeep, rest from the forest. Once the hunters are done with their plans, we'll move out. He scratches his cheek and beard and finally sighs. I do feel like I've eaten a troll shit. When I landed here, I had my pile of bundles and trinkets, and now I'm starting with nothing, a game. I should have listened to the warnings. This land belongs to no man. I want to learn more about the peninsula. Tell me about your travels. You must understand, you're a roadster. People ask you for help. They don't think you'll steal from them when they're in bed. He pats his bag. It's not the same when you're a drifter. They don't ask me to stay, to marry their kids, or to help them with harvest. They just ask if I plan to pay for the room or buy stuff. He talked for quite some time. It was difficult to uncover the details hidden in his tale. He claims he and his packbird came here by boat, about which he refuses to speak. He landed just next to Gale Rocks, a large fishing village near the north shore. People there were irritable and unwilling to idly chat with him, but opened their mouths after he helped them at the smokehouse. On sunny days, the locals hunt on the shore, and when it gets dark, they hide behind the walls, cutting the fish. And when the weather goes to shit, they boil water for salt and put fish in it, then hop to the barrels, though I don't know how. They don't have many trees around. Then they sell the meat to the villages and places, he clears his throat, for crops. I was told to stay away from white marshes, though no shell told me why. I joined a group of fish traders who were going to Old Pagos and its monastery, but I hate that place. Everyone does. I traded there for a bit, but the villagers are cold. They spend days praying and talking on and on about their duty and are gray like an ashworm. So I left once at dawn, me and my bird, and wasn't that a mistake? He was attacked by a short bear-like creature. He tried to run away, but following his bird was a bad idea. He fell over in the thicket, so the monster had time to get to him. I hit it with a bolt. Wasn't enough. I kicked it, so it bites my legs, tears my flesh away. I almost dozed off from pain, but can ye believe it? That lazy bird came back and charged at it with its beak. His dagger was enough to get through the surprised animal's belly. It ran away. How did you survive with such deep wounds? The bird was patient. It let me lean on it. My ballista scared Griffs away, and we got to Howard's Dell. That's where I found the elders. They agreed to heal me, but only for coin, and told me it's an exception. After a few questions, you're sure that by the elders he means the local druids, held by the villagers in great esteem. They didn't want to talk with me a whole lot, said I'm impudent. His tone is filled with mockery. You hear that? I spent time with Thais. At least she wasn't so boring. You ask him about her, and he's more than happy to answer. She's the mayor, so to speak. Once you get there, she'll make sure to see ye. You'll know it's her. She's short, and her blonde hair is straight and long. She wears dresses and rouges her cheeks like a merchant. He points at the scar on his own face, which doesn't help your imagination. She's not scary at all, at least as long as ye don't ask about her wealth. Tell her a joke or two, drink some mead, or play dice. Her laugh is something else. Why did you leave Howardsdale alone? It wasn't smart to move to the ruins all by yourself. It's my trade. I shouldn't tell, and I won't. You already know all that you need to. Tell me about yourself. I could tell you stories for days, but who cares? He chuckles. I'm just doing my thing, moving from wall to wall, sleeping where they let me, buying what I need, selling what I can, saving dragons for later on. I used to be a sailor. People called me Pyros because of the, forehead. But I'm not one to push a plow or patch ship shells all day long. I don't care if it's a corpse or eats my bones one day, as long as I can stay free for a couple of years more. And I'm damn good at staying safe, or rather I was before I landed in this shithole. He touches his scarred face and smirks unpleasantly. I haven't gotten one of these in years, but it didn't take 2 weeks on the road here, and I almost lost my legs. Spent all my coin in Howler's Dell for Elder's Magic. He brushes some invisible dust off his pants. Not the first time I have an empty pouch, not gonna lie, but there's no coin waiting here. Once I push all the iron to the locals, I'm moving south, though I won't ride alone. I'm not making that mistake again. I've heard no ships can land on this coast. Well, he tilts his head to the right and gives you a distrustful look. If you're patient and take your time, you can get to Gale Rocks from the sea. It's in a light boat or a raft or something that can avoid the rocky teeth. Sure, no hope for a ship or any trade, but with some help you can do it. But don't tell anyone I told you this. His tone gets significantly colder. It's not something people should talk about. I came for my reward, and ye shall have it. You saved my life or what's left of it, and if I could give you more, I would. But I need to pay the innkeeper bombs on my damn arm, you see, so here's as much as we said. 5 dragons. Happy to help. No, thank you. That's all I needed. Okay, yeah, and that's that completed. I've got my 5 coins. Cool. So now I've got 9 dragon bones. Cool. Okay. Any leftovers? No? Okay. About Glossia's band. I'm on it. Okay, so yeah, we don't have that one yet. Okay, so his room is only 1, but it doesn't improve my food. That's interesting. It does heal and give me some health thingies. Okay. The sound of rain wakes you up briefly. Before you return to sleep, you think about your planes. Riding in the mud is difficult. Of course, will have a rough time, especially on the unpaved grounds. Maybe a good day to take a break at an inn. You hear a thunderous roar. You rise to your feet and rub the sleep from your eyes. The doors are opening. People are shouting orders and words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something's on the other side of the wall trying to get through, and the guards are fighting off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to their light, you see the large furry paws placed on top of the wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is by a single leap away from getting inside. You look for your gambits and blade, still a bit foggy in your thoughts, and once you find them, you struggle to get inside the jacket. As your habits kick in, you see the innkeeper right in front of you, holding a candle. You're a guest. Stay here, he says without a shadow of hesitation. My team has no time to worry about outsiders. Just after his words, you hear cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they point their fingers and lower their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Well, I shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. Okay, cool. Do we... Yeah, we got the soap, okay. Any leftovers? Nope, okay. I'll go ahead and buy some more food rations because that seems like a good idea to have a few of these. He doesn't have any more soap, so he's limited in how much soap he has. Okay. Thank you. The guards greet you with polite nods or casual hello. When the guard in yellow armor gets closer to you with a smile, the brown boar follows her steps. How about some axe throwing? Ready when you are. Oh shit, we won? Awesome. Can I know more about you? Are you asking me out? I ain't interested in any silliness. She brushes away the hair from her forehead. The tangled gauze over her scalp cares not for her efforts. I'm Dalit. Half my life ago I was living on crops, but I bet I've shot down more monsters than you've broken eggs. Are you much of a fighter? I fight to protect others, that's my job. While Dalit pats the boar, the guards get back to their own affairs. Hero material ain't something I'm going to be jealous about, this trade of yours. I had a cousin who tried to get rich as a road warden. She kept it together for maybe half a year. Was lucky enough to die in a village not in the middle of nowhere. At least she ain't woke up. The good folk burned her on a proper pyre. I'm looking for knowledge about wild creatures. 15. Discount for friends? Depending on the friend, let's say 13. It's too much for you, maybe ask me after you spend some time around, show us what you're capable of, or play dice with us when you have an hour to spare. These folks here, they crave gossip. Okay. The muddy road slows you down. Huh. Okay. The path is clear in a way. The peddler is nowhere in sight, but the road is covered with leaves and broken plant branches. The only fruit-bearing trees are growing right on the sides of the road, surely planted there by humans. There are plenty of fruits and leaves the monsters may chew on, so it may return any day now. If it craves what this place has to offer so much, I should just get rid of its food. It may be a tiresome task, but at least I'll gather some fruits for myself. You prepare all your tools, especially your thick protective gloves, and tether the horse to one of the younger trees. It's not an easy task. You spend about 2 hours cutting down twigs, shaking off the fruits of the thinner branches, picking them by hand, or hitting them with a stick. Your rope helps you stay secure, and the first few minutes of climbing is closer to fun than work. But the longer it takes, the more tired you become. You finally take a break to eat a couple of plums and apples, but the best ones you save for later, covering them with a blanket and putting it on the very top of your bundles. You're standing on a carpet of browns, greens, reds, and purples. You drag some of the thicker branches to the side to make gliding forward easier, but the earthworms and boars are going to have a feast. Let's hope the peddler is picky enough to ignore all the mess on the ground. The corridor of pruned trees leads you to a steep ascent. Behind them grows a peaceful meadow, filled with flowers and crickets and the humming of a waterfall. On the beaten path you spot no footprints or wheel trails, but there's smoke on the horizon. I dismount and lead horse on a rope. The pastures and fields are spreading over an unnatural plateau. Humans must have been carving in the hill for generations, covering it with soil brought here in buckets and wagons. Among the weeds and tall grasses you spot rotting tools and a tunic. The pasture is overgrown, and so are the fields. Some of the oats are ready for harvest. I stay calm. The lock gate is taller than a troll, and you can't imagine climbing up the massive wall. For a moment you follow the path to the edge of the cliff. The roaring ocean is more than 100 feet below you. You spot no one looking at you from the watchtower, no patrols of archers. The wall is occupied by black and blue birds of various types. You return to the gate and focus on the sounds. There are a few screaming ibexes. A young boy is crying. I knock on the gate with my fist. The thudding scares away the birds. They call loudly, starting the cacophony of throats and flapping wings. After maybe a minute, you hear a bronze plate scratching against the wood as someone reveals the peephole. The strict female voice stops you from moving closer. Traveler, old Pagos is secluding, for it has been smitten by a deadly plague. Be gone before you get sick. Do you need any help? I'm the new Roadwarden. No one can save us. You look into the young brown eyes that match the skin of the black-haired owner. While the woman looks like a southerner, she has a strong local accent. She follows you cautiously without blinking, like a fighter awaiting a strike. North from here, in the monastery, live masters of spells and potions, blessed people guided by the light themselves, and even they are powerless. You hear more footsteps gathering near the entrance. May them be blessed, for they look after our ill. A weak voice of an elder chips in. We thank ye, Warden, the woman continues. We can't know how many of us will see the winter. If you really want to help us warn the other tribes, they wouldn't move a finger for us, but we ought to protect them. Can I ask you a few questions while I'm here? Ask, but there's not much we can do for ye. We see no one, we travel nowhere. We were born on this hill and will die here. After a few breaths, her eyes get kinder. I'm Tertia. If you bring any news, I'll take them to our council. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous road warden. You can't tell anything from her eyes. Isn't he dead? What makes you think that? I would say that about any traveler who disappeared in the wilds. Wardens may know their roads, but they're not above humans. Don't you know the saying? Wait 2 days for the lost, 10 for the wounded, 20 for the ill and mad. You don't wait for more. So you're waiting for him. That's not much of a secret. She looks to her right, then at you again. Head far east to the crossroads. You'll find a watchtower, an old building made of our stone. You notice the pride in her voice, but hardly used since the war. A friend wanted to turn it into a shelter. Hire guards patrol the roads. He took our key and rode away. He was meant to meet with us again, trade for materials and tools. Never happened. Any idea who else could have such a key? Before it was completed, the builders were spending the rainy days at the coastal village in the far north. Gale Rocks, it's called. Ask there. Which way would you take if you were to travel to the watchtower? The north route, most likely. There's more tribes there, but the east road is dangerous no matter from which way you're going to enter it. But if you care about time, she hesitates. You could check on the gate, though opening it on your own may not be easy. It used to be that our guards were keeping it open for the travelers, but the last one that we sent away, Quintus, is either dead or seeking refuge in another village. Still, behind the gate you'll find the shortcut. It's a dangerous path, but your palfrey might be just fast enough to get you to the other end. You ask her what she can tell you about this gatekeeper, and she gives you a warm look. He may not be of the sharpest wits, but he's loyal to his duty and returns kindness with kindness, like we all should. Have you been bothered by any bandits in recent seasons? Not in years, Warden. They did attack us on the road once before, but their little pack won't come here. At first her tone is gentle, but after she blinks twice, it turns solemn, or they would face our anger. Our walls fear only dragons, our blades are made of steel. Do you have anything for sale? Maybe some food rations? We hardly have enough for ourselves. We used to get it, supplies for locks and sculptures, but the monks advised against it. Our wares may carry the illness. Tell me more about this illness. What does it do? She glances at someone or something that stands to her right. It lasts a long time. Even those who seem to avoid death remain weak for days. There are fevers, headaches, red faces, red eyes, and rash. Those whom we had to burn were sleeping and raving, unable to understand us, and got too weak to move or even drink. She looks down. Children and elderly suffer the most. Why don't you harvest your crops? Even though her cold gaze doesn't break, her voice betrays her pain. Some of our youth refuse to stay behind the walls. They say they need to leave before they fall sick. If we were to let them outside, one of them could refuse to come back. You frown. No, it wasn't pain, what you've heard. It's shame. Don't you want me to ask the other villages for help? There's no love between us and them. We don't share drinks, stories, or dances. If it weren't for marriages, our children would never see each other, and if it wasn't for trade, we could just as well live on a mountain peak. They need our stone. We need fishes and salt from Gale Rocks, game meat from creeks, and grain from Howard's Dell. But all of them are harpies, led by greed and lust, the same ills that wounded our grandparents. She hesitates and looks to her left. Still, the wicked souls of white marshes are even more burrowed in shadows. Sounds like you hold a grudge against them. She takes a deep breath. Yet I won't spread any rumors. As much as it saddens me, they need us to survive, and we need them, and you're even stranger to us than they are. Okay, fair enough, friend. Stay safe, I guess. Takes another 3.5 hours. We got 7 hours. Takes another 4.5. So yeah, let's go ahead and go north. You ascend a gentle hill with green thickets coating the valleys. The path is like an endless bridge built by the ancient three-legged giants, or maybe by the pagan spellcasters. The higher you get, the fewer plants you see, hit by a cold wind to adjust your cloak. I ride slowly, sitting in the center of the saddle. Mountains are harsh for horses. We approach the raised drawbridge and observe the base of the mountain. The hooks holding the hourglass are as large as a person, displaying their devotion to the right proudly. It took tremendous wealth and labor. The rustling of leaves carries no songs of birds, shouts of apes, or whines of hunted critters. The river attacks its banks with a fierce roar. You get off your palfrey. The cave mouths are connected by paths, stairs, and bridges. You don't see any people, but there's smoke coming from one of the entrances, and you hear muffled thuds of a hammer. The gardens are weeded, the buildings firm. The green trees on the top of the mountain bear red and brown fruits. Two rounded sticks are tied with a rope to a nearby rock. You grab them and take a closer look. They are claves. I make a few firm hits and shout, ignoring anyone who shows up near the building. The echo of your hits cuts through the swashing stream. After a few minutes, two hooded figures leave a cave mouth at the top of the mountain and give you a long look from the edge of the cliff, then walk down the path with caution. You smile and wave to them before they disappear behind the buildings, which are made of bricks, not logs, and are covered with tiles instead of thatch. Little by little, the bridge gets looser, then it hits the grass gently. The taller figure, now covered with shadows, invites you with a gesture. I lead horse inside. Greetings. And greetings to ye. He hesitates. His voice is hoarse but sonorous. Salutations to thou, traveler. He puts his bandaged hand on his waist. You're at Wright's Haven. The greeters take off their hoods. They wear brown, dark, simple, worn robes and ropes instead of belts. They've no jewelry or ornaments, just small bags made of fabric on their shoulders. The large shell belongs to a strong, barefoot man in his 50s. Despite having no weapon, his eyes are audacious and could belong to a muscle standing at the door of a harbor tavern. His wrinkles are subtle, but there are only a few tufts of gray hair left on his greasy head. His skin is pale, covered with liver spots, though at a closer look you realize a few of them are just stains left by ink. I looked at the second monk. The girl is about 14, with unsightly acne on her forehead and a robe that brushes the ground whenever she takes a step. Her black hair is tied into a humble ponytail. She observes your horse curiously, cocking her head to a side, but once she catches your look, she meets your eyes boldly, raising her chin as if to challenge you. Thy mount is free to help itself with hay and water. We'll wait outside. Ye Thou canst stay here for now, but leave before the night. The plague is nearby, the struggle ahead. While they indeed leave the room, their trust only goes so far. They observe you through the open door. The building is a single storeroom, filled with crates and barrels, a stack of firewood and another one of bricks, a pile of straw, a chest, two wheelbarrows, and finally the racks, shelves, tools, clothing, and utensils. The light comes from the open gates, accompanied by the sharp draft. I tether horse near the water trough and join the monks. The lack of walls makes you feel exposed. A few pairs of eyes observe you from the paths above you, while others either climb to the very top or approach the unremarkable vegetable beds. Most of the dwellers wear hoods, and all of them wear similar worn robes. The chilling wind touches your neck. I'm not afraid of some wind. They keep their distance. The man greets you by raising his open palm, wrapped with bandages that disappear underneath his sleeve. His lips form something between a sneer and a smile. What brings thee here? Art thou a go-between? The girl keeps an eye on your axe and occasionally glances at your boot, the one that hides a knife. I'm Jade, the new Roadwarden. Good. Well, the roads need their wardens, the folks need their roads, but there are none behind this mountain, and we take care of the one that you've just crossed. Thou dost not need to bother. Thy services are not required. He gestures for you to wait. But where's the man with the red beard? There isn't enough work here for the two of you. Asterion, I was hoping to find him here. I'm sorry to disappoint thee. He rubs a liver spot on his hand, but he hasn't been here in months. We rarely have visitors different than our friend from Old Pegos. He doesn't invite the outside world, and we don't care much for it. Hast thou checked in Pelt of the North on the southern road? If he's not wounded, it's a safe shelter, I've heard. The girl scratches the ground with her boot, though it remains hidden underneath her robe. The man looks at her with amusement. Looks like Decima here is eager to return to her duties. On Ailey, but I'll not shake thy hand. One of us could carry the plague in our flesh. Who can know? Who can tell? What brings thee to our monastery? What can you tell me about Asterion? Let me think. He looks at the sky and clenches his fist around the strap of his bag. The first time he was here, we asked him to find us some iron and gale rocks. The second time, he did bring us a few scraps, but was wounded. A piece of flesh bitten away from his thigh. Said that a 100-legged worm had caught him off guard in a meadow. Instead of his pay, we offered him a potion. Tell me about gale rocks. He hesitates, but finally nods. Just some seaweed eaters. Their soil is barren, but the strongest of them spend their days on the boats among the sharp rocks. Those who can't hunt for fish boil water to make salt. They trade with other villages more than anyone in the peninsula. For crops, wood, and meat, he snorts. But they're weak folk, weak and angry like a wolf beaten and kicked from a pup. Loud, ready to bite, but all it takes is for someone to raise their hand, then it jumps away and whimpers. He lets go of his bag. At least they follow Wright's teachings. Anything noteworthy about the iron he delivered? Scavenged from furniture. A few of them were rusting. Who knows where he bought them? We melted them for nails. Do you know anything interesting about the path leading through the heart of the woods? I used to, but like all places that belong to beasts, it shifts every year. The only reason why it still has trails at all is that creatures use our roads as their own game trails. Only a dimwit would try to cross it now. After you ask him if he knows any such person, he takes a deep breath. Well, last I've heard, Quintus, the gatekeeper from Old Pegos, is missing or dead. He's a brute and an idiot, can't understand jokes, can't stand weaklings. If thou ever meet him, just smile and let him speak as much as he needs to shut up. I'm trying to learn more about the local bandits. Then ask in the villages. He looks at the wooden entrance hall behind you. No group's going to bother us, for they've got no understanding of our pneuma and potions. I have some questions about the monastery. And what could those be? Does this place have a name, or is it just the monastery? Depends on who thou asks. It's the largest temple on the side of Hag Hills, and the only one beside the sacred cave and Gale Rocks. He points at the huge hourglass. Is it Right Summit, or the Temple of Old Pegos? or high caves like they used to be for my Nana. He rests his thumbs behind the rope on his waist. The tribes come and go, the names shift. For now, we all know what we mean by the monastery. What can you tell me about your order? How does one describe the air they swallow, the water they draw each day? His contemptuous yet playful smile makes it clear he doesn't seek your answer. I can tell thee is not old, but older than thou, and that monks work and pray. Was not a place, nor a congregation. Words don't reflect our purpose, for human tongue is meager and stupid, and so are our ears. He straightens up and puts on a more serious tone. We look for knowledge, knowing will not uncover the truth. We study herbs, mushrooms, rocks, and winds. Old Pagos feeds us, and we take care of its orphans. He glances at Decima. Heal its sick, write down its stories. We silence our thoughts, fix our past wrongdoings, seek peace and understanding. I've seen and touched stuff I can't even name, and they were delightful. I now find no difference between what I do to keep my shell alive and what to fulfill the right's will. An old woman without her hood, who leans forward while walking, exits one of the caves and walks along the rock face, from time to time stopping in place to watch the garden. The scars on her face can't distort her kind smile. Could I speak with your prelate? He crosses his arms and takes a look at the cave mouth behind him, and gives you a harsh look. If they were willing to see thee, they would let thee know. I'm willing to prove that I'm trustworthy. We'll see. Maybe. Tell me about your faith. He takes a deep breath, puts on the hood, and closes his eyes. His voice, while still hoarse, becomes monotone, like a scribe reading a list of the dead. The right is the greatest of souls, the wall of light that protects humankind, the life after death. Those who follow their teachings will abandon their shells. To follow means to guard right's tribe and help it grow in strength and peace. To achieve this goal, one needs to learn and to accept the creation and its nature. This allows us to shape matter, souls, and pneuma without turning them against us. To be a monk means to find freedom in right's tablets, to abandon one's ambitions. I serve right's will, I let it build my salvation, I prepare the tribes for their end. He takes off the hood again. For the first time you see true gentleness in his eyes. May these words be carried with my blood. So be it. I follow his prayer. So be right's will. He grins. A fellow seeker, what sort of order has been guiding thee? Hmm. They want to answer the large questions that used to torment sages. There's only a few of them, but they handle all sorts of ceremonies and pray for everyone. One of those. He rubs his bandaged hands, his voice is cold. I see. What is it? All humans think, all humans pray, but there's pride in doing it while there are sick and hungry shells around you. One's hands are right's tools, no less than one's soul. Yeah, I guess so. How does one become a monk? He lets out an amused grunt and clasps his hands together. When one needs to join an order, they find a way. It's not aught thou wantest, but a stuff that happens to thee. Give me an example. I don't know. Abandonest thy past, throw thy pet down the cliff and pray. You don't find even a hint of playfulness in his voice. After a long pause, he carries on. I'd like to learn some of your knowledge about the peninsula. No. The order protects what it knows, and we seek no wealth. You remind him of your trade, and he responds with annoyance. Knowledge builds and destroys the cities. We, he points at two monks who are seeking snails among the garden patches, are responsible for what we bring from our journey. A blacksmith isn't judged by the test of their swords, but they oughtn't sell them to scoundrels. I use what I learned to protect other people. And thou thinkest our books and studies are going to help thee? Just keep thy shell healthy, take care of thy pet, listen to elders. Why can't I spend a night here? Want us to give thee a chest and a weapon rack too? Or maybe to feed thy mucklogs in our gardens, or ask to bed with thou? It's not an inn. We respect the hardships of one's journey, so we don't scare off the strangers who cross the mountains. But we don't let them wander about and take our time for granted. He looks at his bandaged hands, makes a fist, then opens it and stretches out his fingers. Maybe with old Pegos locked, our old rules too shall change. What do you know about the necromancers in the north? He he rubs the liver spots on his forehead with his bandaged hand, looking with one eye at his short companion. This and that. I heard I can find them in the northwest. He nods. Head back to the crossroads, then north, then right into the bogs. There you'll find white marshes. The tribe used to forage and gather peat, but now it follows Orentius, their priest. Who knows, maybe he's the reason why so many travelers have disappeared on the roads. Decima scratches the ground with her boot, humming a tune, but Ailey tells her to shut up. He carries on with sudden anger. The story is as old as the Wright's tablets. Tribes look at monsters and ask themselves, how can we use them? Their pride pushes them into their own fall. They hurt the innocent, then vanish in flames or awake as empty ones. Any thoughts on Orentius? He's never been here. He's locked in that hut, a prisoner of his own conscience, speaking to his tribe as to children. Could there be a darker joke? A necromancer who calls himself a prophet. As he snorts, Decima puts on a wide grin. What next? An emperor bathing in blood. No follower of the right could survive such a fall. What's your stance on necromancy in general? He pulls his fingers, gathering his thoughts. My stance? I don't need one. I trust the right. The dead makers must be weeded out. Their power brings only fogs. One may think the spellcaster is in control of the shells, but once they lose their breath, the dead are freed, searching for blood. Humans will never control the dead. How does one deal with the undead or necromancers? Well, well, is it a single corpse, a squad, an army? Thou needest to learn how to shrewd the army enemy is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use a bow or spells? As long as thou art alone, it's always better to run. The older, empty ones, even more so those that weren't awoken by the fog, get cunning, human-like, with cruelty thou hast never seen. What was White Marshes like before the priest's arrival? Far from lovely, his smirk softens as his eyes grow worried. It's been struggling for years, with food, children, the beasts of the bogs, the traders. They were strangers to us, even in the old days, when they used to join old Pagos in their pagan feasts. He looks at Decima, who returns to his tale curiously. But then the monks arrived, and that bridge went down with flames. When the missionaries reached the bogs during the years of war, there were already some wounds that could never be sealed, not even by shared prayer. Will you like to barter? Not today, not before the spring. Our order uses every bottle we make to help the sick from all Pagos, as well as to protect ourselves. I could bring you dragon bones or something that doesn't grow in the mountains. He looks at the steel hourglass hanging from the wall. Taste, softness, tools of murder. We shall crave naught. One thing we lack are delicacies we could offer to the sick and weak, but thou wilt not find such a thing in this sad land. I also dabble in alchemy a bit. Can I use your tools to brew? Curious, he puts a bandaged finger on his chin. Back in the day, the order would lend thee its workshop in exchange for thy recipes, but now? He rubs his chin, observing Decima. She shakes her head gently. That was before the war. If aught breaks under thy touch, we would struggle to replace it. No amount of coins may buy us a trader with glass files and bronze or golden tools. Rather, thou must follow the road north, around the lake until you reach Foggy Lake, a tavern. Foggy makes hard drinks and ciders, and shall have the simpler tools. There also was that one old druidess in Howers, but she's likely already dead. Still, I know a recipe for the blinding powder that requires a basalt rock crushed on the top of a mountain. Can I get to those trees high up just for a few minutes? There's a new gleam in his eye. I would adore learning this recipe, for we use basalt knives often, but our prelate won't agree for thy stroll. She looks to the tiny orchard. The pride makes her voice stronger. We would need to be sure thou art a friend of the order, not a threat. A gentle cough. We can't let you run into the caves thou seest. Is there nothing you can do about the plague that's beset old Pagos? Well, his cough doesn't help his hoarse throat. We don't understand what makes it grow. We put to use all the ingredients we found, brewed as many potions and bombs as we could, and they worked for one afternoon. Then people once again feel ill. Who can tell where the sickness dwells? A powerful healer could get rid of it once for all with a single spell, but no follower of the right in the north carries such talents. Maybe it's time for someone to enter the village and look for the source. Thou thinkest, the well isn't poisoned, the sea brings fresh air, the crops have their regular color, the ibexes crop healthy feces. The tribe isn't dumb, no reason to lock you inside. Do you need any help? I'm looking for a job. He puts his hands together and repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, he straightens up. No. Fair enough. Okay. Nice to meet you, friend. Takes 4:45. Okay. You pull the rope and see 3 flopping fish inside. You prepare your axe and open the lid and reach for your catch. You stun the animals one by one with 2 careful blows on the top of their heads and finish them off with a knife, cutting underneath the gill plates. You spend another minute or two bleeding out the fish in the stream and cover them with a waxed linen sheet. You should eat them soon before they spoil. Okay, there we go. We got some fishies. Yay! Do I have anything you'd like to buy? Fishy, you would like to buy the fishy? Don't put it on the counter if you may. He glances at your catch then at the stove. My crew doesn't hunt for fish. The lakes and rivers are too far away, and they ain't trained with all the weaving, worms, and rods. Sell me 2 at once, and I'll give you a coin. I ain't wasting the firewood on just one. Deal. We pull out some items, but the innkeeper shakes his head. I don't need the. Okay. Yay. Can I cook my fish here, friend? I bring sad news from old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. He sighs and puts his muscled arm on his head and asks you about the state of the village and the symptoms you know of. After a short conversation, he observes the counter. I was planning to get in touch with those stonecutters. Thank you for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it until spring. Would you like to ask about someone? Fine, you know what you're doing. Who are you wondering about? Oh, we actually have to ask for a name. Okay. It's a calm, warm night. As your first sleep ends, you stretch out and prepare yourself for an active hour or two. It's time to take care of things that must be done at least once every few days, though they are still a bit more challenging than your nightly routine. It's time to check on my herbs and other ingredients. I get rid of the plants that have failed to dry out, throw away anything that's rotten, and wash my jars before I fill them up again. Hmm. Yay, we won again. Very good. 12. So we're slowly getting that thing down. Cool. We have 11 now. Very nice. Just a moment. Want to help us out? I spoke with our boss and I kind of need a writer. What do you need? We could use another pair of hands here. Someone who knows their way around the woods. You start to explain that you would rather stick to the saddle, but she waves it off. So help me find a better soul. There are two people I've heard of who would like to join us. A Rastos from Hallersdale and Cassia from Gale Rocks. She rubs the side of her board and pushes it away gently, as if she's asking a child to play by itself for a few minutes. The thing is, we already have hunters who used to live in those places, and they told me they ain't all too eager to welcome them here. I'd like you to speak with them both and to ask the folks from the tribes about them. Before I make a decision whom I should invite, I need to be sure they can handle the job. Who's this Erastos? A trapper. A few months ago, he told a passing by caravan he wanted to leave his home and asked them to bring us his message. One of his past neighbors told me he remembers Erastos as a weak, quiet boy. I ain't sure he knows how to fight, but we would rather use traps anyway. Tell me about Cassia. She mentioned to Asterion she would like to come here. She's a guard, but I've heard she's more of a talker than a fighter. Gale Rocks is so far away I'd really prefer to not travel there, but she's the better choice. I may have no other option. What's in it for me? Coins, duh. How about 5? I'll give you a few more if you amaze me with all the news you'll bring. Any tips on how to handle this? She glances at the other guards, and the one with a fancy braided beard clears his throat. Ask as many people as you can. In small villages, you can never know who sleeps with whom. I'll tell you if I learn anything. Recruit a hunter. Okay. You pass the area where you and the scavenger encountered griffins, but the only thing left of them is a few puddles of blood. Nothing goes to waste in the wilderness. Oh, we got 2 more fish. Very good. Okay. You approach the opening gate and swiftly dismount. A guard approaches you, ready to take your mount to a stable. Hello, stranger. What news do you bring today? We gossip for a bit. Even though Howersdale is a large village, life here is slow. The curious locals gather around to take part in your conversation. Recently, the roaring of dragons gets louder every day, so maybe they're trying to overcome the local hunt queen. I was meant to speak with the Rastos for Dalit. You ask an archeress if she could point you to the trapper, and she directs you beyond the walls to the edge of the northern pasture range. There, next to the creek, a lone wanderer examines simple box traps. They're placed every few steps, And, judging by the man's empty sack, so far all of them have turned out to be empty. Hearing your steps, the man sends you a glance, but soon returns to his task. In the city, he would barely be seen as an adult. His facial hair is sparse and light, and he's shorter and slimmer than most women in his tribe. His elegant, dark blue tunic suits his tan skin, and the long dagger he's carrying has a carved handle. He's crouching, looking to the other bank and playing with blades of grass. That it hurt you're interested in heading south. He turns his head only slightly as if it's easier than raising his voice, but he still avoids looking at you. She did. Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep, adding to his ears. What are you going to bring to the table? He waves at the boxes. You see, caught a hare yesterday, nay in a box, in a snare. I can cut and dress pelts too. You wait for a bit longer, but he adds nothing more. Won't you miss home? He drops the grass on the ground, stands up and wipes his hands against his pants. Nay, one to talk to. Can you survive in the woods? He gives you a puzzled look. Why would I? I'll go with the group, dig holes, sharpen sticks. 'Tis nay like I'm going to put anyone in danger. This job is much more difficult than you think. His voice grows frustrated. All hunters act as if they're masters of the woods, but they all die all the time. He grabs the nearest box. One of the walls turns out to be loose, so he adjusts it quickly and starts to wander away. Just give me a chance to do what you want, and I'll do it. I can go any day, any hour. Hmm. Some parts of the road lead uphill, some downhill. The forests are lush but not too dark. A few foraging deer and boars keep their distance, and the birds are disinterested in your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. Once you get further north, the colorful meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads through a valley. There's a gentle plume of smoke coming from one of the mountains in the west. It doesn't look like a place on fire. It must be where the monastery is placed. The road leads to a gentle creek, filled with the buzzing of flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters among the tall meadows, tree branches, or rocky slopes, seeing the shapeless dark vortex of wings horse snorts. We're currently on the south bank. Hmm. The path is barely squeezed between the hills with no signs of settlement or game trails, and the grass is too tall and dense to allow you to safely ride through the wilderness. You won't reach the other bank without entering the swarm. I ride forward with a blazing torch. We move away from the creek, get on your feet, and unpack the tinder box, the wooden stave, and the set of rags, as well as the oil. After you assemble a torch, you sit down on the ground, preparing the flint and the linen char cloth. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire strikers made of thick steel, but all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not ideal, but good enough for a couple of sparks. Holding the fire, you get back in the saddle. You swing your weapon left and right. There isn't as much smoke as you expected. Let's put it to the test. Once you get closer to the fort, countless creatures beset you, filling your eyes, mouth, and nose, hitting you like a squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, instantly forgetting about your preparations, trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects are sticking with you for much longer than the smoke. It takes a few minutes for you to escape. The red marks on your skin start to burn. You get down to put out the torch by rubbing it against the beaten track. Horse swishes its tail angrily as it gives you a reproachful look, pinning its ears back to its head. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Hmm. For most of the time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. The trees on your left get sparser, while the few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tapping, marked with knife cuts, tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels as if they were simply abandoned, maybe last spring, maybe before that. A few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds manage to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten path avoids the wetlands as much as it can. The screeches and hisses mix with the buzzing of insects, and as you reach a small pond, there are signs of blood on its bank. The air is moist and heavy and has a hint of rotting meat to it. It may still be early, but it's better to avoid the bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. Bogs are darker than forests. The local creatures start their hunt up to an hour earlier. The trees and bushes are sparse here, growing from the barren grassland. Some of them bear late summer fruits. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signpost and the abandoned cart. They're skinny but healthy and are standing upright. They're wearing humble, dim gambesons on top of their hemp tunics and pants, all of them worn, in some cases undyed, while others are dark green or brown. Four of these individuals wear cloaks and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts you spot small talismans, fangs, bones, wooden beads, leather straps. There's also the fifth figure, standing a bit in the back with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they're hooded, and in such a manner that you doubt they can see anything other than their boots. Their clothes are shabby, torn, but your eyes mostly run to their club, a bow as long as its owner is tall and as thick as a leg, resting with one end on the ground. You get closer, and the person raises the weapon with just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop, and they do so right away, freezing in place. I stay in the saddle just in case. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Safe travels, stranger. To may still be time before the evenfall, but bogs aren't safe. Better keep moving, you'll find a inn. You try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered, with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who's earned their share of food with many skirmishes. He doesn't reach for his weapon, and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. She kneels by an empty box and looks inside it. The man observes you with little curiosity. I nod at their cart. Need any help? He makes an annoyed grimace. Not really. 'Tis timbers sickening, moldy and wet. We're checking on the place, but seems 'tis a bad year for it. He looks at his companions, who simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart, all but the one with the bow, who doesn't move an inch. I cannot say I've time to loaf. If questions, ask, but be quick. Don't put us to sleep. Are you from around here? Very much so. And you are new to these roots. You know our home? No clue. White Marshes, 'tis there. He looks at the crossroad leading east. An old place, plenty for stories there, but they rarely reach the ears of strangers, especially these days. How can I reach White Marshes? 'Tis not so hard if you have bones or food with you. Ride down the road, turn left, and take a gift to Thi- Thysus, the warden of our peat fields. He'll open the creepers for you. Seeing your look, he carries on. They're on the right path, one that'll take you to the village. Anything dangerous between here and there? Water hides saurians. Don't let your horses drink. Just stay on the road all the time. One of the bowmen chips in. And don't follow voices or lights. Weird beasts lure humans into death. And don't touch the creepers. Tell me about your village. 'Tis home. He starts to play with his spear. As much a home as the bogs can be. Beasts are smaller than in the woods, but water's the real threat. Will I find Asterion there? His eyes lose a part of their shine, so he's not around and you're looking for him. Because of the scars, his grimace is hard to read. No, he isn't at our home. Talk about it with Dices on the peat fields if you must. Is this your cart? Anyway, my neighbors, you can hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into this topic. We used to carry wood and plants from here to the village, but eventually there was not a thing to carry, and 'twas left for another day. 'Tis trash now. What makes this place so special? He sighs. It used to be a forest garden. My great grandparents started it to harvest various fruits and sap from birches, but those were other days and other roads. Today's nothing but value left, and no time or strong folks to take care of the land. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost, using his spear as a walking stick. Well, stay safe, stranger. He raises his voice and addresses his companions. We wasted too much time on Tisfroth. Time to get back. The others prepare their own weapons and join their guide. The one with the bow stays silent until its gentle gesture commands him to follow. They keep up with the rest of the group, dragging the club behind themselves with remarkable strength. I could spend a few minutes foraging for wild plants. Most of what you find are large apples, not as sour as the wild ones, and some wild strawberries! Picking them takes a little effort. The short meadow hides nothing more dangerous than rats, rabbits, mice, and grasshoppers, and with the help of your mount you can reach the higher branches. Okay. You leave the wetlands behind. The pebbled road runs through the hillside with tall grasses and rock faces above you, and dark lush forests below. Chunks of this path were shaped by human tools, who knows how many centuries ago. To widen it, the builders dug through the uneven boulders, and used rocks and logs to fill up the cavities with thousands of rocks, each one smaller than your fist. While you have a good view of what's happening between the trees on your right, the bushes and shrubs grow so densely between them that you can't imagine entering these woods on your own. Farther south there are plumes of smoke, a settlement most likely. At the top of the hill you reach a stone wall, a quiet place with no smoke coming from behind it. You look inside and see the glimpse of a peaceful ruin. While the main road is beaten and easy for hooves to trod, the destroyed gate and the remains of the front yard have almost been reclaimed by the short grasses. You seek any suspicious movement, but the place seems to be free of inhabitants larger than a falcon. The air is fresh and the wind shakes the tree crowns gently. Birds are feasting, singing, and crowning above you, not afraid of any threats. You don't let ice any worrisome sounds. I enter the yard. The hamlet could be a hunter's shelter, a military outpost, or a storehouse for traders, but you spot no fresh human trails. The damaged door and gate are years old, soggy and moldy, and judging by the squirrels, birds, and the animal feces you see in the grass, this place is but a part of the wilderness. The roof collapsed only a few years back, turning into food for mushrooms. The outer walls look generations old, but used to be maintained. Some of its materials came from different times and areas. I enter the building. It's a simple chamber with no furniture that would explain its purpose. The fireplace is buried beneath the roof. You inspect the walls, made of hundreds of small rocks pressed with a chisel. The trash is heavy from the moisture. You push it with your boot, which starts a commotion among gray, disoriented bugs. Removing the rubble would take some effort, but for now it doesn't look like there's anything of value left behind. With enough wood, a group of builders could restore this hamlet in just a few days. You hear a rustle coming from the backyard. Look through the crumbling wall and not eyes the movement of reddish fur, not a tall creature. I prepare my axe. The just calms you down. The sounds of animal steps are careful and light. I go behind the building. The chaos sparks right after you approach the tree stump. The dusk fox's growls sound like a mix of an obnoxious bird and an infant. One of the animals standing only a few feet away from you is jumping and showcasing his tiny, sharp teeth and a raccoon-like black mask on its little head. The animal, with its thick, brownish gray fur, seems more stout than any red fox. The second loud creature jumps onto a table made of a halved trunk. Unlike the first one, it has a lighter golden fur. It bends one of its forelegs, observing you with its darker eyes. Not furious nor scared, rather sad and protective, its growl turns into a miserable whine. The beasts are not even waist high, but their number may be an issue. There's yet another sound coming from behind you, and even more from the bushes nearby. I have enough time to judge the situation clearly. You take a quick glance and memorize your surroundings. There's three large creatures in your proximity. The third one is right behind you, and while loud, it's lumbering on its paws. The noise from the bushes belongs to little pups, most likely harmless, though they are doing their best to imitate their guardians. Your sharp senses allow you to react right away. Since the one behind me is weaker than the others, I run for it. You pass the weaker fox and run to your belongings, encouraging the beast to chase you all the way to the gate as they growl with determination. For now, they stay in the shelter, filled with pride. You and Horse take a few steps away. This place was already abandoned, so I'll let the dusk foxes stay. They aren't threatening anyone. Are you sure you want to leave this place to its fate? Actually, I need to get rid of these creatures who search your bundles. My axe is enough. With the axe in hand, you enter the hamlet. The dusk foxes react right away, seeking new positions as they try to keep you in the front yard. The lumbering beast is running to your right, clinging to the wall, hoping to repeat its attack from behind. The golden one jumps on the tree stump, growling at you as it lowers its head. The last one, who seems to be the bravest, remains in constant movement, pretending to attack you then moving back. The pups stay far behind, relying on their protectors. I have to be faster than they are and trust my blade. I take the initiative, keep moving, cut whenever I have a chance. The brave fox doesn't wait for you to land a hit. As it nimbly dodges your charge, hurrying deeper into the yard, you stumble over a branch. Before you regain your balance, teeth are already sinking into your leg. You shake the creature off, only to get hit by a golden one, now clinging to your armor shoulder with its claws and reaching for your neck. Thankfully, you're strong enough to grab it and throw it away, making it hit the wall with an unpleasant thud. Something bites your hand, and without even looking at the beast, you cut it with an axe. You're heavily wounded, but also furious, and your anger makes the suffering beast back away. They see your raised blade and wait no more. The stronger two run through the pups, grab them by their necks, and keeping their distance, carry them to the hole in the wall near the bare tree, then get through it with confident jumps. Before the lumbering one disappears into the wilderness, it gives the pack shelter one last glance. I get back to Horse. Horse is swishing his tail, trying to get rid of a couple of obnoxious flies. I want to look around. The structure may be in bad shape, but remains a home for fungi, grass, and bugs. I could hang around a bit and clean up this mess, but I'm so tired it'll take me a long time. The task involves a lot of dirt, and you disturb whole armies of ants, worms, and bugs of all shapes and colors, which are feasting on wood, thatch, mushrooms, animal droppings, and one another. You prepare your cups and some water. You throw some smaller pieces of the roof over the wall and pull the larger ones through the main entrance. In your current condition, the work is rather exhausting, and you need to take a bit of a break. After 2 hours or so, you saw all there is to be found. The wood is beyond usage, but there are also no unpleasant surprises covered with dirt. If necessary, it would be easy to work with the remains. There were some scraps of bones, clothes, and leather among the rubble, as well as a broken club, but the only thing of value found are the two dragon bones dropped by someone under the wall. I washed the coins and put them in my pouch. Horse is scratching its side against a tree, unbothered by the surroundings. Hmm. I have more fish to sell. Thank you. As you prepare your belongings, you realize that the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the nights leave their lairs. For now, it won't be that bad, but I better make sure not to waste too many hours. You lose your senses right after you lie down. In the middle of a warm, stuffy night, you are entangled by your dreams, too tired to fully wake up, too accustomed to having a mid-sleep break to just get back to sleep. You are between the realms, surrounded by visions so vivid you are tempted to reach out, touch them, and stretch them out. They are your playground. I wouldn't dare to disturb the natural flow of dreams. I accept them as they are, hoping to spot any visions they bring. Edge throwing, ready when you are. Oh, we lost today. Crap. Well, it happens, I guess. I have your dragons, and there's no soul in the entire ruins. Let's get to it. She reaches out with coins and hides them without counting. Cheers, Jade. She looks at the sun. Give us 2 days to prepare for the raid. We'll handle it with a small team. There's a different kind of confidence in her voice, and her stance is more like a leader's. Better stay away from the ruins until then, or you may get a random quarrel between your ears. Okay, what about my... Oh, well, hopefully the fish won't be a problem. Um, okay. You're not used to the scents of the bogs, but you weren't expecting them to be so gentle. The humid air makes you think of smoked meat, and even though you ride by a few rotting carcasses and animal droppings, just as often you cross tiny meadows of pink, yellow, and red flowers.
Changing blush maps. Said. BSV wears on stream.com remove the space AIFJGBI.
Noises tell stories of never-ending wars between swarms of insects, frogs in their hideouts, snakes lurking among the purple grasses, birds patrolling both the water and the sky, and the saurians preparing to strike from beneath the surface. You can't separate the sounds of the living from those of the dying, if they're even different at all. You reach a boulder in the middle of the road, on the edge of a large pond. The road splits from here in two directions, but the only smoke you see is to the southeast. After a few more days. Okay, so we can't search for anything more here. Cool. Um, the road takes you to the edge of the woods. A few trees have found lucky scraps of soil towering above the water, while others have found lucky scraps of soil, while others, shorter and not as lush, have roots sunk in the pond. Some of the plants were felled with tools, so the route itself isn't so dark, while the few sunbeams getting through the weaker branches on your left are surrounded by darkness and swarms of insects. Help me! Help! The sudden cry as well as screams of pain reaches you between the trees, a woman or a child. I try to spot anyone. Among the green and red leaves, you don't see any unusual colors. Come to think of it, there's but a few creatures in sight other than the flies and mosquitoes. The dark-winged birds are quiet, the sparse toads let out sporadic tense croaks. I think about my goal. Wait here, horse, someone needs me. You lean to the pond, it's cleaner than in the other parts of the bog, allowing you to see to the bottom. Parts of it are still more than knee deep, and the sulfuric odor makes you step away with a frown. The brownish color can't hide all the bones and pant remains that are sticking out of the bed. I take off everything below my waist. You undo your boots and buckles and hang your pants up in the shadow. As your naked skin touches the water, you expect it to be more like a slime. But nothing of the sort happens. Only your eyes and nose know not ice the difference between this place and a regular pond. The cold water makes you shiver. The voice doesn't stop. You gather your bravery and move forward, disturbing the sediment so much that it forms a cloud of mud after every step. You run into the trees. I look around. As you walk among the trunks and branches, you see no large creatures. The water in the distance is static, with small fish snacking on lily pads and chasing one another. Something lands on your back and you plunge into the water, being pinned down to the mud by massive poles. You're choking, hearing only splashes. I need to get out of the water. You try to roll away, and while the creature is heavy, with large paws and strong legs, you're strong enough to knock it off yourself. You bounce from the ground and dash through the shallow water, smoothly getting back on your feet, still holding your blade. I gasp for air and look at the beast. The cat's legs are bent, ready to jump, wide and muscular. Its eyes, staring at you without a blink, are round and yellow, with pitch black irises in the center. Its waist high, with its chin hanging just above the water, and a jaw that could bite off your limb in a heartbeat. It has short hair and whiskers, and a nose as big as your hand. Even without the dirt, it's almost black, with glimpses of yellow that form a rose-like pattern on its sides and dots on its head. You can't see the creature's paws through the now clouded water. The cat lets out a growl like a saw cutting a log. It's unscathed, confident. I take a defensive stance. When you hear the flapping of wings, it's already too late. Bird talons sink into your shoulder, and once you get distracted, the cat darts forward, reaching for your thighs. You evade its first strike, but then pushes your tummy with its huge paws, cutting through the armor. Before you can reach it with your blade, it's already out of your range. Your flying gambeson keeps you in one piece. The gray bird also flies away, now circling around you, gracefully avoiding the tree trunks and branches. It has a red tail and a short, curved, vulture-like beak. It growls just like the cat did a moment ago, and you notice that the human screams have disappeared. So it's two against one. The cat looks into your eyes, then roars. As it moves forward, you don't see any wounds on its shell. Its companion circles around you, looking for an opportunity to attack from above. I try to stay safe, looking for an opportunity to make a precise strike. The bird distracts you by pecking at your hair, jacket, and hands. You do your best to evade the cat's attack and to strike it as it charges at you, but your attempt fails, even though you also land a hit. The beast manages to reach your tummy with its claws, slashing through your armor while your old axe cuts the beast's shoulder slightly. Your gambeson keeps you in one piece. Struggling, I push it away with my axe and prepare for the next clash. I attack the bird. You wait for the bird to dive at you and take a swing, using your time to get further away from the cat. The blade sends the halves of the raven-sized creature into the water, to the enjoyment of the local scavengers. A few gray and red feathers are drifting next to you. I raise the axe and look at the cat. The cat roars to its dead companion but looks into your eyes. As it moves forward, you'll hardly see blood on its shell. You do your best to evade the cat's attack, and to strike it as it charges at you. You somehow avoid its claws and teeth, and your old axe cuts the beast's shoulder slightly. The cat looks at his dead companion and, without a second thought, leaps away, then partially swims crossing the pond at the speed matching your Palfrey's gallop. You consider following it, but after it reaches a tree crown with just two leap jumps, then gets to another one within a single breath, you wipe your forehead and turn away. Gasping, wet, and frustrated, you hobble back to the beaten path. Horse seems worried, and you try to ease its soul with a few encouraging words, hoping it will leave you alone for a minute. You wash your skin, then put on your dry clothes. At least your boots won't give you a cold. You ride along shallow waters on one side and flooded trees on the other. You reach what seems like the end of the road. The turn south is already overgrown, most likely abandoned after it was devoured by the fog. But as you look north, you see a wide clearing that, with time, has become a meadow and a lonely hut at the end of an often traveled path. At first, you ride down slightly, following the twisted trail. There's plenty of puddles around, as well as brown, gray, and purple grasses, but all of them are too short for any lurking predators, and the few foxes you see far away don't pay you any attention. You pass by the fresh tracks of heavy, hoofed beasts, but spot no wild game in sight. Your ears can't free themselves from the birds, rodents, and dragonflies. You need to ride carefully. If horses' legs sinks into the mud, it may get broken. The further north you ride, the shorter the grasses gets. These vast peat fields, broader than 2 or 3 villages placed side by side, are many years old. The turf bricks surrounding the solitary hut are still fresh, drying in the late summer light. The scent of this area is like that of no bog you've ever encountered. Instead of a sublime aroma of healthy soil, it's intense, sulphury, leaving an almost sour taste on your tongue. The short scarf is dripping with water, like a running sore of the earth, carved with spade and muscle. The house, made of birchwood, dried turf, and a blanket of soil, has a structure you're not too familiar with, but you imagine its interiors are much smaller than they appear to be. The walls are a few feet thick to keep in the warmth, and such roofs tend to get soggy until they collapse after a decade or so. The only soul in sight is sitting on the bench, stuffing his mouth with fistfuls of green leaves that he takes out of a small basket placed on his knees. I introduce myself, and for now stay in the saddle. Still chewing, he mutters something in response, then shakes his hairy head, swallows, and puts the basket away. He stands up and takes a single step forward, approaching the edge of the scarp. His arms are entangled by green creepers, longer than he is tall. They rub against the ground after each step, and judging by the way they occasionally twitch, they're very much alive, even though you can't see where they originate from. Jade, the Roadwarden, he repeats, this time clearly. He moves his sealed lips left and right as if he's tasting your name, still not sure if he should swallow it or spit it out. Your face is familiar, but not this. He points at your mouth, staring at it for a good minute. His voice is quiet and young, not older than 30. If you were standing next to each other, he would be almost a head shorter than you, but for now, he towers over you. He has sunken cheeks and sloped shoulders, and while his gray woolen robe was never pretty, is now close to being a rag, and his sandals reveal long toenails. I observe him more closely. His eyes are as brown and dark as the grasses of this very bog. His left earring is made of a tusk and a feather, while the right one is an hourglass made of silver, though a broken wing makes it at all times tilted under its own weight. The leather strips on his wrists and ankles hold beads, pieces of amber, old game dice, and tiny skulls of birds and critters. Even more cords are hanging from his neck, some of them so long they reach his tummy. They carry countless amulets, some of them torn, dried, shabby, or fragmented, and you spot among them small boxes made of wood and bone, as well as leather pouches, which hide even more secrets. Were you here before? Mayhap I dreamt you in my sleep. His voice and look are absent. If so, I'm Thysus, the turf warden. Is warding turf difficult? Yep, he looks at you in silence. then yawns loudly. His teeth are yellow, but don't seem to be neglected, at least from this far. 'Tis hard, for 'tis boring, like a toad song. He sighs. You're off the main road, stranger. What for? Do you know anything about Astarian's whereabouts? Know what? I may. His amulets rattle after his triumphant announcement, but then he looks at the clouds in the distance. You wait for him to carry on to no avail. I wait patiently. He nods to himself. Did not ice to spend so long? Fall's almost here. Where is he then? Well, not at my place, 'tis for sure. To prove his point, he raises one of his creepers and opens the door, though from where you're sitting you see mostly the cold fireplace and the darkness behind it. But you do have an idea where I can look for him. Yep, at a monster's lair, most likely. You meet his eyes. You all right? He huffs and looks away, straightening up. Mayhaps these questions bore me to sleep. Thought of that? I've two things to do. Before you explain that you simply got worried, he waves it off. Astarion asked me for help with various creatures. Was heading for a journey, he said. Needed bogey palms to scare animals away. Even some weird ones, the harpies and sea monsters, but I've no such things. I cannot poison the sea. As you think what to make of all of that, he starts to tap his toes, taking a deep breath. They's a huntress living in Pelt of the North, this end of the southern road. Dalit. Astarion says she knows wild beasts like no other soul, so he is prepared for them anyway. What do you think of him? He stands with an open mouth, as if he's not sure what you mean by that. I don't. Left me with a heavier pouch, but asked nosy questions, like someone else I know. He gives you a telling look. Is he your client, or do you share a goal? He crosses his arms, making the creepers his amulets. Never had a witch or a warlock at home. 'Tis wrong of me to speak for others. I'll take on my prior a lot of shame and doubt, and I need to be trusted. People claim that he and your tribe are planning something big. Do you deny that? He rolls his eyes, shrugging his arms and showing his empty palms, yet the nervous twitches of the creepers add little to his innocent demeanor. He and I traded a few times, but I didn't bed with him or offer him mint and stew. He said he may have a job for me in the woods, and I told him I don't need his bones any more. When asked what he did need, Thysus purses his lips. I want things to change. 'Tis all. I wake up to a broken shells in the fogs and glossy as robbers threatening my family. All I want is for this cursed land to be normal. His yawn comes out of nowhere, but you then not icy thought his dropped shoulders and heavy eyelids. And yep, that warden told me he's going to take care of it. Thanks. Do you live here all by yourself? Yep, warlocking, peddling, guarding turf. My tribe dug out what they can this summer. I just keep dragons away from squashing the bricks. Your eyes turn west, following the man's raised finger, and you indeed not ice a distant trail of massive three-fingered footprints, now turned into small puddles. They're as long as your torso, with pointy claws, one of which appears to be broken at its tip. I found a scrap of land I think may be cursed, though I'm not sure how to examine it. And you're saying the rest of the north isn't cursed. He lets out a chuckle, but seeing how you still wait for his advice, he raises one of his creepers, and, looking in the distance, scratches it. I've no cure for that, but ask Eudocia, the witch from the other side of the woods, far east. Mayhap she has a wand or something. Did you choose to move to this field, or were you forced to do so? He reaches to his chest, rubbing a small tusk nervously. One of us surely likes to ask questions, while the other's got work to do. His voice is colder than soil. Is this the way to the White Marshes? Both the opposite and quite so. You took the left turn away from the village, but you wouldn't reach it anyway. The path's sealed, and I keep it that way. You ask him to explain, and he raises his hands, waggling his fingers as if he's casting a curse. My green pets keep the troublemakers away. But I can't make an exception for a warden, one willing to prove they bring gifts, not troubles. What's the toll? He reaches for his basket and places it on the lower edge of the scarp, crouching right behind it. You look inside. Indeed, it's filled with wild leaves, flowers, and berries. Give me enough for a day or so, and I'll bend the vine for a day or so. These wild fruits and leaves are not much, but I can give you a lot of them. He purses his lips, his toes flinching nervously. You think I can't find those by myself? Fine, go ahead, he mutters with resignation, and you throw in enough fruits and leaves to fill up his basket. He snaps his fingers. Done. Let's say I were to help your people with the bandits and get rid of the undead. Would you return the favor? He spares you a yellow grin. 'Tis all, you say. Yep, yep. Save north or the scrap bit I care about, and I'll follow you into a fog. But how do you avoid wild beasts? 'Tis them who avoid this place. They're afraid of spears, my plants, and poisons. Seeing your frown, he raises his creepers quickly, waving them like a dancer with scarves, yet his arms remain still. They're stronger than muscles, he simply explains. But still, I'm not much of a wanderer. Is Pete really worth constant overseeing? He looks at the nearby bricks and frowns, as if he's seeing them for the first time. Sure, kind of, I think. You ask him to tell you about them, but he admits it's the others who harvest it. I meant to pile it all up into rickles. He points at a small dome-shaped structure. But I'm always so busy, he grins. You ask him what turf is good for, and he starts to tap his toes. You can build with it. You can burn it, add it to the soil, and it's great for smoking meat. We used to dig it slowly and harder for stone and timber, but we changed our ways. Do you have anything to sell, Warlock? He eagerly smiles and steps away, reaching to the doorknob with his right creeper. Odds and ends. Want to buy a hook. Ventures love those, and I've got it for cheap. He doesn't give you time to respond. On most days I brew and mix stuff of poisons and medicine, if one's desperate enough to cross the bogs for it. I've one that withers plants, and one that kills worms and bugs, and one that keeps flies away for better health. You pause. You're quite sure that you're more than capable of making all the bombs and powders he just mentioned on your own if you had an alchemy table at hand. You mentioned it, and you hush loudly, already standing in the threshold. We're not touching my tools, Warden, but I may have spoonful or marsh bowls for you, and they're the mushrooms in the bogs. Poisonous yellow dust that withers the plants. Sting ointment could be good, that's three. Bug killing orb that kills bugs, that could be even better. A bone cook, huh? Have you got any ingredients I could use? Healing potions, blinding power. I see. Can I use your alchemy table? Okay. Hmm. You squeeze between the hills and the forest. The only larger beast you spot is a single saurian basking on a boulder, lazily observing from a safe distance. Your ears catch the howls coming from the north, long and loud, as you keep an eye on the rock ledges. You almost miss the drastic shift in the landscape. The forest turns into a lake, and the few plants growing next to the road mostly bear fruit. The road is not as reliable here as it was in the hills. Parts of it are a bit muddy, and the puddles disturb your ride. Maybe the locals will maintain it before it gets swallowed by the lake. Your lively surroundings are filled with the chirping of crickets, the flapping wings of dragonflies, and the occasional quacks and splashes of ducks. Still, the sounds that strike you the harshest are the deep, loud yells of howlers, which spark an image of the painful shout of an undead, or of a cracking tree, or of the battle cry of a nightmarish spirit. They're sitting on branches and in the tall grass, not really trying to hide. Their thick black and gold furs cover their entire shells, aside from the charcoal black faces with roundish, flat noses and wide nostrils. The younger members of the pack are about the size of your mount's head, but the larger ones would be chest high if it wasn't for the fact they walk on all fours. Their long tails are like an additional arm, helping them climb, hanging from branches, or hold food while they eat. They aren't particularly muscular, but when they form their pink lips into the shape of a cup to release their howls, their mouths are so wide they could fit your entire arm inside. As you listen to the shouts, you reach for your head. You feel a weird itch, but somehow you can't scratch it. Keeping my distance, I take a look at the hide behind the boulder. The whitish rawhide covers the grass like a blanket, but surrounded by paw prints. The howlers don't wait for you to approach it. One of the larger ones jumps on the ground, leaning on its hands and challenging you with its gaze. It has rather blunt teeth. I try to scare them. No, we don't want. We'll just go away. We won't mess with you. We'll be okay. Mouth are gambling like it is. The leafless plants resemble tree roots rather than creepers, even though their dark green and sway up and down slightly in the rhythm of a heartbeat. Horse snorts and speeds up, unwilling to linger underneath the nightmare's gate. As you get to the other side, the plants seem to completely ignore you. To properly use the mushroom growing around the creepers, have to pick it in the middle of the day. Hmm, okay. The road twists between the flooded purplish grasses. The field ahead of you is still
Stream
green,
elements.
bearing the second sowing
Set.
of broad beans,
Stay
maybe the
moist, my
third
friends,
one,
hydrate.
as the land allows it. The workers ignore you. Some of them are nothing but bones, some carry scraps of flesh, wearing them like forgotten rags, and others look almost human, as if they were awoken right after death. Most of the witless shells move around piles of soil, carry wooden logs, or dig in the ground with their bare hands, but there are also those with considerable abilities. They use pitchforks, hoes, and spreading axes, and confidently cross the uneven ground. There's only a few breathing souls in sight. They observe your passing, but keep their distance. They aren't attacking me, so I don't need to be afraid. The people who live here seem to have everything under control. The guards let you in without questioning. The entrance and the wall in general were recently constructed, though are still not finished. There will soon be yet another gate, allowing for trade and conversations without opening the village to danger. Just like in the fields, the work is divided between the undead, who carry bricks and take care of the most thankless tasks, while the locals cut rocks and spread mortar. The difficult tasks still carved in the villagers' gaunt faces and crude outfits, and their brief glances show little curiosity. A few of them are sharing a meal right next to the wall, and the victuals in their baskets consist of green leaves, fruits, eggs, and cuts of roasted meat, the food of foragers. You're told to wait here for the mayor. Don't roam on your own. The guard's voice is harsh despite the stutter. I tether the horse at a small shed. The man shows up soon after with a careless saunter, and he hardly spares you a look, instead staring at your pal Frey, the stranger from the forest garden. I cannot guess why you would come here. Who are you, even? His stature would be considered average in most villages, but in comparison to the rest of the tribe, he's portly, muscular, tall, and with a large, square face. His hands are resting on the shaft of the poleaxe placed across his shoulders, making him seem even larger. His long, straw-colored beard is shabby and makes his bald head look shiny. You can't really tell how old he is, though you see no wrinkles. Just like the others, he's wearing prominent charms, favoring tiny figurines of animals made of bone and wood. Only one of them is hanging from his neck, a silver amulet portraying the head of a moose with large antlers. While valuable, it looks older. Than the other critters and quite crude in form. I introduce myself. He sizes you up, and I'm Helvius. Who let you in? Was it Thysus? He's as much a gatekeeper as a fly warden to a piece of shit. He gives you a telling frown. I'm not one to badmouth others behind their backs. Did I ask? He raises his chin and starts to twist his wrists, spinning his weapon slowly. No city folk will tell us what to think. Take a good look around while you can. White Marshes isn't for strangers. The turf houses are old, covered with lush grasses and flowers, and you can't imagine any large family fitting inside such small one-chambered huts. The alleys are so narrow that only one cart could squeeze through them at once. Your boots have sunk into the mud. The square is covered with deep footprints. The noise of hammers, shouting, wood splitting, and the shuffling of undead legs pierces through the constant buzzing of insects. Horse snouts hunting down flies with his tail. I not eyes that there's only one ogre in sight, and he's observing me. He's standing on the top of a wooden platform, by the building that's unlike any other in the village. His eyes are keen. The left one is dark, the right one is gray, bright. His head and face are shaved, and his simple undyed robe is in even worse shape than the outfits of his tribesfolk. Once Helvius realizes what you're looking at, he lowers his weapon and clears his throat, like a boy caught red-handed. The elder walks away, holding a walking stick with one hand and touching a wall with the other. Orintius, says the mayor, the priest of our fellowship and the one who saved our people. He raises his hand, pointing at the dead shells bustling around the construction site. Is Asterion around? Why would he be? You pay attention to his confident stance and strong voice, with his usual hint of disdain, and spot no sign of a lie. He's hardly ever been here. I've no need of wardens. You say you know nothing about Asterion, but people claim he had strong ties with your tribe. Helvius begins swinging his axe left and right, the heel of the half now resting in the mud. Trying to recall the past, he makes a puzzled frown. Know what? I was told he met with our warlock often. Who knows why? Ask him if you must. I'd like to learn more about White Marshes. Don't bother, both us and yourself. The tribe's been taming frogs for 5 generations. By the fields. He moves to the gate as if you had no opportunity to see them before, or from a few seasons ago, thanks to Orintius. We used to live on berries and meat, selling peat and timber, but soon we'll need no outsiders. After all the years of feeding our blood to saurians, leeches, and merchants, better days are coming. We make them come, and we deserve them. He fondly wipes his blade with his thumb, then clears his throat, if the right allows. So you want to separate yourself from the other settlements. The tribes with little iron and bone struggle more and more. We're getting ready to welcome plunderers the way they deserve. 'Tis all. Our palisade wasn't enough. All this, he waves at the wall, and his voice is full of pride, was built in not even 2 years. Can you believe? You glance at a yellowish skeleton that carries 2 large rocks, each too large for any human to lift on their own. They don't bother you? I used to listen to stories about them as a kid. He nods for you to follow him. But Orentius taught me they're no different than boars and fires. He dashes forward and swings his poleaxe, bashing a skeleton's shoulder. The arm sinks into the mud while its owner, a bit awkwardly now, keeps trying to climb up a ladder. Helvius bursts into laughter, and the locals look away without a word. See, he continues, leading you back to the well. All you need's control. Look there. He points at a dead shell with remains of flesh on its chest and head. There's a white and brown sparrow sitting on its shoulder, preening its feathers. Even beasts know they've got not a thing to worry about. The awoken are now like they were yesterday, like they were in spring, like they were a year ago. Leave worrying about them to idiots and unites. I hear what you say about the Awoken, but your tribe used to be strong without them. So what, Warden? What was 10 years ago isn't, and what isn't doesn't matter. We needed to trade, yet the others push us away. We won't let them choose for us ever again. Have you ever met Cassia? She's a warrior from Gale Rocks. Who? You repeat your question, but he shrugs. I know of many great warriors from her tribe. They're a disciplined bunch, but not a single tale about that woman has reached me. I'd like to speak with Orentius. As he straightens up, the moose head on his chest bounces enthusiastically. You and many others, but he's swamped by his work, and we've enough threats in the shadows already. If he decides we're trustworthy, he may speak with you once, but why would I even ask him? I need his guidance. Then seek fortune tellers and scholars, he scoffs. Leave our own struggles to solve before we start leading outsiders. The people of Old Pagos are fighting a plague. Fuck. He looks at the dark clouds and sighs. Who? Kids, elders. While you speak, the nearby villagers stop their work, and even the undead are told to freeze in place, offering your ears a bit of relief. You answer a lot of questions, making the muddy square even more grim. You hear someone weeping, and a young woman announcing, "'Tis not fair, even for them." The mayor nods in agreement, keeping the axe on his shoulders. I'll tell Orympius. From now on, we'll gather our wood chips and twigs in a shed. He raises his voice, looking into his tribe's eyes. We may have enough for them before winter. Shall we trade? We need what we have, but I'll take a look at what you're bringing if you seek bones. Okay. Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. We only have one. We only have one. I'm sorry. You hear a weak moan coming from one of the houses. I ask the guards if there's a room I could rent for the night. I guess one of them sighs and tells you to wait where you're standing. After a few minutes, a group of locals approaches a more neglected turf house and starts to empty it. They take out old crates, rags, casks, bricks, then leave them by the outer wall, at least for now. "'Tis an old shed," explains the guard. "There, you won't bother anyone. We'll be ready before you need it." I approach the well. The locals observe your hands carefully while you're drawing the water. After you quench your thirst, you try to wash your face and neck, but one of the older women approaches you quickly, wagging her finger. We've not enough for this silliness," she rebukes you. "Water your horse if you have to, but we need the rest for ourselves." The stern gaze of the other villagers leaves you no room for discussion. I observe the undead workers. Not being allowed to leave the main square, you observe the shells walking through the gate or helping the builders at the wall. The skeletons are not at all complete. Some of them lack a rib, a foot, or a jaw. Many of their bones are cracked or broken, and seem to be connected to each other with nothing at all, as if the pneuma that keeps them moving knows which parts should stay firm and which ones should twist or bend. Those that keep some of their skin and guts don't smell, rot, or bleed, and make you think of dried meat. It's as if these scraps of flesh serve no purpose, and seeing how many of these laborers already have great holes in their tummies or limbs with revealed bones, it could be that they are just in the middle of the process of becoming like their naked counterparts. The undead loyally fulfill their tasks. So far, you've counted 5 people able to give them orders. Some do so by speaking out loud, while one bowman simply looks at a shell no matter how far it is. The workers, while witless, maintain some sort of carefulness in their actions. They stop when someone gets in their way and use tools, if they know how, avoiding pointless harm to their shells. There may be more than 50 creatures spread across and around the village, but you can't know how many you haven't seen yet. Many of the fresher undead are elders. Among the skeletons, you spot some that used to belong to children, but none to infants. Maybe their shells are too weak to work or too dumb to listen to orders. A sudden shout cuts the sky, but no one pays attention to it. It turns out a small boy got scared by the quiet approach of an awoken shell. I go to Helvius. The rains once again hit, the ground interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. A persistent shouting voice wakes you up. Weak moonbeams squeeze through the smoke holes, but to have a proper look around, you open the door. There are flickering torches and the main gate, accompanied by solemn prayer and timid shouts. You put on your cloak and boots and leave the shed. A few of the locals, dressed in their regular, worn, and muddy clothes, surround a large group of the undead, touching their half-rotten limbs, revealed ribbed cages, emotionless heads. A hooded woman sonorously singingly begs for Right's guidance and protection, but you don't pay much attention to her words. The man known as Zoventius is standing beside the gathering, with a revealed torso and a walking stick beneath his shoulder. Every now and then he cuts his sides or his back and fills a wooden bowl slightly. Then a follower steps closer, puts 2 fingers inside the liquid, and takes it to one of the awoken creations. The lights dance around them, casting shadows that you could swear hide cruel spirits. You don't know how long you have been observing the ritual when the scar-covered man turns to you. His innocent, sad eyes carry no judgment or reprimand, yet you suddenly realize how cold your calves and neck are. Autumn is surely getting closer. You wade through the mud. What has happened to them that they feel justified in doing all this? Even. Okay, so he just doesn't trust me enough. Understood. Foraging is an essential labor in the villages of the north, lethally dangerous in the wilderness, but more of a routine in the forest gardens, though never completely safe. It's done in groups and only by adults. Wild fruits, including grapes, apples, pears, and plums, are smaller and more sour than the ones cultivated by farmers and tend to have larger seeds. Children from a very young age are taught how to identify poisonous berries. Vegetables usually take some cooking or at least cutting and cleaning. Carrots, fennels, cabbage, onions, sorrels, and lettuce are just some of the ones that can be eaten raw, though they feel either too bland or too intense to be enjoyed by themselves. Yeah, that's good enough. As you ride past the fields, one of the local farmers enters the road, gesturing for you to stop. He's holding a rusty sickle and carries a basket on his back, filled with various weeds and a sharpened club. His patched, worn tunic is neglected, but fitting for a farmer. The lean years left his face skinny and his teeth crooked, but his sad eyes hold heartwarming kindness. Hi there, Warden. He has a thick local accent. I've been wondering just now. They's a small matter, you see. You know how to read. I used to be a scholar. Fantastic. He gives you a radiant smile. Give me a few moments. Without waiting for your response, he runs to the village and returns to you with a small sack in his hands. How about you take a look at it? He unwraps the package and reveals a large wax tablet made of bone. 'Tis a letter from someone I care about, but I'm not sure what it says. I'll give you a coin once you read it for me. You take the tablet from his open palm. It's fancy, unlike the wooden ones. On its back you find an engraving portraying a large furry beast. Made of a troll's hip, the farmer says proudly. You examine the confident, deep signs written in the wax. The letter is short. Dallins, it starts. I couldn't bear another day in this nightmarish village, but now I don't have to. I've met another soul during my hunting trip south. He will start a new family. Goodbye. No signature. The man is walking in place waiting for you to speak. Why do you need my help? He frowns as if the answer is obvious. No merchants come around here these days. Ain't no missionaries, and we don't need to read around here. We do have a priest in the village. He looked at the gate as if he just realized you're right. I asked him, his chosen scold, but he was no help. Said the letters are blurry. They look fine to me. That's a pretty tablet. He puts his hands on his sides, his smile is filled with pride. Did it myself, with cold nights and little iron. Takes thinking to keep your hands busy. I know what's in the letter. He puts a hand on his forehead. You can't tell if it's a sign of relief or tension. I repeat to him his husband's words. At first he freezes and gives a hateful look to Orentius's hut. He knew what this piece of shit did, he growls. He always asks to be heard, only to spread lies. Why do I need to find a stranger to hear the truth for once in my life? His eyes get gentler once he looks at you, but you not I see tears in his eyes. His shaking hands offer you the reward. Now about that tablet. Here you go. I don't want it. He steps away. You know what? Take this. He pulls out a bone stylus that perfectly matches the colors of the tablet. Together they will buy you a few meals at a trader's stall. Good luck, Warden. Wish I had better news for you, bro, but hmm. Wax tablets are the most common writing instrument used in the North, though they are usually made of wood. The previous owner of this carved bone is depicted in the back, a massive furry troll. Tablets usually fit in one's hand and are used to make notes or write down short messages, especially when there's no option to prepare a scroll and inkstand. It's also easy to erase the previous inscriptions, and a single tablet may be used dozens or hundreds of times. It's a short farewell letter addressed to Valens from White Marshes. Poor bro. Farewell. A sudden shout cuts the sky, but no one pays attention to it. You notice a skinny woman stares at your mount. Heyo. She moves away, but meets your eyes and makes a smile like grimace, then leads you behind the empty animal pen, away from the guards' ears. Her gray hair, mostly covered, is deceiving. She's no older than 30, yet her face is marked by insect bites and pustule scars. She takes confident steps, even though she wears muddy footlaps without boots and a worn simple skirt. She squeezes the front of her scarf on her chest, shaping it into something like a short, hooded cloak. A warden, I heard. She answers your nod by pursing her lips. I need you to ride somewhere for me. Tell me. Far away from here, at the eastern road, there's an old bridge made of a single rock. She doesn't look away for even a single heartbeat. Her gaunt face is pale and makes her large gray eyes look as if someone took their color away. Beneath it there's a rock, and beneath the rock a purse with my savings. Bring it to me. Before you mention your reward, she starts to speak faster, giving the men at the gate a nervous glance. Half of what you'll find is yours. Bring me the rest. Are you in trouble? She hesitates a bit too long. Of course not, but a few dragons can't bite, can they? Seeing the curious looks of the guard, she shakes her head and leaves you to yourself as she passes by a flesh-bearing undead. Hmm. The lakeside is filled with the chirping of cicadas and crickets, as well as the roaring of beasts from the northern hills. Farther down the road you see tall, yellow grasses interwoven with flowers and bumblebees, while the peaceful water shines just as much as the wings of dragonflies. The road is often traveled, and the clatter of hoofs carries far. Thanks to the vast field of view, the creatures hiding in the meadows are unlikely to jump on an animal as large as horse. In the distance you see a palisade and a large building set on the side of a crossroad. Once you get closer, you hear a conversation from behind the wall. Two men are arguing about if they really just heard a horse. Maybe they know some useful rumors. Horse carries you to the open gate on its own, welcoming an opportunity to rest by pushing out the air loudly through its nostrils. A nearby wooden pen won't offer much space for a horse, but should be enough for grazing and a nap. As you dismount, two men get up from the front stairs. Their clean-shaven faces reveal that they are in their early 20s. The first one is taller than you, broad-shouldered, and wears light brown pants and a darker jacket, both of them made of leather. With an inviting smile, he gets up and moves to open the enclosure. His steps are heavy and slow, but every movement is marked with care, ensuring he won't knock down anything or anyone. The second man looks as different from his colleague as the sun from the moon. He is unusually short and wears a heavy cloak made of black fur, so large it could cover his entire shell. He opens the door of the building, hides his hand, and peeks into the room. Foggy, his voice is shrill and unconcerned. A messenger, come. I take off some of my bundles, let my horse rest. A hanging barrel sways in the wind, marking the place as an inn or a tavern. The building resembles a merchant's house from Hovlaven, whitewashed and with oiled, elegant wooden beams. The fragile walls are high enough to avoid floods and snow, but you have no doubt that a troll or even a peddler could easily break through them. The palisade is short, has hardly any support, and has no walkway for a crossbowman. Hardly enough for even a makeshift hamlet. Yet it's the open harbor that makes you uneasy. Aside from the fish, any creature, aquatic or not, could just walk into the yard undisturbed. The path is covered with paw prints and claw marks. Better not to leave horse outside during the night. A black and white bird swoops into the water, then flaps its wings and takes off with a silver, twitching creature in its talons. The large man clears his throat. And what have we here, coming from a far friend? Are there now horses and howlers? His voice is stentorian, close to a shout. You vaguely recognize his accent as one found at the city harbor. Quite far, kind soul. Horse came with me from Hoblaben. He nods appreciatively. A weird beast, a donkey that can kill a man. You nod as he keeps quite a distance from it, and holds his hand close to his throwing club. Haven't seen one in a while. The roads here aren't that bad. They'll take you north and east with ease. You hear heavy footsteps. A woman shows up in the doorway and looks at you from the top of the stairs. She's even more towering and stout than her son, the man who just welcomed you with a massive chest and a pear-shaped face with a prominent chin. Her movements are composed and confident. She may be older than 50, with a mixture of gray and dark blonde hair. She has only one arm, the left one, notably muscular and with a hand so large it could likely chop off horse's head with a single strike, or crush yours like a berry. Through the slit of her robe, made of creamy worn fur, you spot her trunk-like legs. She runs her eyes over your blade, armor, and mail. Her lips form into something of a smile, distorted by the scar that runs through her mouth. The tall guy looks a lot like her. The tall man spreads his arms, forming a chain between you and his mother. Meet Foggy, friend. Ma, the rider has come to us from Hoblaven. Just look at this horse. His powerful voice turns timid, and he keeps turning his head from left to right and back. Too bad we have no hay. It looks hungry. The woman looks at him with amusement, then glances at your palfrey. Aye, a cute monster you've brought, but not enough fat on it. If it ever breaks a leg, bring it here. We'll smoke it for winter. She vaguely stretches out her only hand. What brings you to Foggy Lake, love? Just stopping by? Her voice is hoarse, like that of a traveler who spent too many autumn nights in cold tents, yet carries a hint of motherly concern. I close the animal pen behind me and head to the stairs. You won't find another shelter in this part of the Dragonwoods, especially not in creeks. She scratches her broad chin with sausage-like fingers. You drink? I don't, but go ahead. I'll accompany you. She scoffs with a kind smile. I don't plan to get drunk either, but it's your choice. Come, dear, share a story with me. I may have a snack to spare. Without waiting for your response, she walks inside. The tall man takes a deep breath. Go ahead, we'll take care of your horse, he encourages you with a gesture. And by that he means we won't do anything with it, adds the man in black fur. Whenever his screechy words follow the deep voices of his companions, he sounds like a brat. He won't be feeding or washing beasts that aren't going in a stew, but will keep an eye on it. They find new spots to rest, the side of a boat and a stool near the palisade. I ask them if they plan to join us. The large man chuckles. We don't have any guards. We need to stay sharp. No drinking, no leaving valued possessions behind. He nods to your horse. We'll feast in winter when we get a break from this place. I nod and go up the stairs. The narrow segmented window shutters let in a lot of light without letting the beast inside. The air is humid, but carries not a hint of putridity. The heels of Foggy's boots make her steps thunder even though the planks don't creak. Make yourself at home, she says without looking at you, heading to the trapdoor in the corner. I'll just grab a little something. Your ears catch the screeches of hunting birds and the wind that leaks in through the windows, but other than that, the room is quiet. The room is crammed with stuff. The bear pelt on the ground would be a nice resting spot, but the place doesn't look like a real home. No chests, no cabinets for clothes, no toys or tools for simple crafts that would fill the time during rainy evenings. Living with so many windows in winter would be a struggle. One could clear this place in one morning and move all that's worth saving onto a single wagon. The only things of exceptional value are the cauldron, made of pricey steel, and the hanging head of an insect-like monster. Its mandibles don't move, dim eyes seem intact, and its armored head tells a long story of survival through scratches and cuts. I check the basement. The meager light hinders your view. There are dozens of barrels, sacks, stone tools, bowls, and pieces of roasted fish or bird meat. Foggy not ices you, but doesn't say anything. She looks for something among a bunch of bottles. There's a couple more animal trophies placed on top of the barrels and leaning against the walls. Fangs, claws, monster heads, and a lizard skin. Quite a collection. I look where the ladder leads. You climb up the simple rope ladder and you reach the attic. It smells like a haystack. The floor is covered with animal furs, bags, and clothes. There's a soul sitting in a corner, a bearded man in his 20s whose only the right hand, though unlike the tavern keeper, he has kept the rest of his arm. His sleepy eyes observe you without a word. After he greets you with a nod, he starts to put on his boots. I sit down at the table and wait for the keeper's return. You take a glance at the blood on the table, the scattered yellow feathers, and a bowl of cuts and talons. You find yourself a clean stool. Froggy shows up soon, smiling, holding a plate with fruits and a cup squeezed among them, a bottle in her fingers and a cloth under her shoulder. She puts everything on a stool and wipes the table clean. Forgive the mess, just a part of the job, she explains without a hint of apology. I had rather dress birds in the yard, but the blood lures beasts. Sometimes the folks from creeks bring us meals, but we need to take care of ourselves. She throws the bloody cloth back into the bucket, making a splash, then sits down on a stool, making it look like it was made for a doll. She rests her elbow on the table and looks you in the eyes. Her voice is warm, yet intrusive. So, who am I dealing with? I introduce myself. The bottle removes its seal seemingly by itself. The wax floats in the air briefly, then lands on the table gently. Without a word, she pours a thick liquid into the cup with her only hand, but doesn't offer you any snacks just yet. I'm looking for Astarion, the previous Roadwarden. She looks at you for a long moment, without the slightest movement. And why do you think he's here? I'm not saying that I do, but maybe you know where I can find him. I misunderstood you. She shakes her head and leans on the table. I don't know his whereabouts. He didn't tell me a thing more than I needed to hear. When was the last time you saw Astarion? She glances at a window, same as the others, in the late days of spring. We were waiting for his return, me and all the villages. then moved on. I've no idea where he went. All of the villages, you say? She turns to you with the fierceness of a bear. That's what I said. What can you tell me about him? She rests her only hand across her tummy, which you identify as her version of crossing her arms. A customer and an errand runner. What's there to say? Your additional questions don't get many more answers. She brings up the man's looks and equipment without adding much to what you've already learned from Tulia. He was paying with dragons, rarely bartered, she adds. That's what city folk do, seeking riches and locking themselves in a chamber, prisoners of their might. It's not really what I'm aiming for. We'll see, love, we'll see. Did he do any jobs for you? She presses her tongue against her cheek and lips. Well, I'm not sure. He was bringing me news or delivering my messages, sold me some stuff, sometimes bought a thing or two. His life wasn't really that riveting, just another mug guzzler sitting in the corner patching his clothes. Did he sell you anything unusual? Such as what? Something that hints to where he went. I'll tell you if I think of anything. You don't sound especially bothered by his disappearance. You see me as someone eager to make friends with a vagabond. I'll take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keeper. Folks come and go, their faces disappear, friends die in my arms. Families fade away. There was a different Roadwarden years ago, and there's another one now. But there's only one Foggy in the north, and one Elan, that slow son of mine, and one Creeks. I have only so many tears to spare. We'll return to this later. Maybe,
Warrior
maybe.
said, "Good afternoon."
Welcome on in, Mora. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Once our souls were too restless to stay quiet, but now, go ahead, have a snack. The flesh of the pear is still white, the carrot is firm and crisp. The plums can't be from here, the place lacks a stove, so they were brought here from another settlement. They have a smoky aroma of burnt hazel twigs, smelling like winter food. Such snacks would be fitting even on the plates in the Merchant Guild. Foggy leans forward with an elbow resting on the table. Well, for me it's a lazy day. At least the rain spares us, so nicely holding off till the evenings. What's the story behind this place? It can't be more than a few years old. It's our third summer under the roof of Foggy Lake, but the palisade is older. It used to be a camping spot for the bird catchers from creeks, and there are fish here that don't swim in our streams. When we were but newcomers in the north, these lands were hard to bend, but the beast got used to us with time. A melancholy crawls into her eyes as she observes the meat in her cup. We reach for a snack. Every year or so we added something new. The rocks for a campfire, some stools, a fence, a firewood shed, a boat. At one point we brought the lumber from White Marshes and built a cabin, like the one at the Eastern Road. More folks started resting here, even traders from Gale Rocks and Old Pagos. A plenty fine spot for an inn, Her smile is warm. I'm building my home from nothing, you could say, and not for the first time. How about you? Does any of it sound tempting? My home is wherever I can find kind people. She chuckles. You can always find some folks who are somewhat kind some of the time, but all of them have their limits or bad days. Without a place to return to, you're missing out on souls and their stories. She looks you in the eyes with motherly concern. Or who knows, maybe you're different. How do you stay safe from the beast? You're completely open from the lake. Quick legs, love. Her brief yet thunderous laughter makes you flinch. We don't leave any food outside, but our cauldron smells. Every now and then something scary shows up. We lock ourselves in here, for days if we have to. Our windows help us keep an eye on the yard, better that than leaving the hamlet to goblins. You mentioned that having no wall from the lakeside is quite a risk. She nods in agreement and reaches for a dried plum. We don't bring children and old folks around, but this part of the peninsula is not so bad. at least in sunlight. Not much food growing or running around unless you can live on fish and birds. And the folks of creeks are great hunters, the greatest around. But there isn't a harbor in the city as well. How do you keep the creatures away? They're used to avoiding hobnabbing. The guards and sailors make it too dangerous for them. See, that's what I hope for. With enough time and crossbows, walls can only get safer. I just have to play it smart and take some risks. So far, it's working. Any interesting beast you hunt for? Oh, I hunt for nothing, she smirks. Not since I lost my arm. And the boys outside are not made for it either. They've no drive to fight, you see, and grew up to be wimps. They sometimes club down a hare, but we're all about foraging and bird traps now. The folks in creeks do the real hunting, she adds after a pause. Runners, mufflons, rats, sometimes a buffalo or a saurian. We have no soil for fields, so game meat is all we have left. She stretches out, getting even taller. Do you hunt often? Sometimes I set up traps. I don't risk facing big game. That's hardly a hunt, is it? She leans forward, chuckling. Picking up a dead bird from a loop is not the same as pushing away a warm corpse that was just pinning you down to the ground. She looks to the open window shutters. Not the same, but probably smarter. A friend of mine was a real huntress for a year or so. What brought you north? You don't look like someone who spends her life cleaning tables. Once you burn enough dead friends and relatives, clean tables start to look plenty tempting. She leans forward and takes another look at her bottle, sealing it with an approving nod. My ma and pa were both big and strong. One time they saw me sitting on this kid, twisting his arm, so they started to teach me. Staff duels, running, lifting barrels and rocks. Thankfully, the army chieftain said I wasn't disciplined enough. She rubs the scars to her forehead. So I did a lot of things. Escorted some merchants, joined a group of adventurers, hunted for bounties, guarded a village temple. The last memory makes her voice gloomy. Not all these things make me proud of myself. She smells the mead in her cup but doesn't take a sip. I moved here only after I lost my arm, when the folks were fleeing the invasion. I took my elan, a casket of dragons, and joined a more organized group. Arm or not, I still have a fierce punch. She lets out a pleased grunt. I was worth keeping around. Her voice can't hide that she's delighted to carry on with her tale. Now that the years are catching up with me, and even more so with my back, I need to build myself a decent shelter. I crave no adventures, but I'm happy to hear stories from other restless souls. In the meantime, I'll practice this little trick. She points at the cauldron in the middle of the room and starts to make circles with her finger. The ladle mimics the movement, mixing the stew for another minute or two. That's also good for my back. Your name's Foggy, and this is Foggy Lake. Is a tavern named after you, or after the lake? The lake has no name. She moves her cup away and leans forward, resting her elbow on the table. Her voice is playful, warm. Yet, I mean, but there will be stories about this place. Believe me, about passing by the lake while getting to Foggy's. I may not be a dragon slayer or a holy woman, but one way or another, my soul will live on and my name tied to these walls. She looks at you in silence, then bursts into laughter. You could swear she makes the jars shake. I'm plenty fine being vain. We all want to be remembered, I think. My pa used to say memories of ours live in the blood of our children. But guess what? Kids die as well. All my brothers and sisters gone. She pauses, but there's no sadness in her eyes. Stories have a better reach, We can tell each other about strangers who lived centuries ago. There's magic in that. I nod to the spot where her right arm should be. Any story there? She leans back, moving her shoulders and chest up and down as if she's having a soundless chuckle. Not one I'm going to share with a newcomer, dear. Stay alive until next autumn. I'll open a cask of cold cider and tell you quite a tale. As treason, treasure, monsters, and dark spells. But I'm way too sober for it now. She grabs her cup. Her wink turns into an awkward blink. So, you can move things with your thoughts. She chuckles. Why, can't you? I know some tricks, but not that one. Seeing that you have nothing to add to this, she shrugs. My grandparents used to be great mages, but not great enough to survive the plague. Her scarred lips form a grimace. My mom got no talent from them. After a year of training, she was hardly able to move a feather by a foot. I always knew I had a strong pneuma in my blood, but there was no soul there to teach me how to use it. She examines her cup. I'm trying to figure it out by myself, but without a teacher, I may not have enough summers left. What's going to happen next? Will you build a real wall? Why not? Then grow my connections in the villages, buy more hard drinks, build another shed, a cabin even, and hire a privet warden for these roads. You know, for my guests. She sips from her cup looking at you, but it's all in the distant future. We, at Creeks, need to take care of the eastern route, clear it for the traders. Without trade, all I have is the locals, and they don't even use dragon boats. But why do you care, dear? Are you planning to stay around? I hope to stay on the road, visit other parts of the Dragonwoods. Is that so? All the tales I've heard make me glad I now have a place of my own. The trails grow green and thorny, the villages turn empty, the cities lose their reach. She leans forward and stares into your eyes. If that's really your plan, it won't end well for you. What will you do without roads? You seem to be into some expensive drinks. The pricey ones are gifts I received or treasures I found when I was young. I also bought a few I like to offer something unusual to the wealthier or more promising guests. She tilts her cup and grabs a purple carrot from the snack plate. I dabbled with some recipes myself. I have plenty of brewing tools, though I can name maybe half of them. Still, from ales to hard drinks, I had some successes. I must say, love, I rarely meet folk with that many questions. She gives you a warm look. What hides beneath them? We all need friends, don't we? She rests her hand on her tummy. We do, but some of us need them more than the others. I would say it's better for me to have a peek into a Roadwarden's head. A good one could shake things up a fair bit. The bad ones, well, they die quickly. I have some things I'm willing to part with. You know we're by the lake. She laughs and gestures for you to take your catch anyway. There are fresh fish in creeks, salty ones in Gale Rocks. Maybe try it in the Okay. What do you have for sale? Now you're talking, she grins. Well, I could serve you some of my cooking. Not food rations, mind you. Need what we can save for the winter season. Let's say you give me a dragon, and in return I'll cook for you 4 times. You just need to ride up when you're hungry, and other than that, you won't take any wood or stone, are you? Seeing your shrug, she waves it off and heads to the trap door. After a minute, she shows up with a sack that clangs after every step. I can sell you some scraps. She pulls out a couple of iron clasps, nails, and a broken steel blade. A valued trash. We found them while forging. We don't have a furnace in creeks, but you could sell these bits and pieces to someone else. She observes you for a moment, then shrugs. Let's discuss the price. 6 for that, huh? Could I spend a night or two under your roof? She approaches a window above the table and looks outside. Your beast won't make it easy for us, dear. She places her hand on the shutters. It's not a city inn. I don't cook for a smile. I don't work to feel noble. I allow folks to lie down there for free. She points to the bare fur with her broad chin. but that's about it. If your horse stays outside, it'll lure the beast to us, but if we move it here, upstairs, it'll leave its droppings on my floor. She gets annoyed even by the idea of it happening. If you want to rest here, love, be ready either to pay with a coin or some food rations, or to spend the night keeping your mount quiet. And clean after it in the morning, will you? She steps away. Can I take a look at your broom set? I'm a bit of an alchemist. She frowns but gestures for you to follow her. Don't touch anything. I've no toys here. She gasps as she squeezes through the trap door. Downstairs, she has to lower her head to avoid the beams beneath the ceiling. The humid scent of over a dozen wooden barrels is free of putridity. Your eyes run over the trophies. Claws, bones, jaws, and tusks are gathered in piles, while the staffed heads of various creatures observe you with their fake eyes. Foggy lights a candle with the help of a tinderbox and leads you to a table in the furthest corner. The instruments made of glass, gold, and copper would allow you to brew even advanced potions. Bottles, scales, knives, alembics, mortars, a crucible. The jars on a shelf contain simple but useful ingredients. I could put this table to good use, Foggy. Could you now? Her voice is playful, but her face is covered with shadows. You could also set the place on fire, or spill my stuff, or break this glass thingy. She waves at one of the alembics and heads back to the stairs. We'll see how trustworthy you are, dear. We'll see. She suddenly turns back and gives you a harsh look. Don't you think I'll give you my stuff for nothing? We're in the middle of nowhere. Ingredients are expensive. You brew, you pay, and if I don't like the way you walk around here, you pay more. The rule of the tavern. I'm looking for work. She grins. I somehow doubt you're here to forage for me, love. Not that I have any room for another soul. Let me think. She runs her eyes over the shelves and the trophies, but it's the rocks surrounding the fireplace that catch her attention. The folks at Old Pagos are weirdly quiet. They were supposed to drop 2 wagons of rocks at my place. Can you check on them? Just find out if they're fine. We mentioned the payment. It won't take much work from a rider. You can get there and back in less than a day. Just ride west of here until the road takes you south to the crossroads. Turn west again and you'll find the village. I'll give you, let's say, a dragon bone. You say it's not much, but she waves it off. A Roadwarden should get familiar with all the villages anyway, right? Just do it when you have a chance. I'll have more coins for you once you prove you can be trusted with the simpler tasks. What can you tell me about Old Pagos? It may be one of the oldest villages in the north, but even if not, it's safe with strong walls and safe roads. Their crops are weak, but for generations now they've been cutting stone and building for other tribes in exchange for supplies. Some time ago they tied themselves to the monks, and now they don't look kindly on those who don't follow the orders of truth. She pauses, twisting her lips to one side, choosing her words carefully. But they're plenty fine folks, true believers, something lost in the city, not ones to deal in slave trading and pillage. I bring news from Old Pagos. They're not good. Listening to her tale, she rubs her forehead. Well, not what I was hoping to hear, love. I'm glad you went there. Better warn the other settlements. Folks should know before they send their own messengers. It's going to be a rough few seasons for all of us. She pulls out a dragon bone from her pocket and tosses it in your direction. Here, good job. She steps to the jar drawer and looks at the lake. Want me to do anything else? She scratches the stump of her missing arm. Her powerful voice carries the hint of a threat. I need a soul who can handle a delicate task, and I'm not sure it's you, dear. What can you tell me about the peninsula? I know this and that. Which place? What can you tell me about? Hmm. 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 I have some questions. I've heard there are some bandits in the north. She makes an annoyed grimace. What can I tell you, dear? You know how it goes. Lost souls need a new path after an awfulness finds them, but the years go by and it doesn't get any easier. One day they take a pile of firewood, another one some bread and clothes. After they start hurting folks, there's no way back, even if they're not at all cruel. You ask her some more, but she's reluctant to give you straightforward answers. You don't have to worry about Glossia's band. They hunt, sometimes take this or that, scavenge after folks who get jumped by beasts, but she never tried to threaten my place. You're safe here, and why would they try to bother a Roadwarden? She may be right. Some bandits are just desperate. Boggy grabs the dirty dishes and puts them near the bucket. Have you heard anything about the necromancers here in the north? She rubs her chin. I don't like what they're doing one bit, but I can't blame them. The folks in White Marshes struggle, and they don't know how to protect their kids, their elders. Oryntius, their priest. She cracks her shoulders. A quiet man, but preaches like a zealot. Always looks like he's on the verge of crying. She opens the door with a wave of her hand, letting in some fresh air. She looks at the lake. They used to trade in lumber, those from marshes, until Howard's Down started selling their own trees for better prices. The trade to marshes died, and so came the hunger. She looks at you with an unclear grimace on her lips. You may judge them, but at least their preacher gave them hope, even if it's tied to black magic. The table and nearby shelves contain precise tools and a decent supply of basic substances, used as a base for various potions, bombs, or powders, but you'll have to compensate Foggy with dragon bones for using her store. Alchemical procedures take at least a couple of hours, which involve complex preparations of tools, mixing of ingredients, and maintaining the brewing process. Because of this, you have to be of a strong shell and sharp soul to make any mixture. Some of them can only be used once. The balm you know of won't be enough to make the insects leave the water bank, but once you put it on your skin, they should cease their bites. You can easily make a whole jar at once and share it with your mount. Yeah, okay. The herbs you're looking for, such as basil, mint, and lavender, are common around here. You wash them with care and bring them all back to the table, where you start with your knife and end with a mortar. It would feel like cooking if it wasn't for the smell. Harsh, overwhelming, it makes you sneeze more than once. You add a drop of linseed oil and the leaves blend into a green and blue ointment. I wash one of the jars that are on the shelf and use it to store the balm. Once the man in black furs hears your steps, he nudges his companion and nods to you. They put away the old new straps they were trying to fix, proper for hares and small birds. The tall one spreads his arms, thundering his loud welcome. A road warden, I guess we're going to see each other a lot. I'm Elan, and this shorty here is Zavi. The man in the black fur looks up, frowning. There's also the one-headed man you saw in the attic. Unlike the rest of the staff, he has an unkempt beard and worn clothes made of blue fabric, patched with scraps of flour sacks. He is looking down to examine a trap, but his shoulders are slumped, eyes absent. Elan doesn't introduce him. Jade, nice to meet you. Elan smiles. Were you at Pelt of the North yet, friend? He blushes. How is Dalit doing? I haven't been there yet. Bummer. It's on the south road. They're kind to travelers. These hunters wanted to buy hard drinks and healing potions from us. The innkeeper is their boss, but just wait before you meet Dalit. She played dice with us for a good hour and knows all sorts of tales about monsters. And her smile. Must be really bored, that one. His smile turns into a grin. Better say hi to her for us. Zvi adjusts his black cloak. Our traps won't fix themselves. What brings you to us? Elan frowns at his interruption but says nothing. I turn to the one without a hand. Do you know Tulia? The man gives a surprised glance, but then looks down and crosses his arms, holding his hand under his shoulder. I'm a new man now. There's nothing that ties me to the army. He has the accent of the city folk, same as yours. You've crossed a great part of this land, greater than most. Have you seen anything unusual? He takes a deep breath, his voice is close to a whisper. There's fog in my soul. I was on the eastern road, hungry and sick, praying for the right to send his beast on me and save me from the pains of living. I remember the touch of fur and the breath on my neck, the claws pinning me to the ground. I was waiting with my eyes closed, then I woke up in the middle of the night, still feeling. I got back on my feet, walking until I reached the lights of this tavern
Stream
without so much
elements.
as a bruise.
Said. Stay moist, my
Foggy may have
friends,
no faith in
hydrate.
her heart, but the right used her kindness to give me a second chance. Elan frowns at the man's words, and there's cautiousness in his voice. He may be crazy, but it's true he came here after midnight, raving. Maybe the monsters don't like his scent. So you forgot everything. He hides his stump in the palm of his hand and curls up. I've seen a dragon eating a tree, an ape that tore away the head of a monstrous cat, and a wolf without fur that was as quick as a lightning. Now leave me alone, evil spirit. Let my shame rest. He's shaking. Let him be. Zvi grunts at you. Nothing wrong about a man trying to forget. Elan rubs his chin. A furless wolf friend. I've heard about one. Our tribesfolk saw it in the heart of the woods. A nasty beast. Let's hope it won't find a mate for breeding. It charges at you like a runner and jumps right at your throat. He touches his neck, so even the hunters stay away from it. Too bad we've no crossbows. He raises his wooden club. Aye, better to avoid the deep woods without one. Have you ever met Erastos the trapper? They exchange looks as Svi adjusts his dark cloak. We don't hunt all that much, just catch birds and so on. Why don't you try in creeks? Do you often have travelers here? Elan's voice is like thunder. Nah, we may very well be the last one this season. Sometimes a group of adventurers who knows why, and southern traders in spring and autumn. Most of our visitors are from the villages, usually creeks and gale rocks. They leave goods at our place or just outside, and my mom barters in their name with the others. I mean, rocks, timber, furs, and barreled fish can wait a few days. What can you tell me about the peninsula? Zvi lets out a sigh. Not much to see here, trees, rocks, ponds. I've never been in Hunter Howers. He starts, but then Elan chips in. I have, a couple of times. A nice place, kind folks. Lots of grain. They have but one trader, Akakios. He pays poorly, but at least doesn't waste one's time. Gets straight to the point, see? He thinks for a bit, and they're all so tall, twice as tall as he is. He points at Svi, who frowns and squeaks back at him. Bullshit. You gossip for the next few minutes, but the things they share with you are of little use. They end up saying that you should talk with Foggy instead. She used to travel a lot and speak with every visitor. What's your plan? I could use some work. V nods, and Elan's voice gets even louder. Glad to hear that. There's hardly any fruits left around here, and even fewer mushrooms. So we're planning to do some bird catching, a hunt without killing. Maybe not today, but in 3 days, maybe a bit later. What do you say? Why would you need my help with birds? Don't you just let them walk into traps? Elaine glances at the cords used for snares. These won't do. We want to catch a runner this big. He raises his muscular arm and stops it maybe a foot above his head and bring it here alive. We want its meat for later. The man with one hand interrupts him. His voice is weak but disdainful. Beast ought to be dealt with, not tamed. Bonding with monsters brings only death. Will bring us full bellies in winter, squawks V. I can't leave my horse behind. Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. Elan waves a hand, just like his mother. The idiot will take care of it. The one-handed man starts to object, but a harsh shut up from Zvi makes him sigh. His shoulders sag. Elan goes on. He's a loony and would stumble over his own feet on a trip, but does what he needs when he told to. And you know he won't steal it. He hates animals. What's your plan? Elan grabs a rope and shakes it in front of you. You'll catch its neck. Your part would be to keep it from running. Don't hurt it, just make it busy enough for us to surround it. How much do you pay? I mean, it may be a scary trip, but it won't take that long. Just show up here at noon or before it. We'll be back in a few hours. You'll get 5 dragons, 2 if the bird dies. That's a good price for one afternoon, I feel like I could use better equipment. Well, you shouldn't need weapons for it, friend, but you may look for something worthwhile in Howler's Dell. Elan points west. Akakios is all about trade, not much for idle talk, but he sets things for all his folks. What are you going to do with your catch? We'll tether it to the palisade for a day or two, then take it to creeks. Our tribesfolk have enough space to look after it through autumn. Maybe it'll drop a few eggs. Even if not, it's fresh food. Is there a problem with supplies in creeks? The exchange looks, maybe, but not big enough to make us pay you more. This all sounds really dangerous. That's why we want you to do the rough part. We're just foragers. A Roadwarden knows how to fight, at least it's on its own without its flock. You're putting me in front of a large feast for just 5 dragons. That's bullshit. You haggle for a bit, while Elan gets easily convinced it's Lee who cuts your conversation short. Even his voice is croaky. It's also firm. You'll get 8. Ask for more and we'll do better buying food and Howlers. Fine, I'll be back in 3 days or soon after that. Elan grins. Do so. We still need to prepare and you better do so as well. But don't make us wait for long. Let's not test the bird's patience. Just come one day before afternoon. I could wash myself in the lake. You enter the bridge and move to its edge. Somewhere below you, not icy glimmer. Hey you, step back, run. Without even thinking, you leap to the yard. A long filled mouth breaks through the water's surface, splashing it in every direction. It bites the empty place where you were just standing, while the front limbs, thick-scaled and ending with claws as large as your fingers, land on the wood. Once the saurian's yellow eyes not eyes that you're outside of its reach, it nonchalantly slides into the lake. You hear laughter coming from the yard. Elan was running with help, but now stands with the hands on his thighs, cackling without rest. V, on the other hand, looks at you with worry. You see a hand kept beneath his cloak as if he was reaching for something. What are you doing? The lake isn't for outsiders. I'll stay away, don't you worry. He just nods and gestures for his companion to cut it. They both move to the gate. Steep house. That was what I was trying to remember earlier when we were talking to the girl, the woman. I'll just write that down. Okay. You know Erastos, right? She doesn't stop her work. Better than I know you. It's getting dark and the inn is loud and crowded. The innkeeper lights up the rushlights, the workers drink, and the guards are preparing for the night watch. If it wasn't for the presence of the creek and the uncanny lack of beggars, this place would feel like Hovlaven's marketplace. One of the tables is occupied by a dozen or so kids. None of them looks older than 12, and the youngest one, too dirty to resemble either a boy or a girl, is about 6. They are surrounded by their playthings, a mouflon on wheels, an elegant wooden sword, and a painted board covered with rocks, but they are bored and tired. Even though you only get a glimpse of them, the oldest girl notices your attention. She springs up to her feet and approaches you with a few skips. She's already pretty tall, dressed in a worn, subdued tunic, so long it looks like a sack. It would be rude to ignore her and smile and ask what she needs. She puts her hands together and puts on a grimace of playful misery. Master Roadwarden, hearing such an antiquated salutation makes it difficult for you to hide your smirk. We here, she points at her group. Bored, so bored, she puts the back of her hand to her forehead, letting out a deep sigh. Please, master, tell us a story or two, for each traveler sees with different eyes. The last few words sound like an echo of an old tale. Fine, make room for me at the table. The children gather around and ask you for a minute for them to gather their friends and siblings. After a bit of chaos, there's 20 young souls sitting closely to one another, on benches, stools, and on the ground. The red-haired twins brought a blanket to lay down on. You have a shorter side of the table all to yourself. The older kids understand your lost look in an instant. They start to hush each other, which causes an even greater amount of noise, but in the end, there are dozens of eyes staring at you, with a mixture of boredom and anticipation. I've read quite a few stories during my studies. I know a rather unique fairy tale. It's short and sweet, though at one point it gets a bit cruel. The youngest kid covers their eyes, which doesn't block their hearing in any way. As you get to the end, the tension disappears. The older kids clap for a bit, keeping their dignity intact, while the younger ones start to laugh and argue loudly about the best part of your tale. 2 girls start to wrestle, pretending to be characters that you just portrayed. Seeing this, the adults decide to intervene. You stand up, and the children do the same to show their respect. The girl that had previously talked with you thanks you for your time. It was my pleasure. I return to my tasks. Did someone contact you about work for me? Very much so. As for Timo, she's usually at the creek just outside the south wall doing laundry. She wants to find herself a husband. There's not much in it for you unless you'll be here for marriage rights, but it'll make her happier. Did you have a chance to talk with Erastos lately? His eyes get gentle. Poor kid, is he in trouble again? You mentioned that someone wants to offer him a job, but the innkeeper lets out a sigh and leans against the counter. Maybe that's for the better. Lately he's been struggling around here. While he's far from eager to share the details, one part in particular catches your attention. That's the thing with bad affection, you see. My wife was clear he ought to stay away from our daughters until both him and they passed 20, but it's easier said than done. I caught some nice fish. Would you like to barter for a food ration? He raises a fish to sniff it and holds his beard back, keeping it clean. Name any fish in our creek. I'll put them in a soup or bake them for a sauce. Yeah, take one. Takes your fish inside, making quite a bit of noise once there. Yay, thank you. Thanks. The guard informs you that she needs to look for her, so you sit down on a bench and wait. I have a few questions about Erastos. She makes an odd grimace, trying to smile while expressing confusion. I doubt there's much to stay here. He's just a trapper, and not the best one. I bring sad news from old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. For a few breaths she doesn't even blink. So close to us. A plague? How? She adjusts her cape and calls a guard with a gesture. Tell the others to gather by 8 ale, she tells her, then walks back into her eyes. I'll pass on the news once we're done here. We have closed the gates, maybe keep strangers away. She starts to tap on her deer buckle. At least we can make some preparations, thanks to you. Good wardening, she says with a little conviction, but you should also speak with our druids. They may have more questions for you. The guard returns and the mayor sends her away again. Warn Elpis, she must speak with Jade soon. I bring news about the other parts of the peninsula. The forest garden at the edge of the bogs is now mostly abandoned. I see, but that place is so far away from here we can't properly guard it. Not without a hamlet. I need to think if it's worth the effort. She leans forward, and even though she smiles, her voice is close to a whisper. I wonder, why are you here? What pushes someone to becoming a Roadwarden? I just want to help people. If I can make this area safer, I'm going to do it. She waits, expecting that there's more to be said, but lets out a nervous chuckle. Forgive me, it's something I mostly hear from children, not travelers. She observes you with keen eyes, but after a few breaths, shrugs her doubts off. What else do you need? I look for Tino, the washwoman. Before you reach the gate, you find 3 washwomen who are walking down the path, chatting loudly. The wet hair on their arms and legs shines, contrasting the mud on their feet. Some of them wear soaked shirts. All have their heads wrapped in kerchiefs. You know from the city how hard and sometimes dangerous their job can get. You glance over their laundry baskets filled with clothes and buckets of urine. Once they not nice you, one of them puts her things next to a fence and tells the others to go ahead without her. Her companions giggle but loyally leave the 2 of you alone. I was so hoping to speak with a traveler. She starts and looks away. Whenever she speaks, she's both very direct and distracted, struggling to explain her plans. After a brief conversation, you try to summon all up. So you seek a man who would agree to take part in the marriage rites of your druids. She nods energetically, but then freezes. She's tanned from warmth, but her face is young and smooth. And since her hair is hidden, her bright hazel eyes keep drawing your attention. Nay, just any man, she interrupts you angrily. Someone who stays in the sun and works hard for us and our kids. You ask if she has any children already, and then after another minute of her awkward explanations, you take a guess that she doesn't. You ask if it would make a difference for her to move to a different village. We live good lives here, safe and plentiful. I'd rather stay if I could leave with a safe convoy. This time the tall druid gives you an encouraging nod. Even though he remains on a bench, he's huge. He would do well as a guard at a city alehouse. I work further south to the spot where the new building is being built. You approach the building site. The stone foundations are finished, and the timber frame is jointed together with a set of intriguing cuts like a large toy. One day their walls will be whitewashed with limestone and turned into a prestigious shelter, unlike the houses made of logs and boards. The other buildings are surrounded by grass, flowers, and herbs. The turmoil of village life is drowned out by the sound of the creek, but the knocking of a hammer shatters this tranquility. The builders give you curious looks from above the log they are cutting. I walk past them and head to the Druids. You're welcomed by 8 elders gathered in a semicircle, watching your steps closely. They're not as large as the workers, and their clothes are far from humble. Instead of hemp pants or tunics, they wear colorful robes and dresses made of wool. They vary in style, length, and embellishment, separating them from the outfits of monks. You spot belts and cords, sandals, and closed shoes. One person is bald, one has silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. Most of the druids are clean and rested, though one is a bit of a sloven, with uncombed hair, stained clothes, and dusty feet. Also, unlike priests of Hovlevin, their hands are marked by scars, hard skin, old burns, and missing fingers. Still in silence, a woman with a staff steps forwards. I take a closer look at her. Her gray robe is decorated with a brown thread that portrays leaves, tree branches, and birds. She's over 50, but the youngest one of them all. Her back is straight, the gray hair only an inch long. She doesn't need a walking stick. Her weapon is smooth, longer than she is tall. Her blue eyes are vigilant and keenly observe your face, as if in search of venom in your nose and lips. Her lips are thin and small, formed into an austere line that shakes slightly as if she's on the brink of a burst of anger. She says nothing. I'm honored to meet you. She closes her eyes and tilts her head to the left. You listen to the creak, the hammer, and to your own breath. Honored, pleased, or maybe curious. Her words are slow and soft, as if she's tasting them. Honored. She's standing like a statue. This word means nothing to us. A healthy soul cares nay for honor, for it belongs to humans and their weak thoughts. Honor can neither burn nor suffocate, for 'tis already as dead as a rock, waiting for a slingshot to throw it. She opens her eyes for a moment. You see them not as blue, but rather as gray, like an autumn drizzle. She takes a step back. Your people would see your words as kind, but you are, and will be, an outsider. We'll listen, but you'll nay change us. Why do you speak for the entire group? She steps away, tilting her staff to the other druids who look at you gently. They's nay master among us. I've answers for our neighbors, and I know how to guide them, that's all. For now, I'm trusted, but I'm nay above anyone, and I take upon myself the burdens of daily life from the shoulders of the elders. One day my soul will get cloudier, or even lost in madness, like my mother's before me. Then my lips will be sealed, and a better shout will take my place. You can't tell if her eyes show sadness or relief. Can you tell me anything about your restos? She looks at the other elders. I doubt this boy did something that would require the attention of the city folk. Tell me about your faith. She tilts her head to the right and looks directly into your eyes. What do you want to know? I'd like to hear your teachings. Give away what you can, take only what you need. From your soul, from the soil, from the fellowship of humans, you'll leave behind only ashes. Accept it and grow in peace. She ends with a kind smile. If you think 'tis nay much, you're right. If you think any soul has enough years to follow this path fully, your soul is already beset by thorns. I see. In my home, our elders taught us the same thing. I believe they're right. She raises her left hand and touches your cheek gently. At first you feel the warmth of her skin, then you lose track of time as if her blue eyes have thrown you into a deep lake. Then you shake this feeling off, you feel refreshed. Thank you. She observes you with a modest, kind smile. What does it mean to be a druid? To be worthy of trust, Our elders have to trust that we'll master our shells under their guidance and use them to strengthen all of us. Our neighbors have to trust that we're worthy of their food, even if we do nay work with our hands. The creatures need to trust that we deserve to enter their woods. She observes you for a bit, and her fingers tap on her staff. This trust would never be put in an outsider. Wright's followers have their own tablets. How about you? For a moment you think she's not sure how to answer, but you then realize that she's humming to herself silently. She raises her hand and gestures for you to look around. The world of our ancestors was made the same as the one we see. They had their truth, we have ours. Stories come from humans. The animals think nothing of them, yet prosper. How do you feel about other religions? We do nay have to feel about them. If they let us live, we will nay strike first. A preacher was here once, when I was but 18. Her eyes get a bit more cloudy. I see that one could take the tablets and throw upon them, but the right earns the freedom of others, and their followers who beard and gray, dead temples from the skulls of those who do nay listen. We request trust, nay slavery. There are many rumors surrounding Druids. Some of them portray you as rather cruel. Nay, one ought to seek wisdom in every mouth they see. Her thin lips form a smirk, but her voice gets stronger. The butchers of the United are driven by fear, afraid to admit their old malice, to give up on their dreams of power, of comfort. They make us the monsters of their tales, for they want our people to look away as they hunt us. We're a mirror of their weakness, the sun to their shadow. We're the proof that they do nay have to rule. Have you ever met Asterion? Nay, seeing that you wait for more detailed answers, she taps her fingers on her staff. We had no reason to talk with him. I met an old druid in a cave south from here. She almost drops her staff. Her lips start to shake, betraying her peaceful words. He's one of us, but there were differences between our paths, and he has decided to be on his own. That's his right, and we will respect his will. What's your stance on necromancy? She grabs her staff with both hands. The awoken split onto the order of things, on time and nature. When held by human spells, they only grow, waiting for the pneuma of corruption to cover their bones. Their will is simple and will never be forgotten. They will hunt for those we care for, and they will drink their blood. Her face hides an emotion, her voice is monotonous, but her fingers are getting pale. The curse of necromancy does not nay enter our gathering. You need help with anything? Her lips are shaking. We can help ourselves. You'll know that's going to change. That is hopes to start negotiations with the Merchant Guild. What are your thoughts? She looks to your axe and clamps her hand over her staff with new strength. We are nay ones to tell our village how to act and how to think. If they decide to follow their mayor, we will follow. She lowers her voice and her gaze is like a storm. When a bear enters your house, you do nay scream at it, nor hold the door for it to leave. You wait, or throw it a fish, but if it heads to the bed of your child, you jump on its back, if all you have are your teeth. For a single heartbeat, you see a red line in her eye. That I'm looking for a healer. She raises her head a bit and observes you in silence. You may find them here. My soul has its limits. I need to be there when an elder falls down the stairs, when a child gets a fever, when a lumberjack cuts off their arm. We do nay need your dragon bones, and I will nay put a stranger above my neighbors. That is things you should know about the plague that has fallen upon all Pagos. You tell her what you've learned at the village gates, making her lean on her staff, touching it with her cheek. We can nay help with this tragedy. The people of Old Pagos are nay our friends, and we will nay risk our lives for theirs. She turns to the rest of her gathering. After their nod, she takes a deep breath. As she speaks, she looks at the ground. The great healer from the south cave. Only he may find a way. Thanks. I'll see what he has to say. Farewell. The shivers wake you up. You open the window and see the dense fog covering Howard's Creek, spreading like milk throughout the entire village. You hear an amused quarrel coming from the main square, and spot the dancing light of torches and lanterns, yet the village remains calm and asleep. Fogs tend to get more common in late summer, but the tribes of the Dragonwoods often see them as a bad sign. The wild spirits they carry are believed to impact both the visible and the invisible, and not in ways that help humankind. If there are any undead in these woods, the fog will strengthen them. The moon is bright and so is the night. You recognize the shapes of owls and bats and spot movements on the ground. There are many stories about the moon's origins and purpose, and they're older than any of the doctrines known in the cities. These legends are shared not by religions, but rather by tribes, as if they're a part of a deeper connection, something spread through the myth of mothers and wet nurses, or through the whispers of the trees and winds. For some reason it controls the weather. It gathers wheat clouds like a shepherd and shapes the tides. Gravity, specifically, but yeah. Um, Trader's not around. I set a table and wait for him. About the potion. Did you get it? The monks are not going to sell new potions anytime soon. They're struggling with the plague. The plague, he rolls sighs. Do the spirits have anything better to do than to throw logs under my feet? And what about the dolmen? Have you been there? Right here. With a grin, he picks up the bottle gently, tickles it, weighs it on his hand, then puts it on the counter. Great, now let's hope my little girl would not get herself swallowed by a dragon. So we said 5 rings. Thanks. How about some useful herbs or ointments? You do have druids around here. When they happen, sparse supplies. He puts a finger to his lips, giving a slight bite. The druids are better at casting healing than making bombs. Used to be different, but magic's stronger regardless. Before he can change the topic, he points northeast. Try by White Marshes. These, what's his face? A warlock here who used to take lessons at our village from the old archdruid. If anyone around here knows his way around leaves, 'tis him. Do you have any issues with your grass toes? He wags his finger. What do you mean? He broke something again. And what now? He wants me to pay you back. Tell him to fix it on his own or grab him in and drag him here. You wait for a few moments, not sure if you should ask how many times such a thing happened before. His breath is heavy. I'm being bothered by howlers, anything to plug my ears. And you can just avoid them, I guess. With a raised eyebrow, he reaches for a yellow candle and plays with it with his long fingers. You know they eat plants named meat. Should they be too dangerous for a working female? Lend me your axe. He cuts off a few chunks of flax, removes the wick, and gives them to you. Here, roll these in your hands, warm them up, and make a shape you want. Thank you. A family of deer you met some days ago has returned to the pond, this time accompanied by more members of their pack. One buck towers over all the others with antlers as large as your palfrey. It takes a few steps to you, shaking his head. You better stay where you are. Now observe their curious, lazy glances. While the adults quench their thirst, the young ones are playing in the tall grasses or basking in the middle of the road. It takes quite a few minutes before the large beast orders the others to head back into the woods. Its bellow is like a falling boulder. You hear the chilling roar of a dragon from the mountains. At least there's no avalanche. The old druid is resting on the bench and welcomes you with a new interest in his voice. Words of the help you showed to my neighbors from Howard's Dell have reached me, traveler. Good, very good. I'm always ready to do the right thing. He vaguely grunts. I'm trying to learn more about this traveler, Erastus. Are you sure he's a trapper still? His tone is inquisitive. I spoke with him in this very place nay so long ago, and he was convinced he's going to take a lighter craft. I wonder why you don't wear robes like the druids from Howard's Dell. I wear what I need, and therefore what is needed of me. He speaks with pride. My ancestors knew such paths leads to freedom, nay empty gestures, but honesty, gratitude, and tranquility. He looks to the north. Those left in the village are putting their heads into matters that fit the empty-hearted. Their petty clothes are but a costume, nay better than a dress of a merchant, or a pretty rock thrown into a lake. I bring news from old Pagos. A terrible plague has fallen upon it. His eyes widen. What did you say? A plague? You tell him everything you've heard about the symptoms. He attentively observes your lips and sometimes asks you to clarify some details. Though you usually don't know how to answer him, he finally nods, then turns away and approaches the cardinal beds, lost in his thoughts. You wait in silence. He speaks after a short break. There's nothing I can do. His words are trembling. Is there anything I can do? He strokes his beard and examines your equipment. There may be. You can help me cast a spell of great power, but it will take much. You would nay dare, and you would have to give up a grand reward. 'Tis a quest for a hero, nay a messenger, and there are nay heroes. You underestimate me. I show you what I'm made of. Before we finish, he turns away from you and looks at the falling water. Then listen. Help me awaken Beholder, the good totem from the swamp. We have already passed his altar in the crossroads north from here. It needs to be fed, and it will only feast on spirits, the Numa held in human blood. The magic locked in items. Offer them, and it will answer your call. But 'tis a hungry being, and it will nay be nurtured by a single gift. Who knows how much it wants? He carries on without pausing, as if he's speaking from memory. But let it grow, and it will reward you. Take its holy seed and bring it back to me. I'll enter the village, and through the totem's power, I'll replenish my strength and keep the Numa before it leaves the lungs of humans. He stands in the same spot for a few breaths, then finally looks back at you. So I need to offer magic to the altar. What must we do next? When you deliver the seed to me, we'll be through the lonely time to get to old Pecos and back. 'Tis a long road for a shell of my years, but the totem's gift will keep me strong. Tell me more about this seed. His voice becomes confident and solemn. Beholder bears but one fruit a year, and only if his hunger is satisfied. The heart of this fruit, its seed, holds a great power of youth, strength, and magic. Therefore, when the winter ends, the people of Howersdale gather at its feet and give away the Numa held in their blood and possessions. 'Tis a sacrifice that would kill a single soul, and when shared by many, 'tis but a sign of acceptance, an act of overcoming pain. It sounds like you're trying. You have anything I could give to the altar? He reaches into a pouch that was previously hanging from his neck. I do not know you, and I can nay trust you, but if 'tis this or the death of dozens of souls, I have nay choice. Here, as he reaches out, you see a flat, bluish pebble lying on his open palm. You could go to any stream and find hundreds of rocks like this one. 'Tis a gift I received a few years back, a rock filled with Numa by Eudocia, the enchantress. Once put in one's mouth, it brings back the strength of one's exhausted Numa, or kills you, if you're nay a spellcaster. Put it on the altar, and it will help you feed it. Maybe it's time to ask the druids from the village to help me. I'm sure they could spare some of their Numa. He puts his hands on his sides and looks at the druids above him. If they were willing to help you, they would nay send you here, at least nay all by yourself. They stare into the promises of power and the fears that such promises bring. For them, losing Numa is a risk. You must understand that old Pecos is nay friend of theirs as it bows to the right, the creature that blasphemy wither. Many people would nay spare a tear for this place, and would much prefer it to turn into a house for whores and works. Sounds like you're trying to push me into some dark magic, old man. He gestures for you to stop. None of us would accept a sacrifice of a human life. To grow, Beholder needs nay our souls, but rather any Numa it can find. Your judgment is nay needed here. What will I get in return for all this trouble? He looks to a brown rat that wanders near the rocks looking for seeds. Who can tell? I would nay treasures to share, and I'll do my part nay for a reward, but for my belief that 'tis the right thing to do. Maybe the monks keep something in a chest and then discussing temple affairs. Okay, we'll see what we can do, I suppose. We need magic items. Hmm. 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 Can I enter the cavern? I need a place to rest. Okay, I didn't think about that. Um. Okay. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. We pull the rope and see two flopping fish. Yay! Fishy fish! Okay, there we go. We washed up a little bit at least. I set the fish trap again. I enter the goblin's lair. You return to the northwest corner of the village. The goblins may have been killed or chased off, but their smell is still around, so horse is just as secure as it was last time you were here. You tether it to the animal pen, the one with a single boulder, allowing it to graze on the struggling dry grass. Just in case you take your blade with you, but also the other pieces of equipment. You don't expect the creatures to move back, but who knows when the next scavenger will move in to feed on the remains of the pack. You stand in front of the entrance. The dried out blood now covers the old layers of dirt and rubbish. I plug my nose with some scraps of fabric and maybe cover it as well. It helps, but not as much as you would like. When you find yourself surrounded by the chopped off shell parts, trash, body fluids, and feces, your imagination fills in the blanks with vague sensations. Not looking directly at the place of the carnage helps, so you raise your eyes and move forward. The building has two floors, with the upper one used to store straw and supplies. Since the roof's collapsed, half of this place is covered with broken furniture, beams, bricks, planks already overgrown by moss and fungi. The greenish pile makes you think of the side of a hill, though it's riddled with so many gaps that light and rain can squeeze in between the debris. You try to avoid the puddles. The lair is as crude as a rat's nest, yet escape your words and senses. The sleeping spots are made of straw, scraps of clothes, feathers, and moss, but are so old and clumped together that you doubt they are any softer than the rubber flakes beneath them. The corners are filled with feces, and you don't think it would make any difference for the creatures to reveal themselves in the middle of the room. You see broken furniture and all sorts of rubbish with no specific shape nor a purpose you can identify, and a stack of bones and sharpened sticks taller than you are. It's nothing like the humble shelters that the families of apes build along the tree crowns. It's tamed chaos, an attempt at maintaining order in a place that seems to be a human structure, yet is still not a part of the wilderness. Just a few days ago, dozens of beasts were living here, but you can't imagine how anything could survive in such conditions. The walls are covered with black and green molds. The floor is very much alive, with countless worms, insects, small lizards, and rodents running among the dirt and the fresh shells of furry goblins. The blood, guts, and flesh are moving way more spots than you would hope for. Something is happening in your tummy. Time to look for anything of value. I'm ready to spend even more than an hour at this place. The painful search takes you an hour. You move the carcasses around, look at the stacks of garbage, examine the sleeping spots. By accident, you make one of the piles of furniture collapse, covering the floor with yet another layer of chaos. With every minute, you get more upset about the state of your boots and gloves, knowing that some tiresome cleaning is ahead of you. The disappointment grows. There are many stories of goblins storing unusual treasures in their lairs. They find not even a single dragon. Could the hunters have been so sharp-eyed in their search that they've left nothing behind? Or were the goblins simply never interested in gathering things for which they found no purpose? You move a larger plank, an egg-shell leaning against one of the moldy walls, and you reveal something curious, a group of signs made with red paint. The paint is old, placed with noteworthy artistry. It portrays a large tree without leaves, just a bunch of branches. You saw a similar plant in the main square of Howard's Dell. Its roots grow out of a human skull, penetrating its eye sockets and the open mouth, and a couple of red drops were allowed to run down the wall. Above the tree you see a single large word, Traitors. I go outside. I need the fresh air and some water from the river. Oh, managed to win. Very good. About the goblins. It's done. Most of the goblins are dead. Some are back in the forest. The loot wasn't that great, though maybe we missed something under all the pieces they left behind. Well, thanks to some magic, our wounded are fine. She pushes her hair away from her neck. I still think the place could be burned. I met Elan. He says hi. She looks up, twirling her hair. She thinks, I'm sorry. Who? Foggy's son. She gives you a beaming smile. So that's his name. His accent's so thick I kind of misheard it. Forgive me. How's he doing? You gossip about the man and his companion, and a couple of the hunters join your conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, and traveling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion and creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leather and furs, while others are convinced that linen is more convenient. And if you're cold, just put on a cloak, says a woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving with David and the napping boar. Thank you. I got some more fish. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hmm. The neglected path barely finds any space among all the hills, trees, and streams. There's a deer on the ground, lying in a red puddle, surrounded by a small pack of creatures whose small eyes your presence quickly. There's about 8 of them, with thick furs in shades of brown, gray, and black, and hairless faces with small eyes and large mouths, currently stained by the blood of their prey. Some of them move on all fours, while others comfortably stand on 2 feet. They are 2 to 3 heads shorter than you, but your mount which truly towers over them. and you see how a couple of the beasts take a few steps back, grunting and glancing at one another. The one with gray fur shouts, and the others move to the rocks and sticks which are piled on the road. They hold them awkwardly and struggle to maintain a straight posture, leaning on their new weapons for support. Then almost all of them spread to your left and right, bending with the shrubs loudly. Only two of the apes are standing still. I grab my axe and hold the reins tightly. Forrest tries to turn around, but loyally follows your directions. I look behind me just to be sure they are not already there. You see a surprised goblin, which, as far as you can tell, is not a part of the group surrounding the carcass. It's holding a wooden spear, or rather a pointed stick, longer than the creature is tall. I grab the spear and pull it. You grab the spear and struggle a bit to take it away from the goblin, but the way the situation unfolds seems to shock it so much that lets go of the weapon and jumps away, landing on all fours. It grunts and all, and the other goblins shout at you and at one another. They suddenly leap forward, trying to get to you from multiple directions at once. There's more of them now than at the start. Over a dozen. Goblins are one of the very few creatures that use tools and weapons commonly, though they don't seem to be smart enough to make something more complex than a sharp rock or a pointed stick. If they have no other option, a long branch will do. Some of the objects they carry around are actually too heavy for the goblins to efficiently use them, while others are counterintuitive. It's not rare to find a goblin using a sword or a crossbow as if they were a club. The older, stronger packs try to gather as many dangerous objects as they can find. They are notorious for scavenging for the abandoned remains of foes, and if they're brave enough, they even attack farmers or hunters, adding to their rewards fresh human meat. The weapon you took has a light blue scrap of fabric tied to it, just beneath the pointed tip. You wonder why a monster would care about decorating their tool. I can't win, and I can't run away. I rush horse forward. Your mount speeds up, though it doesn't have enough space to enter a gallop. You prepare your weapon, but while you feel somewhat comfortable with a blade on foot, fighting from a saddle is completely unfamiliar to you. The younger goblin attempts to stop your horse, but the strike it receives sends it into the nearby bush, screaming in pain. The gray one, however, manages to grab your boot and is now trying to keep up with your speed, making one long leap after another. Your attack with the pointed stick almost hits the mark, but the creature makes such unpredictable movements that you struggle to land a good jab. I aim for the head. You hit it with the pointed stick, not only piercing the beast's skull, but also using the impact to push it out of your way. It rolls over the road, and your mount runs faster. The tip is covered with blood. Your leg is free, the road is clear, we ride as fast as we can. For a few more moments you hear the angry shouts and screeches, but soon after that, as they gain only you and your mount, you realize that you still have the goblin spear, a primitive pointed stick which would be completely useless in most situations. There's a light blue scrap of linen tied to it, just beneath the pointed tip. You wonder why a monster would care about decorating their tool. Maybe it never bothered to get rid of it. I better attach it to my bundles. The spear is light and you easily strap it along the belt side. It looks like a broom handle. Time to see what we're going to find down the road. A round pine tree edge blocks the road. For a wayfarer, walking over the thin branches at the top is not much of an issue. Even a horse, led on a rope, could walk around the stump, and a large wagon could move onward in one piece, at least not without detaching the mules, unpacking all the wares, and moving everything by hand. Cutting a tree into pieces would take hours, even with proper tools, and you can't hope to move it with just the muscles that you and your mount have to offer. I want to look around. The surrounding area. You walk deeper into the wilderness, searching through the shrubs and trees. You don't find any side paths, nor remains of a camp or hamlet. The first named trail you find has been used exclusively by animals. The tree. The leaves are not completely dry, and when you break one of the twigs, it still contains water. There are no signs of sickness that you can recognize, and the termites or other bugs are still sparse. Beneath the trunk, there's no blood, no abandoned limbs. Don't find any marks of a maw or paws. The top is hip high and naturally smooth. You can comfortably sit down on it. In the trampled grass you find two sets of tracks to follow. There are no hoof prints. The first set is near the destroyed wagon. The wayfarers suddenly stop. You can see where they made a sharp turn. The second trail was close to the tree stump. Most of the marks were left by flat, cheap boots, not suitable for long walks, but someone was wearing hard, wide heels, distorting the ground. Both trails avoid the eastern wilderness. They stick to the main road and lead you north. They could have belonged to 2 dozen people, maybe more. You followed them for a bit, but lose them was there's no more mud and tree needles to find. The planks are still firm, and there's no mustiness in the air, but the vehicle needs to stay pushed to fall to pieces, like a child's toy with nothing to keep the parts together. There are ways to construct a wagon with just wood, leather, and fiber, but you find the marks of hinges, braces, nails, and clamps which are now all gone. The wheels are missing, their steel rims. You find only one linen bag, empty and moist. You can't estimate how deep the tracks are. The ground was hard, so the cart's weight wasn't a significant factor. It would only take it 2 steps to disappear in the deep water. The rocky bank smells fresh and is filled with the sound of frogs, insects, and birds. It's not a good spot to quench your thirst. The beds of long kelp pulled by the flow of the river are crowded with fish and four-legged creatures that you don't even recognize. You keep an eye on the land. There's no carcass in sight and no signs of shells that would be left nearby. There are no berries left, only broken twigs, fallen leaves, and trampled grass. You not eyes a pointy arrow made by a human hand, with a head made of horn and black-orange fletching. These feathers originally belonged to one of the local peasants. You see no arrow marks around, not even on the wagon. Hmm. The rocky wall isn't much of a challenge. The top of the hill is covered with short grass and sparse trees. You notice a couple of bushes with a good view of the road, just next to the remains of a campfire, charred pieces of wood, ash, bird bones, trampled grass, and a broken earthenware bottle. You follow the deepest cracks leading to the edge of the soft earth. Someone jumped down, or at least stopped stepping on the grass. The road here is already being overgrown, fading away with no worse shape than the other parts of the southeastern route. No alternate path is formed around the blockade. I think I know what happened here. It was cut down to set up an ambush. It was attacked by highwaymen. Um, while you can't be sure of what really happened here, you don't think there's much left for you to find. Let's hope you haven't missed anything. Hmm. Hardly any light reaches the ground through the clouded sky. The deep night, as some people call it, so dark that you can't see the fingertip of your extended hand. You try to look outside, but to no avail. Even the predators will spend the next few hours hidden, unsure what surrounds their shelters and hideouts. Not all of them, though. You hear a cheerful howling coming from the heart of the forest. A hunt queen, or maybe a hunt lord, has already captured its next meal. I should feel safe in such a well-guarded stronghold, but just in case I crawl to the window and make sure it's closed. Axe throwing, and we win again. Very good. I show her the arrow I found near the fallen tree. Did any of you drop this? She returns it without hesitation. None. We get ours from the villages in the south, and they don't use pheasant feathers. The locals ask too much for their arrows as if they're filled with pneuma or something. Hmm. Hmm. As long as you ride uphill, the forest is sparse. Soon after, the tree roots tear the path apart.
Stream
The road
elements.
is coated with branches,
Said.
acorns, leaves, and
Stay moist, my
chestnuts,
friends,
and some
hydrate.
seedlings have already broken through the pith surface of the road. If left undisturbed for another year or two, the forest will reclaim this place. Finally, you ride upward again. The plants are getting smaller, the road more rocky. You struggle to ignore the overwhelming layers of the howling wilderness. The birds, insects, monkeys, wind-blown leaves. It takes some time before you isolate the more distant roaring of large monsters from the west, hidden in the deep forest of the lowland, the realm of no humans. Still, you don't hear anything coming from the watchtower. Its upper level lacks a wooden platform from which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on the opponents below, so this place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Such structures can be found in especially untamed parts of the Dragonwoods, used occasionally by travelers or patrolling squads. Since the end of the war, the cities can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in good shape. You see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or a latrine. The birds are preening their feathers on top of the tower, while the branches of nearby trees are swaying in the fierce cold wind. I look for the tracks I saw near the fallen tree. The tracks lead here, through the narrow gate, then west. The hard hills are especially not unnoticeable. I approach the entrance. I take a look at Horse. If necessary, it could bow its head and walk inside. This place should be a decent shelter for both of you. The planks are strong, heavy, well protected from rain and wind, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes at your push, it won't open. Defense structures usually have a locking bar on the inner side. You also see a large keyhole. You walk around the tower, making sure there are no open windows or other entrances. It doesn't look like you can get in without destroying the door, and doing so is going to make a potential entryway for wild creatures. I look through the keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek. There's nothing in the hole, but the room is dark, with tiny bits of light passing through the crevices of the windows. You see the shapes of wooden furniture, like tables, casks, and a ladder, but the only movement you notice belongs to the dust dancing in sunbeams. I take a look at the signpost. The wood and letters are damaged by decades of rains, frosts, borers, claws, and mosses. You scratch off some of the moss. The plank of the top points south, but points both to the watchtower, where the letters spell south, and away from it, where they additionally carve north. The one beneath it points east, and this time you see a tightly written word painted on the wood in blue. Enchanting. In Hobladen, enchanters are artisans specialized in filling ordinary items with magical pneuma, and sure enough, the arrow here looks more like a magic wand. The bottom plank, pointing west, has a picture of a tall tower on it, surrounded by little houses. The carving suggests monastery, but the wood is covered in red paint, suggesting danger. So that's the road that they told us absolutely, no matter what we do, don't go there. I walk to the gate. Setting up a firm wall in a place like this is a bit unusual. It goes on for no more than 40 feet until it connects with a natural rock face. Such a structure could be found near the city, acting as a checkpoint at which to stop any travelers to search through their belongings or request a fee. But in the middle of nowhere, deer and other animals, used to running here with no hindrance, must have been more than annoyed. A risky investment. We touched the gate made of a high-quality wood, previously soaked in oil, now mostly wiped off. It was left open, and you don't see any wooden bar that would be used to lock it. We tried to move the cold planks, buried in dried-out mud, but with no luck. It would require some wary digging. Maybe there's something interesting among the spruce trees. It must be a human-made copse. Only the smallest of the spruces are out of order, born of wild seeds. The largest trees are as tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help those who are meant to observe their surroundings. There are also some stumps, most of which used to belong to young saplings. Those trees were likely meant to be sold to carpenters and coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. In the copse you find wild fennel and lettuce, thriving in shadows, and there are pears and berries growing among nearby trees. I examine the campfire spot at the fence. You see a shattered bowl, the remains of a meal from many years ago. However, the firewood and the lonely stool are not too old. You don't doubt that the watchtower seems less threatening to wayfarers than the wilderness around it, even when it's locked. So we don't want to go over here. So this is probably a road that goes like this, and we absolutely don't want to go there. So east is maybe the Enchantress. The first part of the trail is narrow and overgrown. The steep crag in the south divides the lush forest in half. You barely recognize any shapes in the entanglement of grays, browns, and greens. The north landscape, while impenetrable, is the opposite. The meadow turns into barren hills and mailpans, barely covered by grass and bushes. Maybe the writing ibexes of the clanspeople from the growing mailpans would get through such a barrier. There are no clans here. Point at this icon to display an entire area at once. The road leads you downhill to the edge of a lake. The clearing around the dwelling is quiet, with no crickets, flies, or even toads. The grass is not even knee-high. There are no signs of a wharf or boats. The wall wasn't coated and has already been bitten by winds and rains. I look for an entrance. Right next to the gate, a gargoyle or a stone look-alike kneels on a slab. It's dark purple, almost black with yellow pointy teeth, though its half-open mouth has no tongue, and the creature doesn't even move an inch. The eyes have been replaced by crystals, red like currant juice. Anyone home? Your voice is welcomed by the screeching of dozens of avian throats. They take off from behind the wall, heading to the lake. After a few breaths, the eyes of the gargoyle grow brighter. What's with all the ape shouts? You lost? The words are coming from the monster's mouth, though it remains still. Stand in front of me, I want to see a mug. The drawling voice belongs to a woman, but is lined with a natural creaking. I step closer. The eyes don't rotate nor blink. So, who are you? I'm Jay, the new Roadwarden. I hope you're having a great day. During the long pause, the glow of the gargoyle's eyes subside. Once they light up again, the voice isn't much softer. Well, good to see a new warden. You came to pick up some stuff? You're many days too early. Or do you even know who I am? Oh, but of course. What do you call her? Oh crap, what's her actual name? They've said it a few times, but I'm really fucking bad with names. Um, it's the Enchantress, right? We've been told it a few times. Um, oh, I know we've been told it a few times. I know we've been told it a few times, but fuck me if I can remember what it is. I know we've been told it a few times. Hmm. 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 I know it said the name somewhere, but fuck me if I can remember it. It's gonna bother me. Cause I should. I've seen it a few times. You know, archive. The archive probably doesn't go far enough back to see it, does it? No. The furthest it goes back is there. It's not like we shouldn't know it. We should know it. Eudocia. There we go. Eudocia. Eudocia. You're disturbing my work. It's the middle of the day. I need to stay focused. You hear her deep, annoyed breath. For a warden, I'll make this one exception. But next time, come in the early morning or soon before the night. Wait where you are. We're opening the gate. The monster's eyes darken again. Soon after, you hear heavy steps and the earth shakes. Something lifts the beam blocking the gate. You realize that your hand is already on half to your axe. I try to relax. I'm safe. The gate opens violently and rebounds with a loud thud, almost closing again. The creature in front of you is made of floating rocks. They appear to be connected, but it's just an illusion. They could twist and bend in every direction. The eyeless sentinel faces you blankly. You've seen other golems in Hall 11 endlessly helping with bothersome tasks, but you've no idea what makes them move. It lowers its slab like hands and steps aside, making way for you. Its head rotates, following your steps, but other than that, it's as motionless as a statue. I enter the yard. The house in front of you has a huge entrance, just large enough for a golem. The building is whitewashed, but the lime is aged and damaged. The tools are spread around in no particular order. The rocks resting on top of the shed resemble the golems. The garden patches covered with herbs and vegetables are neglected. It's quiet here. I approach the sitting golem. It seems dead, inactive as city folk would call it, but the pneuma still makes its chunks float less than an inch away from one another. It doesn't react to your presence. Unlike the previous golem, this one bears engraved signs on its larger rocks. Their meaning is unclear to you, and you can't tell if they're a decoration or carriers of a spell. A leaf of the doors opens. I know these letters. The signs represent regular words used in Wright's tablets. Their shapes are very old, angular, not adjusted to the softness of a quill. The words read as follows: hunt, prey, chase, meet, feast, run, bring, wait, and disguise. The golem's owner is standing behind you. I turn to them. The woman is tall and stands upright, with her arms crossed and legs apart. She's more than 30, with a face touched by a lack of sleep. She gives you a long look, observing your blade, hands, boots, forehead, everything but your eyes. I greet ye. Without the distortion caused by the gargoyle, her strong voice isn't as disquieting. No surprise that it caught your eye, but don't disturb it. It's very much awoken and will defend itself. Or me, if it comes to that. I gave her a better look. She's wearing a long, ragged robe, covered in stains. It used to be blue, but now is unevenly pale. She's barefoot, with skin covered with dust and dirt. Her dark hair was recently washed, but it's untidily spread on her shoulders, back, and chest. She wears no jewelry, belt, or buckles. I'm glad you have a moment to spare. I won't bother you for long. She looked at the ground and falls out her words. I sure hope not. I'm not interested in chatter. If you need to bother me, speak in the tongue of dragons and barter. I don't serve stew. I don't offer baths. If you come here, I better get off from it. She walks past you and cocks her head to the golem who let you in. It turns around and shuts the gate. I'll let you in this time, but it won't happen again. Not during my work. If you ever come here in the middle of the day, you'll stand outside looking at the doors like an ibex. Why we don't need more salutations, so her voice remains cold. Why are ye here? I'm looking for Asphaliot, the previous Roadwarden. Nay, he's not here, not even a mouse in my shed. She meets your eyes, yet her grey irises remain absent. Her sigh turns into a snort. Aught else? Surely you filled some arrows with Numa before. Any ideas where this is from? I show her the one I found near the fallen tree. Why, are ye tracing a murderer? She smirks, but then grabs the arrow and takes a quick look. Black and orange. I don't know much about wood, but I recognize these feathers. The people of Gale Rocks breed such pheasants. She gives it back. It's in the far north, close to the coast. Have you ever been to the shortcut? Only once, she admits slowly, and it's not a good memory. Her brief tale is rather vague. She once had to use her golems to travel to the other side, seeking a remedy for her tummy ache. The beasts were afraid of the noise they make. She points at the massive stone legs of her creations. But the monkeys in the far west were too dumb even for that. They kept throwing things at us, even poop. She pauses, making a disgusted grimace. We couldn't reach them or scare them away. You ask what happened next, but she crosses her arms. I was told it's better to ignore them, let them get used to one's sight, but my tummy was better already, so we just took the wrong way back. I've heard about some bandits, don't they bother you? She puts her hands on her sides and straightens up, displaying her unusual height. Is this another sick game of hers? If so, tell her I'm not interested either in her head or her offers. Do not ice the sudden movement of her golem. So, what's your story? Why do you live so far away from any village? She looks around. No. Fine. Alright, alright, I won't ask. I bring news from the west. Old Pagos is facing grave plague. She stands still. Come, come again? While you describe the symptoms, she starts to fidget and finally interrupts you. Cut it. Have you heard aught about Eulalia and Uranius? They're about 50, 55, a mason and a sculptor. Her eyes are getting bad. He has a limp. I never entered the gate. She rubbed her arms above her elbows as if to warm herself up. If ye ever ride there again, she meets your eyes. Ask around, please. I need to know. I have some questions about your golems. She walks around the closest signal and observes it like a farmer with a donkey before a purchase. Isn't it clear what they are? Furniture that walks and works. They carry rocks and logs, hunt, kind of, and protect this place while I rest. What else is there to say? Do they talk? Eudocia still moves her lips, but her words are coming from the stone creature which doesn't move an inch. No more than the gargoyle you've seen. The voice is deep, distorted by an echo. They don't need meat or bones to listen to my commands, but have no understanding of what's happening around them. To create a sentient creature, you would need a human shell and a whole lot of necromancy. The golem raises his hands and shows you its palms, and I'm not going to touch that. She then mentions that her creation is much of a messenger. It needs to remain close to her. Just look at it. The golem covers its non-existent mouth. It has no eyes, snout, ears. Seeing the world through its head is like putting an eyeball into a rose bush. It takes Numa, and the further away it is, the more exhausting it gets. How do you make one? I fill each rock with Numa, bind them together. She pauses, then waves it off. You won't build one anyway. Like alchemists, enchanters have their own secrets, but I've got no way of sharing my talents with others. Is it for sale? One day or so, I hope. She points at Golem's hand. One wrong order and they'll tear your head away or kick over a house. It won't ever be safe, but the dead make for bad customers, and I won't be blamed for others' stupidity. Her further answers come in greater detail, but they're rather complex. From what you understand, she plans to invent a set of very specific commands that could be quickly learned, then bind them to a wand, binding it to the creature. I'm still not sure if it's the safest solution. If a wand was taken by a weaver, stuff could get ugly. It's so loud when it walks, no monsters react to its presence. She lets out a chuckle. They flee from them as they would from trolls. They can't stalk their prey or jump on them from a bush, but when they don't move for long, bees take them for rocks. It's not like they need to breathe. It just sits still, waiting for a road deer to get close. The golem's eye suddenly gets brighter. It jumps forward and punches the air. It lands with a sound of thunder. That's why I need them to be so large, the enchantress explains. I can't give them muscles. The speed I give them is pure pneuma. Being firm and heavy helps. She disregards your mention of the wrath of the herds. True, I make more mess than most humans would, but that's one of the reasons why I stay away from the villages. Being all alone, I give the beast time to get used to my walls, and my sentinels know to stay away from unicorns and peddlers. Was with the gargoyle. Can an enchantress show off her trophy? She gives you a proud smile. My sentinels took it down years ago. The tribe of old Pagos is fond of statues, so I have my own, like in the old days, long before monks came to the north. Seeing your puzzled look, she twirls her hair. A dead gargoyle on the road or by a village gate was meant to scare off evil spirits. I don't know about that, but sight sure taught the local beast who they're dealing with. What can you tell me about enchanting? She looks at your hands and starts to twirl her hair. Not really. I don't know how I do the stuff I do. As a kid, I put pneuma into my toys. I made my earthen sparrow fly, and my whistle gave a tune without being blown. I practiced for years, but by doing, not by understanding. She puts a hand on her hips and observes her clean nails. I can't teach stuff that's in my fingers, or my eyes, or my breath. It's just a part of me. Do you have anything interesting to sell? Well, I'm not a trader. I do the stuff people ask me about, and they're not for sale. She glances at the house and to a pocket at her hips. There's but one tool that I'm willing to part with, for 10 bones, but it's for spellcasters only. She reaches out to you. On her open palm you see a flat, small pebble, bluish, but no way unusual. You put it in your mouth and press it to your palate. No chewing, she smirks. If you're a sorcerer, it will restore your pneuma. What if it's used by someone who still has pneuma in them, or can't use magic? Oh, you don't want to do that. She grabs the ends of her hair. It'll boil your blood and rip your skin apart. Each shell is like a bottle for pneuma, and it has its limits. You can train to contain more of it, like I've been doing for more than 20 years now, but there's no magical rock that's going to do it for you. Why a pebble? Wouldn't a potion be easier to use? Do I smell of smoke and mushrooms? I'm not going to play around with flasks and alembics. She shakes the rock. This one won't break, won't scatter, won't spoil. Perfect for a traveler or any buyer, really. She steps away and adjusts her dirty robe. It works, and it won't hurt you if you're smart with it. It's a lifesaver. I'll think about it. I found a barren field that may be affected by a curse. Do you have anything I could use to see if I'm right? A cursed field. Where did you found this stuff? As you explain briefly, she observes her boots. I know the place, but she steps away and approaches the garden patch by her house. She observes it for a moment, then kneels down, paying no attention to her robe, and reaches for a wooden spade. What she digs out looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are as large as a hand and thin, elastic stalk. It's shorter than your hand. Would you look at that? Still green. Give me 2 dragons and I'll put in a bag of soil. It should survive at least a couple of days. How does it work? She straightens up. Well, you plant it, of course. Wait for half an hour and you'll see. If it grows an inch, she frowns, raises the plant to her eyes, and grunts. Forget it. If it bursts to bloom, the soil is enchanted. If it withers, it's cursed. Stays the same. No pneuma. She lowers it again. Just be careful when you do it. It loves fogs. So it's a plant that grows by magic. Yes, and it costs 2 dragons. Why do you even have such a thing? Are there many magic fields around? What? No, she snorts. But these plants are the only stuff I can think of right now. I'm trying to make a plant that grows without sunlight, using just water, soil, and pneuma. I'll know I'm there once it starts to bear fruit. She glances at your nose. I swear, don't even mention mushrooms. But mushrooms are tasty. Tasty, tasty mushrooms. You ask her about the purpose of all this, but she just plays with her hair and looks to the gate. Just a hobby of mine. I'll take it. Here are the dragons. Can I spend a night here? Even though she draws out her words with frustration, she speaks with ease as if she's reciting a memorized speech. I know how harsh the woods can be, but I don't offer shelter to travelers. I don't want to look behind my own shoulder for hours, or use my golems to protect ye. Travel north or south, look for a tavern or an inn. You'll find a safe hearth there. She blinks and crosses her arms, and we're both adults. Don't tell me that I could bind you with a rope or take you away your blades. The less I have to touch ye, the better. I'm looking for a job. She stands still for a moment, then cocks her head to the side. I've got some stuff that could use another hand. Ye up for some danger, if it comes to it? You nod and ask what sort of creature is bothering her. Nah, I meant riding and climbing. If ye can do it without grabbing the axe of yours, fine. Now give me a moment. She opens one of the heavy doors to her house, and you catch a glimpse of a messy bed and a floor covered with clothes. After a minute, she shows up with a large sack filled with rods made of smooth, clean bronze. Here's the gist of it. I need you to get to 8 spots across the peninsula. High buildings, trees, mountainsides. I don't really travel much. She lets out a confident chuckle. So I can't hold your hand. I need one of them in White Marshes, in the wetlands far west of here. Other than that, you need to keep your eyes open. She takes one of the rods. Once you reach a good spot, place one of these as high as you can. I'll pay ye in dragons, 2 for each one, but place at least 4 before you come to see me. I need as many of them out there as possible. So far, so good. What are they for? Well, there's magic in them, as ye can imagine. You weigh a rod in your hand. Even though it's more than 2 feet long, it's light, empty inside. You could bend it on your knee. The bag also contains a long hemp cord and a scrap of cloth. If I were to send my golems away, let's say a mile or 2 from here, they would stop moving at all, waiting for me to show up. She approaches the nearest sentinel and touches his chest. They carry rods inside, so the plan is to give my orders better range, so to speak. I'm tired of depending on hirelings, especially since they no longer stop by. She leans against the golem, her arms crossed. Questions. Some of the locals may not be happy with me putting bronze rods on the rooftops. She gives you a puzzled look. Wardens do have their ways to get on people's good sides, correct? Hmm. How much time do I have? Don't worry about it. She dusts off the golem's arm. Let's say before the leaves turn yellow. And I can be sure that you've no plans to raid the villages with an army of unstoppable sentinels, right? Her gray eyes give you a long, disquieting look. You could swear it's getting colder here. I won't ask for your trust, and I don't need it. Either help me or leave the rods and do your own stuff. I may be forced to pull some strings to get it done. 2 dragon bells won't be enough. You haggle for a bit, but her distrust is like a wall. She waves your arguments off. I'm not a merchant. I don't gather coins for the thrill of it. I'm putting almost 20 dragons on the table here. Should be enough. Do all 8 rods, and I may prepare aught else for ye. We have a deal. She avoids your eyes. Great. Just don't die on the road. This bronze cost me many favors, and be sure to leave one of the rods in White Marshes. Why did you ask me to place a rod in White Marshes specifically? Is it because of the undead? No, why? She scratches the ground with her foot, then points at her golem. I still need to do a bit of work with the sentinels, but I hope to offer one to them, maybe in the spring. It could replace 10, 20 humans. The villagers may not have much food right now, but I know how to be patient. They have quite a bunch of up-looking corpses, you know. All I can do is hope they know when to stop. Could you fill an item of mine with pneuma? That's not how this works. She points at her golems. Her nails are short and clean, but her hands are soft. I work all the time, but each item takes me days, sometimes a full season. The tribes bring me things to enchant in the early spring, and I collect them a year later. I've got to. She blinks a few times, not sure what to say. Her gray eyes widen. Imagine stuff. It takes great focus. You mentioned that you would generously reward her, but she only shrugs. You don't plant, you don't build. I won't eat dragon bones. For now, do your warden duties and come by the end of autumn. Maybe I'll have time to get something done for you after the falls. I'll think about it. I want to learn more about the peninsula. I'm not selling gossip, nor am I buying it. I have my hut, my guards, and my lake. I'm an artisan, not an innkeeper. If you need one, ride south to Pelt of the North. The innkeeper is stiff like a broom, but offers a nice room. Her voice is dripping with annoyance. Or if you would rather visit a cheerful place, ride north to Foggy Lake. Or was it Foggy's Lake? Whatever. Foggy is the keeper. At least she's not as boring as the other guy. So if we go north, we'll eventually get to Foggy Lake, but there's probably that one other town like right here as well. We're 3 hours away from there. We can probably travel a little bit more, right? Okay, no, that's fine. We'll go north. With no trees or crags blocking the sun, the road is bright and inviting. The simple bridge is centuries old, bitten by time. It makes you think of the dolmen you saw south of here. The torrent here is deep and fast with plenty of fish. The boat is destroyed beyond repair, rotten, falling to pieces with holes in the floor and on the sides, overgrown with fungi and moss. The thick shrubs lining the path are covered with thorns. Small birds are jumping from one twig to another, pecking at the brown berries. Knowing from the herbaria that fruits are safe to eat, a few bittersweet ones as well. I look for the purse of the woman from White Marshes. You kneel on the grass and look into the darkness. Among the cobwebs and bugs, you spot an old piece of fabric pinned under a rock. You pull it out and find a rotting, torn pouch that contains a single dragon bone. You make sure you haven't missed the other ones in the dirt, but if they ever existed, they have rolled down and sunk for good. I throw the pouch away and stand up. I think I've read something about these fish. You see dozens of red and gray shells. As you walk by, they stay close, following your steps. According to the testimonies from a murder trial you've read about, they have long and sharp teeth, eat flesh, and could scrape your skull clean in a minute or so. Oh, so yeah, piranhas pretty much. Okay. And we're doing the time 7:15. It'll take 3:30 to get back. Okay. Let's just keep going forward then. The gentle road leads downhill, getting greener and less rocky the further north you get. Just in case your eyes run to a few drier parts of the meadow, and you instantly shout at horse to make a haste. A pack of short-haired wolves, at least 20 members strong, is chasing after you. Their coats are a mixture of yellow, black, and white spots, as if someone threw mud and paint at them. They move to the road with a human-like speed, and you realize only some of them are running straight at you. They're trying to cut through my path. If it wasn't for your pal Frey, the beast would have already caught up with you. Their trap was perfectly set up, not leaving you any path of escape. Your terrified mount is disciplined enough to stay on the beaten path, and even though one of the big-eared wolves almost sinks his teeth into your mount's thigh, you manage to squeeze between the hunters. For the next few minutes, you do your best to get further away, and while your gallop is indeed faster, the wolves easily shorten the distance by moving through the sparse forest. You ride past a wood cabin placed in the clearing at the bottom of a rocky face, but you can't stop while the pack is at your back. Maybe I have something I could use here. You think about your sacks and bundles, but the pack won't wait for you to sort things out. The group gets larger the further you go, as even more of its members, previously hidden among the trees and grasses, now join the hunt, allowing their tired family members to slow down. You may be able to lose them after some time, but scaring or wounding some of them may force them to give up on their prey sooner. Wait. An axe doesn't have enough range, I don't have a crossbow, and I don't have a potion, so you focus on the road ahead, forcing your mount to speed up whenever a beast tries to catch it. After another few minutes, you leave the hills and enter the grasslands of the valley, but the pack doesn't give up on you yet. At least their numbers have stopped growing, they're already outside of their territory, and the handful of spotted, colorful shells also seem tired, and are forced to stay on the beaten path. Without a palfrey, I would be dead already. You get out of the valley and follow another narrow path through the hills and trees, clearly shaped by humans, at least in part. The lays and rocks start to blur into a vague memory, but after a few minutes the howls stop. You don't slow down just yet. Those were some stubborn wolves. You reach a gentle open path, seeing a lake to the west and hearing a gentle creak ahead of you. Horse is exhausted but patient, more happy to survive than it is angry at your wanderlust. At least you can hope the pack will move to a different place during the night. I better get out of the saddle and let it rest for a bit before I move forward. The air is fresh, just as it was in the tavern. The light touches the road and shrubs, blocked only by the single willow, wild and untrimmed. You are by a lake, too large for you to see its other bank, but the local soil isn't too fertile. There are only a few trees on the horizon, while the struggling bushes and grasses fight with layers of dirt, rocks. A gray rabbit is cleaning its fur near the brook, but the sound of hoofs makes it hop to the nearest shrub. Right after it sinks into the leaves, you hear it squeal, cut off quickly. Whatever its hunter was, it leaves behind only the rustling of the thicket and a trail of blood. You wait for a long minute with a hand on your axe, but the creature doesn't return. You relax a bit, then turn to the stone statue of a young woman. I ride a bit closer to it. Such a monument would be a better fit for a temple or a rich city folk's house. Here, without any cover, it's already losing its shape from the rains and dust. Chunks of the face and hair have already broken off. It has detailed eyes and human-like proportions, and the clothes are like fabric petrified by a spell. The statue carries the usual traveling equipment: a walking staff, a gambeson, simple pants now covered by leaves. I look at the pedestal. Maybe someone left a valuable offering here. You dismount and approach the bushes covering the legs and the pedestal. You see some old wooden bowls as well as rocks. You try to push the leaves away, but their stems are thick and healthy, crowded with insects and spider webs. Until you remove the thicket, you won't be able to see if there's anything worth stealing. Thankfully, there are no thorns, and the touch of a leaf doesn't make your finger itchy. In about half an hour, I could use my axe to cut down the bushes and twigs. You tether a horse to the tree, letting it choose between waking and grazing and napping. You prepare your equipment, keeping an eye on the bush where you saw the rabbit's last moments. You use your weight to move the plants to one side, then cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, so getting through them is rough, but you have enough strength to deal with them in a couple of minutes, then throw them into the lake. The work goes on for a bit, but once you're done, the statue stands in its former glory. A couple of old offerings are still on the pedestal: polished rocks, bone figurines, moldy bowls, and plates that used to store food. In one vessel you see a dragon bow. It's dark and could be older than a generation, but would surely be accepted by any merchant. I pick it up and put it in my pouch. You wash in the brook and straighten up just a tiny bit richer. The statue is silent. Judge me if you want. Money's money. Okay. Oh, interesting. We somehow managed to pass. Yeah, because we had to run past the wolves. So I guess there's a cabin and some foraging grounds. We would probably be better off just going up to Foggy Lake. So, Caius, your boss told me you have some sort of visions. He meets your eyes and straightens up, reaching out to you with his dirty hand. I allow him. It rests on your shoulders, light like a bird. Your nose tells you that it hasn't washed in quite a few days. The right hears the prayers of the people. I mean, of the 10 cities. all the tribes, and the empress and priests, merchants, farmers. We thought things were lost, the glory behind us, punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump a foot away from your face, but there's hope. His voice gets stronger with every heartbeat, and a wide smile shows up under his beard. The rights test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. Now are the days of atonement, and of the new cities, with new tribes and the cleansed land. We, have to fix ourselves, change what we can, weed out our sins, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier and let them guide us anew. With new tablets and new prayers and a new church. The only church, yes. He steps in place, bursting with excitement. All the rivers will flow as one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians. He spits on the ground and send them back into their chains. He points his hand south. We will come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than any fortress, than 1,000 dragons, than all the ships and armies. He steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. I nod enthusiastically. So be it. He turns away from you and approaches the wall. Take this word and carry it in your heart and on your lips. Be a part of the wave that swallows the faithless. Zavi presses a clenched fist to his lips, stopping himself from laughter, while Elan looks at the prophet with concern. Don't encourage him, friend. It's not right. I spoke with Caius. I wonder why did you decide to keep him around? Do I need a reason? Her amused eyes get thoughtful as she looks at the ceiling. He came here as a poor soul. In need, taught only how to use a spear and shield. I know how it feels to have all that you're good at taken away from you. She straightens up and hits her chest with a fist. But so I know that new paths await us, with or without the help of others. Caius's legs may be buried in despair, but I'm ready to throw him a shovel. Once he asks for it, she pauses and looks through the window. Though these fantasies of his won't help him ask anytime soon, they swallow his thoughts. I have a goblin spear. One eyesore. Did you make this? After you mentioned the goblins, her curiosity grows. Could one of them really shape the tip like this, or did it find a kid's toy at the edge of a village? Not too impressive of a trophy. I won't display it in the hall. I'll gladly store it in my cellar. I'll give you 2 meals for it. You can eat them here once you're hungry. Yeah, you know what, deal. I mean, it's just a little goblin spear. I have questions about Steep House. Steep House. Keeps coming back to me. The poor little place. Those ruins used to be the richest village in the north, placed so close to the pass through Hag Hills. Perfect for traders and travelers. Her eyes showed sorrow. They cared about the southern road, unlike the hunters from Pell. They farmed, looked after their forest garden, and yet she looks away and puts a thumb on her scarred lips. They would have done better spending their dragons on a proper role, not that pitiful palisade of theirs. They were inviting monsters. Thank you for the food. We'll go ahead and sleep here, and then we can do the um, mm, the monstrous shouts wake you up. The night is bright, and from the window of the tavern you have a good look at the yard. A few massive dragonlings are exploring the courtyard, knocking over wooden tools with their tails, putting their noses into buckets and underneath the stairs. You count 5 of them so far, but you can't see the entire area at once. One of them spots your look and moves closer. Still, it doesn't try to climb the tower. Tries to climb to the door. Maybe it's experienced enough to know it won't get through. I close the shutters slowly. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed horse makes you feel uneasy, but at least the birds covering the floor are helping you relax. You don't even notice when it's already morning, and while the smell coming from the lower floor is not inviting, at least it's not you who has to take care of it. Um, I have everything I need. Let's hunt while still early. Elan clasps his hands. Then we're going. Idiot, take care of the horse. He nods to the man with one hand. Elan puts proudly a rope and bag on his shoulders while Sveen shoves everything under his black cloak. They gather by the gate and mock their companion as he toddles to the lake with an empty bucket. I grab whatever may be of use from my bags and scratch horse's neck. Loud toads are sitting on the banks. Some of them observe you with large, round eyes ready to hide in the water. The statue stands in all its glory, observing the road and those who use it. A nice thing, isn't it? Elan thunders behind you. It's older than our home. What do you say? Chips in Zavine. Do you have such things by Hoblaven or on the roads? Carrying your belongings on your own is surprisingly tiring, and you make noises with every turn. We do, but they're old, from before the war. He makes a satisfied grin. The war has ruined everything, hasn't it? All the monuments and palaces and temples and slave owners. Poor, poor northerners. After a short chuckle, the larger man goes on. What sort of statues used to be there? People pay sculptors to honor themselves, to make themselves remembered after their passing. Both of them laugh. But of course, what else could be expected of those who have more than they can eat? After a few decades, they'll be just like this one, lost to time. At least sculptors get some food from it. The absent eyes of the statue have nothing to add. So do you know who this is? Nah, Elan is felt more focused on the fish breaking through the surface of the lake. It's old, and the woman is a stranger. I heard no stories of it. My mom could. We should move on. Let's not linger. The valley is flanked by the hills. To the west, the grasses and bushes blend into the horizon and turn into another part of the forest. The southern hills are gray and tall, with fortress-like rock faces and a crown of conifers. The northern ones have countless sand-colored rocks lumped together like piles of rubble and clay, bearing hardly any soil or weeds. The plants here are struggling. The grass is short and yellowish, sometimes dried out. The bushes have silver leaves, like many plants from sunny areas. The mushrooms can't hide in the shadows. As you approach one, you see it's growing from the remains of a dead bird, while others are covering old branches and other plants. They won't last much longer. Elan points east to the large bird at the edge of the horizon, which freezes in the middle of a step and turns its orange head in your direction. See? Time to get ready. What's the plan? Well, avoid the beak and the legs and the trample. He pauses, inspecting the loop at the end of his rope. And don't hurt it if you don't have to. We don't want it to be a bother. Levi jauntily drops his belongings in the middle of the road and jumps in place, rhythmically breathing. After he takes off his black cloak, he reveals a set of fancy clothes made of black leather, clothes of a sneaky adventurer. It charges like a moron. Be nimble, that's all. One or two ropes on the neck and we're halfway home. But don't let it pass you by, Should I also take a rope? I can throw it at the bird and pull once it gets behind me. I don't know, friend. Roping isn't easy. Don't be too reckless. We don't have magic on our hands, and we can't buy another Roadwarden, so don't make this a bad trade for us. I wait for them to get to the sides of the valley, then approach the bird. It's taller than horse, with wide breast and long, thick, partially feathered legs that could easily trample your chest. Its thighs are thick and powerful. The pointy beak could swallow your entire forearm. Your steps are getting closer. I need to calm myself down. I focus on my breath. You put your right hand on your chest, noticing it's rising and falling as the air moves through your nose. You can't take your eyes away from the creature's overwhelming posture, but as your breath remains deep and slow, you don't feel afraid, just ready to defend yourself. Soon the bird is surrounded by your group, and the pond behind it blocks its path of escape. Once it realizes that, it speeds up, charging your direction. I take a good look at the monster. It's tall, wide, and with a massive head. Its feathers are torn by the wind. They are vividly brown, white, and creamy, longer than your hand span, coating the creature like a cape. Its steps are heavy and deliberate. The neck is long as its limb keeps moving around, sometimes staring at you with but a single black pupil surrounded by deep orange. The light gray beak resembles the leaves of the local plants. The tip is curved, pointy, and in no way smooth. It carries dozens of grooves, maybe a sign of an old age, or maybe a trace of hundreds of hunts. I tried to find its weak spot. It's just a huge duck. It waits no more. It raises its head and makes a long, piercing screech which fills up the entire valley. The feathers on its neck are shaking, but also waving, moved by the muscles. It then flaps its wings and lunges forward, still shouting, charging at you with full force. I hold my ground, make a quick dodge, then grab the bird. The giant feet are pounding the ground, with every leap scuffling up clouds of leaves and sand. It lowers its long neck, pointing at you like one would a spear. You wait to duck at the very last moment. In the blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell to its large chest, too large for you to wrap your arms around it. You try to avoid the massive legs, but the monster turns out to be as confused as you are, making an angry screech and trying to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that only helps your companions. I hold my ground. It has enough time to peck your shoulder. The gambeson does its job and protect your flesh, though in pain you press your shell against the monster's wing, trying to avoid its legs. The runner, as confused as you are, makes an angry screech. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east. That's when the loop lands on its neck, tightening quickly, and Zavi shouts cheerfully. The bird remains silent, maybe already out of breath, but then it dashes forward, so fast you can't help but step back. It either doesn't understand the danger involved in moving in a situation or doesn't care about it. It runs forward trying to flee, makes 5 jumps. You hear Elan swear. Without looking up, you know that he let go of the rope. That would probably kill it. Stand in its way, and once I get close, I try to catch it. You try to get in the bird's way without putting yourself at risk, but it manages to get away from you. Your hands manage to grab a few feathers, but the creature pushes you away with such a strength you land on your back. Your prey leaves you behind, triumphantly screeching. You look at it and panic, afraid that may get too hoarse before you realize that you left it at Boggy's place. You stand up and dust yourself off. After a minute, the foragers approach you slowly with V, wiping his nose on his sleeve. Well, ship friend, it won't be back any day soon. We better get back. Still is friendly, but betrayed by his angry rapid movements. Without looking back, there's nothing we can do now. Well, we tried. Don't know what you're expecting, friends. Your companions are grumbly, but at least you move at a good pace. You have no time to listen to birds and observe the hills and meadows. After you reach the lake, a blue wolf starts to follow you, hiding among the tall grasses, but ends up disappearing among the thicker bushes. See, nothing to be afraid of, says Lee with a smile as he wipes off the sweat from his forehead. In the middle of your journey, you think about horse. During your stroll, everything seems taller, and the creatures you pass by feel more real, as if they are no longer just shadows for you to leave behind. Being on the road without it feels lonely. Boggy observes you from the top of the stairs with a hand resting on her tummy. She runs her eyes over Elan, but he waves off her wordless question. It ran away. We lack one more soul. At least you're safe. Wash your hands. The dinner is almost ready. Hmm. Hmm. High points. Hmm. How do we decide what would be a good point to put them? I wonder. You are training with the druids. The forest speakers, his mocking voice makes him sound like a brat. I left when I was a teen 10 years ago, if not more. When everything went to shit, he suddenly pauses and waves it off. After a few more questions, he speaks slowly. observing your eyes. Don't get me wrong, I did learn a lot, especially from that one old man, but his daughter kept making me meditate, and I'm not one to sit still. His amulets rattled from his flinch. We paid them for teaching me, but they broke their word, kept telling me of spirit's slumber and of light's poison. After his annoyed scoff, he bites his tongue and taps his toes nervously. You ask about the old man, but Thai Sess runs out of patience. I don't know, the one with the real gift. He guided all the ceremonies, yet was arguing with the others all the time. I don't care. He was good for nothing, like all of them. If you have any message for the druids, I could do you a
Stream
favor.
elements.
Such a
Set.
waste of thoughts, this
Stay
bunch.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
His angry look is at odds with his hesitancy. I'd rather talk to the rats of the bogs, or even his eyes leave you, staring at the smoke coming from his home. On the horizon, after a longer moment, his creepers rise up tensely. No, I've got no words for the forest speakers, but they do have my stuff. I'd pay you for bringing it back. What stuff? Things I left behind when I snuck out of that monkey house. For reasons, I'd like all of them back, but one more than the others. Just some polished twig. A pause marks the moment when he realizes the stupidity of his lie. My old wand. You don't seem to be using a wand right now. No need for it. The creepers point in your direction, swiftly tracking the movement of your shoulders, as if they have their own eyes. I need no teachers, no masters, no breathing exercise. A fake chuckle. Pay me with what? Aren't people like you, he says with little kindness, in need of healing potions at all times? I could brew you a small one, or I could spare you a few coins instead. Let's say, one for writing to howlers, one for talking with the druids, one for bringing my stuff back. He raises 3 fingers. Why would they keep your stuff for this long? Beats me. A year ago, a caravan from there stopped by, looking for the mushrooms from our bogs. Before they took their nosy boots out of here, one of the guards cried that he would break my baby wand, make me pay for the time I cracked his nose with a branch. He plays with his amulets as his eyes avoid yours. 'Twas a mistake. I was still learning. What do you even need the stuff for? He rubs the ground with his heel, observing his dirty toes. It's mine. I deserve it. How was it? And Howler swept down. He blinks. I left, didn't I? Or rather ran away. Can't handle their looks, their tone. They think they're better than us here. And didn't let me forget that. Any tips on how to talk with the druids? Can tell you how not to talk with them. Don't laugh. Don't look at them. Don't tell the truth. Just bow down and repeat how honored you are they're sparing you as much as a glance. Is that why you were sent to the druids? You couldn't control Numa. Not much town for spells in our blood at White Marshes, he says nonchalantly. With no one there to guide me, I hurt a few kids before I figured things out. Seeing your raised eyebrow, he continues, but cautiously. Some tribes are just like that, young ones especially. Give us 2, 3 generations more, and a mage or two from the outside. An art needs to grow. I know everything I need to. The clues you've gathered suggest that this lazy peninsula went through many changes 10 years ago, accidentally around the time the South Village has fallen. You could use what you've learned to ask the locals what happened. Gaining their trust may take a bit of work. Are you telling me you're wardening the bogs because you wanted to do so? You refuse to accept the new order of things, these necromantic practices. He sits down on the bench. Do I care who made me leave the walls? Laurentius didn't want me there, but I didn't want to stay. To stop him now, you would need a band, and I'll tear off your head sooner than I would bring a threat to my tribe. You reach to your blade, but the creepers remain idle. You're stepping into a tree and its branch. Seeing your frown, he continues. The grasp gets tighter the more you move, you see? Forget it. He waves it off. Why do you care about any of that? Let my people choose their path. Your tribe's becoming an outcast. Soon, no merchants will want to trade with the necromancers. You speak as if it's a matter of the future, but my tribe accepts the risk. I can care no less. All I want is my tribe's safety, but this means not a thing to Oryntius. He reaches for the broken hourglass in his ear. What's your plan once you get to him? I want to learn what pushes him to do all this. He must have his reasons. He freezes as if he barely understands what you mean. This may be a good first step, but then he needs some persuading, and it won't be as easy as you think. He gives you a warm look, then stands up slowly and looks at the clowns. All I can do is find a way to let you into his house, and you'll have but one chance, if you can convince me you're to be trusted. Do I have anything that could convince you? Can you open the path, please? Food ration? Thank you. I approach the mushroom growing behind the creepers. Once you cover your hands with protective gloves, you get done with a swift cut. The bog friend is brown with a few red vertical lines and a cap covered with holes that resemble fish gills. As you're shaking off the soil, you expect the mushrooms to be slimy, but the opposite is true. Once cleaned, it resembles a moral, but you know well how poisonous it can get. You wrap it with a cloth and hide it among your bundles. On your way to the village, you see a girl no older than 15 walking through the tall purple grasses along with a few other youngsters. After she notices your arrival, she runs to the road, waving to draw your attention. Can I help you? Takes her a few more moments to reach you. Her clothes are baggy, appropriately so for her age, but she's also rather scraggly for a laborer. She carries a slingshot and a simple backpack made of creepers and twigs, filled with green leaves, wild fruits, and a dead squirrel lying on the surface. After your questions, she gives you a curious glance. Roadwarden, parents told me. Not sure which part of it is a question. You nod in agreement. But what is it that one does, really? Hunt bounties? I mostly patrol the roads and travel between villages. Some road wardens seek bounties, yes, but I do all sorts of things, whatever's needed. Oh, you're an adventurer then. She makes an odd, displeased grimace, then sneezes and smiles at you. Not really. Adventurers are paid to do odd jobs, but often don't follow the city laws, nor the local ones, unlike road wardens. Yep, makes sense, she nods, but looks around with a frown. So you're a mercenary of sorts. They do follow laws, if the pay's right. Even less so. Anyway, sure. Right, she meets your eyes proudly. No soul would get so far away from the city without bones waiting for them to do so. She purses her lips and runs back to the rest of her group. You ride along a trail of blood which disappears near the well. The locals spread quickly, leaving with a few guards and many, many more broken shells. I should tell the woman about her pouch. She's just at the edge of the yard, keenly observing you, and as you approach her, she once again leads you further away from the gate, this time behind a turf house. She reaches out to you with an open palm and speaks quietly. May the right bless you, stranger. I'm sorry, the pouch was completely rotten, and there were no dragon bones to pick, just snails. She looks at the sky, then to the ground. For 2 heartbeats, she can't stop herself from revealing the despair in her eyes. But then she adjusts her heart scarf, takes a deep breath, and nods quietly. Thanks for trying, stranger. She hobbles away, splashing mud with every step. I address the guards. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses. The tall gatekeeper gives you a long look. We need no matchmaker here. Our youths work to do. Then only then they're free to go wherever they want. After you ask if the village is open to invite new dwellers, he snorts. You think they're going to move to the village of the dead? Good joke. I notice Balin standing next to his shed. I say hi to him. He's moving small packages, bringing order to some neglected shelves. His eyes are red from crying, but he greets you with a strong voice and a polite smile. This time he's wearing a decent blue tunic. Back with us, Jade? It's been a long time since I saw someone visiting your home as often as you do. That's how my job works. I go where others don't. He gives you a long look, as if he's not sure if he's meant to be an insult, and turns back to the bags. I'm looking after our grain and dried meat before fall comes. Thanks to. He draws in the air and lowers his voice. Laurentius's help. We've more food than in many years, but now we need to figure out what goes in our bellies, what back to the soil. I may have some supplies I could spare. Want to take a look? A roast fish, huh? Oh, we can actually sell them. Hmm. So we can sell some wild plants, some food rations. Okay, so that's pretty much like trading the opposite of the inn. Hmm. He hardly spares you a glance. Um, you used to sell wood, correct? He nods in approval. In the old days, our firewood warmed up all walls and toes on this side of Hag Hills. The Gale Rocks in the far north built its own hamlet for woodcutters, and Howard's Dell grew a fine garden for themselves just to get by without us. They have oaks, cherries, and their own darker birches. Have no more reason to trade with us other than pests. Pete, you glance at the buildings. While they are indeed new, most settlements in the province would view them as crude and cramped. The changes and struggles of recent years, are they related to what happened to the village in the south? While he stands still, you feel the inquisitive glances of the nearby villagers. Whatever you're trying to ask me about, he says through his clenched teeth, should stay in your dirty mouth, outsider. Eudocia, the enchantress, would like to place this rod in your village somewhere high. Would that be a problem? She what? Let me see. He swigs the hollow piece of bronze like a sword made from a branch, then raises it above his head, staring at it with little patience. A lightning catcher or a toy. Well, he gives it back. Come one day before noon. You'll go out with the forgers as a guard. Work with them for half a day, and we'll put it in a tree or on a roof mayhap. Very well, I'll do the. Can I just pay you? I'll do the work. It's worth 4 bones. After half an hour or so, the expedition is ready. 6 souls, none of them older than 40, and with no undead to assist them. Too dumb, the oldest woman explains, and we've no overseer with us. Their accents are heavy, but they rarely address you. For most of the time, they exchange single-word commands, gesturing for you to be quiet down whenever you step on a branch. You spend half a day following the bog pass, but also going deeper into the wilderness. As a group, you manage to scare away the smaller beast, and your guide claims to lead you around the hunting territories of the larger predators. From time to time, you keep to what looks to you like the most inconvenient trails in sight, yet no one objects. You cross the mud, shallow waters, and ancient dark game trails, tracking any movement among leaves and grasses. Hungry and annoyed by the insects, you go back to white marshes, carrying baskets and sacks full of mushrooms, berries, herbs, and great leaves, but also a few birds and furry critters. As you head to the village, I follow the guide patiently. Helvius waits for you at the gate, nodding with approval. 2 steps away from him, you see a short corpse, bare-boned above its waist, but still wearing pants and carrying scraps of meat on its feet. Not giving you a moment for a breath, the mayor tells you to fetch him a rod. After you do so, he throws it at the undead, bouncing the rod off his head with a thud, and starts to laugh. Go on now, he commands it. Put it on the tree there, and tie it with a rope. His worker bows down to pick up the tools and obediently walks away. I say nothing and splash my face with water at the well. Gives you a little relief. You would need bucketfuls of water to wash the bogs off you. The man leaves you behind, and moves the way the undead tries to approach the new challenge. A few times you hear the dead shell falling from a branch, and the man's sonorous laughter. It's time to test the ointment I carry in my bundles. You open the ointment, getting hit by the unappetizing scent of lavender, mint, and basil. You apply a thin layer of balm to your open skin, as well as to a few spread out spots on horse. You hope the smell won't stay for long. You carry on. The swarm notices you right away, gliding at you like a dark boulder, but before you collide with it, it shatters, forming a tunnel in the middle, though buzzing even louder than before. A few extraordinary resilient gnats still sit on your horse's back, so you try to throw them off. Hmm. Thysus has a rather unusual request for you. Thesis. Oh, is that how you say it? Thesis? Thehu? It means forward, but after you repeat the name, you're asked to explain who you were talking about. That one, the plant mage. He waves his fingers, mimicking the movement of vines. He sells us mushrooms every now and then, good for visions. So what does he want? You share the story briefly, but his puzzled grimace makes it clear it won't be so easy. I do nay look after Druid's chests. It's Elpis you need to talk to, but knowing her, she will nay give away magic wand, old or nay, toy or nay. Thesis has a message for you. She listens to your tale without so much as a frown, and before she utters her first word, the other druids step away. His request, if real, would be understandable. I will nay give away my neighbor's possessions to an outsider, especially for nothing in return. I need to know you deserve this type of gesture, either because of my own trust or our village's. That's fair. Um, Mayor, do you know Eudocia, the enchantress? I would like to hang this rod on the watchtower for her. You let her weigh a rod in her hand. It's empty, she says. What is it for? I don't know. Some sort of magic, I assume. Well, that's a lot of trust you want me to invest into something that may give me nothing in return. I don't know, traveler. Not only do you want me to trust you, but also a crazy witch. She spends a few long breaths in silence, rolling the piece of bronze on the table. I've heard enough. I can't know it's not some nasty trick. If you want to have my permission to do your experiments, I need to know I can trust you. Okay, we'll see what we can do then to have you trust me. Um, Not sure what's up with the lock slide. Oh, three more fish. Very good. Oh, and we got the achievement, the fisher. Very good. Kinda wish I could cook them, but we can figure that out, I suppose. Turn to the barren fields in the southeast. We're surrounded by barren fields. The path leading west from here ends together with the field. Use the weird sapling. Remove the linen sack and shake off the soil from the roots. Then dig a hole and plant the sapling in the middle of the field. Just to be sure you don't water it. All you can do now is wait, so you brush horse for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return, the plant is dark from sickness, dried up, withered. The field must have been corrupted, though seeing how there are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. I shoved some of the cursed soil into a jar as a valuable ingredient. You look for a proper, clean container, then crouch down and fill it with some of the soil, removing any rocks and remains of the plants. During these few minutes, you find one worm. Okay, so it is cursed. It is definitely cursed, right? Yeah, it's definitely cursed. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Doesn't look like we can do anything else here. Maybe we can put one of the rods over here at the hill to the north. Excellent. When it went through the, oh, I lost. Okay. I'd like to put this rod on your watchtower for Eudocia, the enchantress. She moves it close to her face, observing it with widened eyes. Is this some sort of magic thing? After your reassuring words, she pauses. I mean, if it's nothing dangerous, fine, I'll take it. I'll tie it somewhere during my watch. Don't worry. Thank you. Okay. I have more fish. Here you go. Thankful. That does give us an extra fish. Um, hmm. Let's talk. You and your group arrived at the peninsula not long before the village in the west was ruined. He glances at your weapon and turns away from you, moving a few jars on the shelf, but without achieving anything specific. No, I don't think so. I may be in need of a Roadwarden services, but not other news than this. I'm not dropping it so easily, you start, and the man lets out an unusually loud chuckle. You know eyes movement at the entrance, and the man's gestures suddenly get more confident. Is that so? Why can't you figure out what happened to that place by yourself? Humans use monsters to destroy it. He scoffs. So not only do you not know, you want me to do your entire job and cut a branch on which I sit. I've no interest in changing things as they are. Thank you very much. And ask him what he wants in return. And he runs his fingers through his bluish hair. Nothing fancy, just pay me, considering everything, how about 32 coins? Too much, I don't have that much, period. Um, how are we doing on Rosia's band? Isn't that one of the quests? Hmm, hmm. They as will answer White Marshes, Gale Rocks, and Creeks. We've been to Creeks, so Gale Rocks is the only one left, I think, here. No, Creeks didn't really answer me, did they? No, okay. 5 hours. We could travel somewhere probably. Let's see. That's 4 hours, but I don't know if we can speak there. We don't know how to get into the abandoned watchtower. Really, it would probably be better to go to like Foggy Lake and sleep there. If we go all the way to Foggy Lake, we won't have enough time, so that wouldn't work. We could go over to White Marshes and sleep there again. Unless he closed the thing again. I don't know if he closed it again. Okay, let's just go to Howersdale and sleep there. That's probably just the best option. Yes, this is probably the best option. Um, you know what? We've got enough money. We can sleep in the room. It's okay. It's a little expensive, but it's okay. Oh, darn it. Another day of muddy roads. Of course, it's another day of muddy roads. The days are getting shorter. Oh, that sounds nice. Um, okay, travel. Let's go up to, or can we do the forest garden? Nope, not yet. Okay, so let's go over to here. That's probably where it is. The road east is beaten and clean, with enough space to fit 2 wagons side by side. You pass by a few plum trees, apple trees, and cherry trees, with many more stumps, likely belonging to what has been turned into Foggy Lake. The life in the plains is busy and loud, but so far you don't see any lurking beasts. Judging by the many trampled parts of the meadows and the fresh fruit trails, the forager searched this corner of the peninsula quite often. They didn't leave much behind. He reached a shining pond at the edge of the forest. He arrived beneath 2 trimmed trees growing on the opposite sides of the path, like columns leading to Right's temple. Shouts and heavy steps prepare you for trouble ahead. 2 shells are circling around each other. One of them is a 4-legged saurian with dark gray skin, as long as your palfrey, but only knee-high. It's wandering left and right along the bank, hissing, repetitively sticking its split tongue out and then retracting it. The stout monster doesn't look like a born hunter of humans, but its long tail is swinging like a whip, for now only threateningly so. But you don't doubt that getting hit by it would likely break your bones. The second one belongs to a brown-skinned man wearing leather pants, a long brown woolen cloak, and the matching pelt of a wolf on his head and shoulders, like a haunted hood. His voice is both gentle and scared, and he's stretching his hands in front of him, trying to make the beast stay away as if say Mothron. A third shell is right in the middle between the other two, a creature you don't recognize from a distance, but is in a puddle of its own blood and isn't moving. I ride slowly, taking a closer look at the entire situation. You stand up in the saddle to have a better view and realize that the corpse on the ground is but that of a white ibex. The man, who acknowledges your presence with a nod, speaks with a hint of playfulness in his voice, asking the saurian to be so nice as to stay away. He then turns to you and points at the prey. Friend, lend me a hand, will you? I'm trying to seize it. As you dismount, the saurian takes a step closer to the pond. How can I help? He grins and triumphantly raises a finger. That's the spirit. This ibex is our destiny, friend. He points at the beast, and as his hat moves around, the loose, shaking jaw distracts you. Say, friend, do you have any fruit in those sacks? Throw some at it. Why would it care about fruits? It has a whole ibex to eat. Just trust me, it hunts only when there's nothing better for it to pick. They live on trees, you know. You look at the saurian's shell, wet from water in which it was not sitting not so long ago. The man notices your gaze. I'm almost sure. I unpack some wild fruits. You throw him a sack and he eagerly nods. Perfect. Go ahead, throw them. You grab apples and pears that don't look so appetizing and toss them to the beast. They land just next to it, and while it walks left and right, moving its tongue in and out rapidly, it only crushes some of the fruit with its feet. Maybe more would do it. Without asking for your permission, the man grabs a few more plums, throwing them right at the beast's head. They land, and the creature cuts the air with its tail, hissing angrily, but other than that, nothing changes. You know what? I think the fruit eaters have those yellow dots on their backs, he starts, but clears his throat after he meets your eyes. You know what? We'll go ahead and throw the fish. He and his horse head nod enthusiastically. That's a great idea. You toss the poor creature a few feet ahead of you, making it land just in front of the beast. For a moment, it doesn't even lean forward, instead moving its tongue in and out rapidly. After a short hiss, it cuts the air to its left and right with its tail and dashes forward to swallow the fish whole. You and the hoodman wait for a few breaths, but nothing changes. The creature tries to grab the ibex, the man moves forward to scare it away, then both the shells step back afraid to make the first move. Fine, I'll distract it and grab the ibex and drag it away. He scratches his foot and nods with approval. You know what, friend? That's an excellent plan. Do so. Without another glance, he once again shouts at the beast, then dashes away from you, followed by his cape. The monster hisses and reaches forward as if waiting to see what you are going to do. You step forward, hoping to draw the monster's attention as far away from the carcass as possible. It answers your challenge and shortens the distance even further. I, focus, I try to look big and scary away with shouts and gestures. Take a big breath, push your chest forward, raise your arms above your head, and shout. The Saurian looks at you for a bit, then turns around and heads to the pond. Dumb beast, you hear. The thief is already next to the ibex. You wait for a bit, observing how the creature gets into the water. It swims with ease, though you notice it's heading to the opposite side of the pond instead of staying in it. I don't know, the man chatters. I try to do the same way. Maybe I don't look as scary as you. It was probably afraid to fight two against one. He gives you a shining smile. Yeah, probably. I'm lucky you were around, stranger. You tell Horse to run ahead while the two of you carry the carcass, leaving a trail of blood behind you. The road leads slightly uphill. You pass the pond and approach the woods, even from a distance, seeing a distinct trail leading between the trees. Not a garden, this forest, the man speaks briefly, gasping from the burden. But not too dark, and cats are but a few. Boars are there, though, and gargoyles. Better not go too deep. There are no roads there. His face is not much older than 20, shaved with great care, cleaner than even than among the city folk. While his hood and heavy cloak mask his figure, he seems well fed and healthy. We're halfway there, friend. Creeks is a gorgeous place, you know. You'll love it. I'm sure I will. Carrying the ibex takes a while, but the man is capable of being silent. Every unusual tree seems to be tied to a story from his life, and he makes sure that you notice the first stream you cross on a new, solid bridge. One of many creeks, you see, he says with an untamed amusement. A thin gorge leads you between the mountains. This place is quite susceptible to bandits. You follow the trails of shouts and laughter. 7 people, about 20 years old each, are gathered at the wooden bridge, leaning against the railing, bathing in the stream, lying on the grass. Pieces of clothing, made of fur and leather, are spread around, next to cudgels and throwing clubs. Once the sound of hooves manages to break through the chattering, the curious young eyes, untouched by wartime, turn to you, and an excited whisper spreads. The shells are proudly displayed, and the confident smiles are both inviting and challenging. "How's water?" the hunter greets his tribesfolk while stepping on the logs. "Gentle and warm," says a man resting on his friend's shoulder. "That's a nice ibex." There are paths leading in many directions, but the main road will take you uphill. There's no reason for me to be ashamed. I look at them. The light dances on wet hair, both on their heads and crotches, blurring your eyes just as much as the revealed chests and muscular arms. You've interrupted not just their bath. The soul who's speaking with your guide is embracing another man as he's sitting behind him, while one of the women is keeping her arm around the waist of yet another man. You hardly see any wounds or marks caused by sickness. The harshest days of this group are still ahead. As you move your eyes from one person to another, they greet you with kind nods, though you notice that their eyes are focused on your rugged clothes. Once you step off the bridge, the hunter chuckles. "Seeking warmth, Don't worry, we're not that obsessed with outfits." The wolf's head bounces as he speaks. I nod to the group and follow the man. The palisade is as tall as trees, but being placed on the top of crags makes it look impassable. "What? Why is the gate closed?" The hunter turns to the watchtower and repeats his question only louder. "May we call Ela?" too blind to see we have a guest. A hardly visible guard with a female voice rang from the tower. He's coming, Howard. Relax. Her shout sent of no patience to him. The youth died in the woods after the bath. Why wouldn't we close? The man glances at you. Who's Ela? I whisper. Just my brother. He gestures for you to ignore it. And I'm Ephraim, so thanks to our parents, folks keep mistaking our names. But Ela has a stick in his ass and is as boring and nagging as a legless donkey. The soul from the tower hides again, and the gate opens. We enter the village. The sparse clumps of grass survive only on the edges of the spacious yard. The few onlookers wear working clothes suitable for their hard labor. They're carrying tools, planks, and logs. You're next to a large building of unusual shape, either a temple or a house of gathering. It makes you think of a cabin that's been getting larger over the course of the years, with the section in the middle being darker and more crude than the outer ones. A slightly overweight man is standing in front of the building, with open arms. Welcome to Creek's friend. His voice and eyes are gentle, but there's vigor in his stance and gestures. Ephraim was meant to hunt, but I see he brought not one, but two unusual creatures. The hunter rolls his eyes. Don't embarrass us with this prattle. He raises his voice and fills it with bitterness, addressing no soul in particular. And maybe ask someone to help us with this ibex. It's our shared catch, he points at you. Now I want to know to whom we are grateful. Eli nods to you. While I introduce myself, I observe him more closely. Being close to 30 years old, he's one of the older souls around. He's just like the other villagers. He has clothes made of animals, not plants. The leather pants and jacket are humble, but the shoulder cape reaching from his neck to elbows used to belong to a yellow elk. His brown skin is darker than that of a farmer, and as you look at the outreached hands, they carry the marks of being cut by tools. And I'm Elam, the carpenter. We've heard of you from Foggy. He takes a step to the fruit trees and invites you to move forward. Like most men in the village, he's cleanly shaved. How about I show you the rest of the village? And maybe humble, but it's as beautiful as a blue starling. Thanks, Ela. That sounds lovely. As he grins, you notice his unusually white teeth. He moves with heavy, enthusiastic steps. It won't really take that long, but we have quite a view. I swear, interrupts the hunter, I'm not carrying this ibex to the kitchen. Someone call the cooks. After dropping the carcass on the ground, he springs away, fretting of blood on his hands. Let's take a stroll then, says Ela as he leads you forward. Your mount can drink at the creek here. Come, horse. You tether your mount to a tree. Next to drying laundry, Ela points at the land behind the bridge proudly. Our newest addition to the village. The hunters grow old, so we are taking steps away from meat and fruits. You spot only two people working in the field, or rather a large garden covered with cabbages, carrots, onions, and garlic, indistinguishable from the wild plants growing in the woods. On the path between the two halves of the field, an elderly woman is sitting on a stool, looking in your direction as if you're interrupting her contemplation. Old Hannah there will turn this place into a proper farm one day. She has little strength, but keeps her precious memories of her trade. I speak quietly. She seems austere. Ephraim snorts, holding his laughter. Just be happy you haven't grown under her. I'm lucky to have my ears after all the pulling and pinching. Don't overcolor, she cares a lot. Ela invites you with a gesture to follow him deeper into the village. At least about the quiet children. Just let her do the talking. The fewer things you say, the fewer reasons for her to get upset. Yeah, I know the type. The bonfire spot is surrounded by logs that were cut into tables and stools. Ela approaches the nearest chair, rubbing his back with his cut hands. When we share a meal, we do so here, sometimes beneath the stars. You would have to see it. The flames dance on the walls to the monster roars and crickets. Ephraim's voice also grows in enthusiasm. Dining at the edge of the forest is something you wouldn't forget. Unless you can drink, don't swallow anything stronger than spoiled ibex milk. The shadow's friend. Terrifying. You glance over the wooden buildings. While the walls seem fine, the roofs are primitive, mostly made of planks that are already soggy and bent. There are a few people working on cleaning bark from a log, but the square is mostly quiet, with a few kids observing you from above their toys. I imagine what such dinners would look like. One big family. Eva flashes you a disarming white smile. Yeah, a huge one. We don't have any rooms to spare. He looks at the children as they return to their crude wooden toys. They don't realize just how small our home is. They've hardly seen anyone from the world outside, and the trade occurs at Foggy Lake. And good for them, the hunter chips in. They don't miss much. Other than spouses, we have everything we need, and so far we have plenty of fresh meat. Some of us even too much. He smirks at the carpenter, who in response turns and walks away. I follow him. We stand between two of the houses, in front of the gate of an animal pen. The walls are made of sharpened trunks, and are as tall as two humans. The captured beasts are tethered by ropes, but have enough freedom to wander and graze. Two brown boars and a black mufflin. And here are our captives. A friend declares proudly. I know, it's still a bit empty, but we'll crowd it just before winter. Are you going to care for them in winter? The hunter snarls loudly, already thinking about his next meal. Nah, they're here just for the meat and skin. Once the snow falls, we'll butcher them. The carpenter gives him a solemn glance, then squeezes the lower edge of his jacket. I would love to keep them with us. I don't even like meat. We could start a low-flawn herd, or any other, but it's too dangerous with such weak defenses. He leans on the gate. Our houses are too small for them, and having loud beasts outside during cold months would lure predators. We tried. He falls silent for a bit, and once he picks up the conversation, his voice returns to its previous proud tone. You'll understand better if you take a look at our old forest, friend. He points at this area behind the palisade. I look north. The vast clearing is returning to life, with shrubs spread between the paths and tree stumps. We move to the bridge, then a gateway, and have a chance to look around. He can see the edge of our world from the watchtower, Ela narrates sublimely. In the long distance the plateau ends, surrounded by cliffs. You either climb the cliff mountains or fall to your death. Both men tell you about the difficult past of the village. A desperate camp, then a cabin, then two, shifting its wooden walls as more and more trees were cut. Without tree crowns, we can walk with no shadows, beast dens, gargoyle eyes, concludes the carpenter. Is it really better than a forest garden? It would produce much more food. Now I only see berries. You hit the heart of our worries, friend, Ela admits, and is intercepted by the hunter quickly. We did what we had to do to push away the beasts. They don't feel safe here, and don't seek food on the shrubs as they would on trees. Ela tells you there's one more thing to see, and as you walk away, he returns to the matter at hand. The animals keep their distance now, at least in the meadows, so hunting for them gets difficult, and meat with hardly any mushrooms and herbs gets bland. A forest garden would solve the problem, sure, but we don't know enough to even start one. Hence a field of berries. Thank you very much for the follow, Ashley. I hope you're having a
Bay by
fantastic
Yashli,
existence, friend.
said. Yo, this game s a banger, haha, what got you into it? Bay by Yashli, said. You,
I just randomly found it. I was looking for games to play on Steam, in
Bay
the
by
discovery
Yashli,
queue.
said.
Oh, thank you
You
very
deserve
much. I'm
this
glad you're
follow.
enjoying. Yeah, I was just discovering games on the discovery queue at Steam, and this one popped up. And I have been enjoying it. I absolutely love the sort of theme it's got going on here. It does seem like a
Bay
very
by
fun
Yashli,
game.
said. Aw, that s awesome.
I have very little clue about what I'm doing in general. We're mostly just wandering around, piddling, but yeah. The animals keep their distance now, at least in the meadows, so hunting for them gets difficult. And meet with hardly, yeah, we read that part. First we need to learn how to read, feed our
Bay by
children, who
Yashli,
lack strength and skill,
said. You stream it often or
but we have
just vibing
time.
today?
Um, Visual novel days or story centered days are on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually. We're switching up this week, but RPGs are on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so until we beat it, it'll be on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually, until we beat it. And then who knows what we're going to do. I may try a second one, I don't know.
Babayashli,
Depends on how much we get.
said. That's awesome.
The current RPG we're working on is one that's fairly well known, but I've never played before. Is The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. I don't know if you know that game, but that's the RPG we're working on, so we're bouncing between Roadwarden and that one right now. We never have as much time as we want. You reach the edge of the village, a cliff as tall as the wall. Beneath you, two creeks meet each other and form a gentle river. These are the trees we use to learn more about woodwork. Ela is smiling as he leans his back against the wall of a house. We plant new ones, but will soon have to bring wood from further away. Give the saplings a few years, or however long they grow. A decade? And this is where I leave the two of you with your boring tree talks. Ephraim points at you. See me later if you need. I'll be around. I rarely hunt alone. The carpenter watches his departing companion with genial eyes. Well, there's work to be done. A new chair awaits me. It leads you to a humble working station placed at the edge of the square. The tools you notice are very simple, if not primitive. We don't have to talk about my trade, Jade. What brings you to us? What do you know about the ruins of the village in the south? He freezes for a good moment and finally takes a deep breath, puts away his tools, and looks you in the eyes. His fingers are moving slowly, as if he's trying to warm them up before playing on a lute. Don't push me onto those dark grounds, Jade. I've been stepping on them for years, but I still struggle. Please. I've heard about the bandits. Have they caused you any troubles? He makes an awkward cut with a chisel and lets out a quiet shit, then starts to rub the plank with his thumb. Bandits, you say? Soldiers from the city have already taken care of them. You press him for a bit, and after he glances at you, he nods slowly. Bandit is a strong word. Those are not some strangers, but folks of the north, our neighbors. One of them is from our very own tribe, and they don't target us, just strangers. You ask him again if he's so sure no one from his village has been targeted so far, and after a cold eye he reaches for a carving knife. I'd like to place this rod somewhere high. It belongs to Eudocia, the enchantress. He grabs the rod and looks at it with caution. I wouldn't call her our friend. You would do better selling this. Swinging it left and right like a club, he tells you to wait. It can't be just my decision. I'm going to ask the others, at least a few of them. You rest at a table and observe how the man approaches various souls and exchanges a few words with them. It takes him so long you manage to get bored enough to indulge a little girl who'd like to pet horse. The man returns and gives you the rod back. Well, my tribe is far from convinced. He wipes the sweat from his forehead. We'd rather stay away from it. Is Astarion a Wren? He halts his work and looks at you with an exaggerated frown. That's a weird question. You're the first road warden I've seen in, well, this season, I think. Did you check in the western villages? You'll get your collars now somebody staying in the road. His right hand, still holding a tool, is now squeezing his tummy gently.
Babayashli, said. BTW man, why haven't you set up any customized animated emotes on your channel?
I personally am not artistic enough for such things, and I frankly don't know anybody that does it. Although I have been thinking about trying to find someone here recently, so at the risk of potentially giving myself some spam, feel free to recommend somebody. Because I've recently started having a little bit more money again,
Babayashli,
so
said. Oh okay.
yeah. The one person I found to do emotes doesn't do animated emotes apparently. It is a bit more work, I guess. But and then a couple of the emotes I did myself, which are probably not the best, like the lurk one. But yeah, I just don't have the talents pretty
Babayashli,
much.
said. If you want so I can help you to customize your animated emotes. I've worked with many other streamers as well. Babayashli, said. If you allow me so can I show you some?
If you want, Discord's a little. I'm not sure where we would do that at, but Discord's a little broken right now. But um, People say that Asterion has spent a lot of time in your village. You're hiding something. He
Baby
adjusts his
Ashley,
shoulder cape
said. Baby Ashley.
and clears his throat with a grunt. People eye. Well, there's some truth to that. Asterion isn't here, and we don't know where he
Baby
is.
Ashley, said. That's my Discord, can you just add me on Discord?
Hmm. Oh, there. With the periods too, or just. Hmm. He adjusts his shoulder cape and clears his throat with a grunt. People eye. Well, there's some truth to that, but Asterion isn't here, and we don't know where he is. They took our coins, but for fair labor. They moved wares to other settlements, patrolled the roads, escorted an old woman to a druid and back. Did you know you can get good prices for iron at Howard's Down, but even better at White Marshes? Seeing poor look, he turns away and rests his elbow on his workbench. His plans are his own problem, and I have no reason to believe he won't be found, nor can I help you. This village isn't much older than you are. What's its story? He proudly raises a carving knife and gestures for you to look around. It may be a young village, but there's a lot to say. While his story is loaded with names, relationships, a step-by-step description of the growth of the settlement, and bothersome features, you get the gist of it. The settlers arrived here 25 years ago, soon after one of the Ten Seas had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, while some joined them along the way. In case I didn't send it to the right person, there's mine.
Unicorn Turtle, said. Jade.
In case I didn't send it to the right person, I don't know if I did. The settlers arrived here 25 years ago, soon after one of the Ten Seas had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, while some joined them along the way. They soon came to realize that none of the villages had enough space or the will to host a few dozen refugees. The folks of Gale Rocks used to have a much kinder attitude to strangers than they do now, and they offered the newcomers to stay at the beach behind their village. Yet there was nothing for them to eat other than what they caught in the salt waters. They soon started their search for a land remote enough to not compete with the locals, and with the help of kind folks from the Gale Rocks, White Marshes, Old Picos, and others. As Eva vaguely states, they received enough wood and tools to turn a scrapless plateau into a clearing, then a camp, a hamlet, and finally a village.
Baby Ashley, said. Unicorn Turtle, I just sent you a friend request on Discord. Baby Ashley, said.
I'm
Can
looking
you
for
just
it.
accept my friend request?
I'm looking for it. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Baby Ashley, said. Baby
With the
Ashley,
periods too? Or no
Baby
periods?
Ashley, said. That's my Discord.
With the periods too, or no periods?
Babayashli said. Can you send me a friend request?
I think I did. I think I did. But I'm not seeing a pending one. I'm not seeing a pending friend request or, yeah. And you saw mine, right? You did send it to the right one, so I don't know if Discord's being slow. That. Hmm.
Babayashli
Yeah,
said. I haven't received your request.
try that.
Unicorn Octopus said. HTTPS Discord
Try that one.
GGWGSMTT.
Try that one. And no, I'm not using an alt. Nope. I actually don't have any alts on here. Nope. Probably. Maybe. Anyway, try that. um, Fascinating stuff. The tale is assisted by walking around the village. Oh, yeah, there, that worked apparently. Okay. Do, 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 do. There we go. We got there eventually. The tale is assisted by walking around the village, introducing you to the original settlers, one of their offspring, and showing you some of the treasures displayed in the House of Gatherings. A unicorn's horn found at the heart of the woods, a blue rock is shaped and hollowed like an egg, and is darker inside, an arrow that hit a fright ape in an eye and knocked it down. Behind each of them there are names, stories, and memories. At the very end, Ela leads you back to his workbench, holding a hand on his conspicuous tummy. To give his throat some rest, he turns the topic around. And what are the folks in Hobhaven like, friend? Foggy says there are thousands of souls at the capital, and one could go their entire life still finding new faces in the crowd. Hmm. People spend time with their families and close friends, especially ones they work with. No, 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 no. That starts off light, but one can easily find groups to hang out with. People shop together, work, take baths, pray, and when has nothing to do in the evening, they just go outside and seek company. It's not easy to build a strong friendship, though. Oh, do 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 do. Other than the last part, it sounds similar to our way of living. Folks stay inside only to sleep or shag, and even that's not a rule. He adjusts his shoulder cloak and smiles.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate. Babayashli said. I just sent you some of my work.
But we also form bonds, one big family and all. I'd like to learn more about the
Babayashli
peninsula.
said. Have a look and feel free to share your opinions.
Okie dokie. Our tribe won't be much of a help there, he admits, while judging the hard surface of a small plank. Those are parents who did all the traveling, and they did so while we were kids, or not yet born. Most of them are already gone, and most of us have no further than two foggies, and only when we have to. What do you think about Ephraim? He gives you a surprised look. I care for him deeply. He's brave and has a big heart, but his soul is clouded. He thinks we have no right to waste what the dead have sacrificed for our sake, and that we disrespect them by staying weak. But all of it is just a cloak that hides him. He cares not about respect, but about his guilt. It takes a bit of convincing before he explains what he means by that. Our father died from claws, our mother from a bad birth. We used to have 5 brothers and sisters, all of them dead now. Some may be put up and saved, but not all, and surely not by being stronger. Yet Ephraim keeps thinking he had every opportunity to fix the tragedies, and he's to blame for laying them down. Him and I both. He falls silent, but at least I put my shame to use. He reaches for his tools again. We already have everything that we need. A beautiful home, enough food, fewer beasts than ever. It's going to be a rough lifetime for us. He takes a swig. But our kids will be fine. I've heard you've had some issues with the Eastern Path. At first he gives you a bright smile, but then nods with a sigh. Aye, aye. So our issues are so clear that folks gossip on them? I'm glad you came to our help, friend, but it doesn't feel right to admit we need help from an outsider. He stands up slowly, walks away, and leaps over one of the log-made tables and looks for something to pile in a pile of wood. In this part of the land there's always going to be something to do for a road warden. He straightens up with a piece of charred wood in his hand and gets back to you. As he draws black lines on the workbench, he mentions a few names. Creeks, foggies, gale rocks there. Here's the lake. The map is simplistic and doesn't align with your own understanding of local distances, but you allow his description without issues. The path from here to the south is getting too wild for us. He reclines, making another few strokes. The merchants travel through the other route, though through Howard's Dell, passing by old pagos and white marshes. Once they reach Foggy, they already have full tummies and many deals closed, and when they travel back, they visit the same places again. Folks already know that trading here takes a long time. So you want me to give them an option to get to you first and move west without backtracking, and do so all by myself. How? Well, I'm sure you can find some help. He pats his tummy without noticing that he leaves a few black dots on his leather jacket. There's a few things you could do. Follow the eastern road and see if it's clear. Are there any safe shelters left? Any blockades to get rid of? Is there an overgrown path to burn? Maybe see if the road from here to the western crossroads is safe, or if the carts could get through the heart of the woods. If you're brave enough, I hope you're a soul of sage judgment. Seeing your puzzled look, he rests his palms on the table with a shy smile. I know I'm vague, but I bet you already know more about these roads than I do, friend. His eyes return to the map, and after a moment
Stream
of
elements,
hesitation, he rubs an uneven
said.
line with his thumb.
Stay thirsty, my friends, hydrate.
You forgot to mention my pay. That depends on what you're about to do. The tribe has but a few dragons. To confirm his words, he enters the nearby house, from which he picks up an old wooden case, crude in shape, and with an unsightly engraving of a 3-headed hydra on its lid. Inside it, you see maybe 2 dozen dragon bones. Let's say you'll get a dragon for any news about cleared or rocked areas, and more if it takes real effort from you. So you want me to act first and pick up my reward after. How can you know if I'll be honest with you? I. He looks at you in silence, then clenches his tummy. Can't. Most likely. But the more news you bring us, the farther away from the village our foragers and hunters will be willing to roam. Foggy's boys as well, I expect. Sooner or later, the truth will surface, and I'll advise my tribe to take a lesson from whatever we're bound to find. Where would you like me to start? Go to the shelters just at the side of the roads. There's a ruined campsite west of Foggy's. He makes a small circle on his map. Or you could go south to a cabin our elders built. He makes a larger square. It's halfway from here to the river. Yeah, I saw it when we were getting chased by wolves. I know the one you're talking about. Take a look around, see what's their condition. If there are any beasts around, you can hit. There's some wolves. At least there were a couple of days ago. There was a whole pack of wolves. You can handle a few small creatures, can't you? Maybe a few small creatures, but not a whole pack of wolves. There's a ruined campsite west of Foggy's. Okay. So 2 shelters, and then you just want me to take care of anything. Are you talking the shelter? Are you talking about the one that was with foxes? Because if you're talking about the one with foxes, I know which one you're talking about there too. He laughs, but not with his eyes. Forgive me, friend, but you don't want to sound like someone with much experience behind them. You're nothing like Astarion. He took pride in his self-reliance. Not completely sure I agree with this dialogue, but to go through all the dialogue, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Are you not paid by the rich folks from Hoblappin? His voice once again is apologetic. I believe what I'm asking you for it is your very job. I just try to motivate you to do it well, Roadwarden. I'm not your master, you'll do as you please. Yeah, it's okay. He lets out a sigh of relief and squeezes his tummy. You almost make me worried there, friend. He then throws away the charred wood, returns to his door, and looks for his tools. I got rid of a small pack of dusk foxes that lived in the ruined shelter to the west. Dusk foxes. After he meets your silence, he carries on. I don't know what that is. We describe their looks and the threat they present. As Eva observes the clouds, sometimes asking him to explain more, he finally taps his tummy. Well, better than a tribe of goblins. And what about the ruins? Is the wood standing strong? He thinks about your brief tale and looks inside his wooden case. I admit, restoring the place right away would be a waste of time and effort. He may need your help with it, but next spring, or even the one after that, I'll give you 1 dragon for the news and another 2 for handling the foxes. Oh, thank you. Um, I cleared the statue south of Bonky's place. That woman with a stick. Seeing her nods, he stops his work. What for? Well, you can mire her. You can turn it into rocks. I thought you may care. Carpenter glances at his workbench. I don't think we need a pile of rocks, but I see what you mean. I'll ask around. He tells one of the kids from the square to bring our guests some fried meat and nuts. Seeing your look, he pats his tummy. What? Yeah, no, that's fair. I just didn't know if you wanted to know if you knew anything about the statue. It's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's nothing. It's just a little statue. We got a coin from it anyway. I took a look at the dolmen in the south. It's safe. He keeps sculpting wood and asks you about the size of the entrance of the chapel. I've heard it's small, but not that small. Not enough for a group, but maybe a lone traveler without a mount. He looks at you with a smile. Take a dragon bow from the case, will you? I don't want to stop now. Yeah, I grab a coin. It's okay. Well, friend, thanks to your tales, the hunters and foragers feel more confident about the meadows from here to Foggy's and even beyond. When you have a day to spare, come here any morning. Ask our tribesfolk about a job for a road warden unless it rains. You'll get 2 dragons and enough stew to fill your belly for a day of patrolling the roads and assisting us in our wagons. So the things you are meant to do anyway, maybe. Just remember to come with a healthy shell, it won't be a stroll. Okie dokie. I encountered a fallen tree in the far south. You describe its exact location. I guess it was unavoidable for this to happen at one point or the other. Too bad it's so far away from here. He stops his work and turns to you. So, would you like to help us with that, friend? You ask him what he proposes, and he describes what he calls a day of honest work. Just come to me someday in the early hours. I still need to discuss this with the tribe, but I'll ask the stronger folks to travel with you to the dream. They'll agree if they feel like the roads can be trusted. Split it into blocks, get it on wagons, bring it here. It won't go to waste, and the road will be cleaned. When you mention it's going to take an entire day, he agrees, and you'll get 5 dragon bones for it. Just come to me when you're healthy, and only if you already know what's on the route from here to that point. We'll put a lot of trust into your guidance and protection, Jade. So you want me to get to know the entire route, make sure it's safe enough for your tribe to follow it, and come here in the morning, but only if I can handle the journey. Quite a list, but fine, we'll see. He thinks about your words, then reaches for his case. You're right, that's a lot. I can't help you much, but at least you deserve 1 bone right away for bringing me the message. Already, maybe buy some rations for it, or a good rest. Actually, we also need at least 1 day to prepare ourselves. Okay. Still don't know the condition of the watchtower. More news from the East Road before we travel. Okay. I want you to discuss the issue of the Enchantress Rod with the village. You should know by now I can be trusted. He takes the rod and smiles. There's no need. I already know what they'll say. My tribe calls you a fair soul. We'll put it at the watchtower. There aren't that many birds that would steal something out. Oh, good. Okay, good. Thank you. So how many is that now? 4? 3. Okay. Held to the north in the creeks. And the white marshes, yeah. Okay. Cool. And we could potentially place one here in Howersdale, but we need to be trusted first. More than likely another one goes at the monastery once we get them to trust us. So that's another 2 right there for 5. And we had, what, 8? So yeah, there's 3 more places I guess we can put one. Oh, this is creeks. I thought this was creeks. This is creeks. Okay, so probably that other town they were talking about that way somewhere. No. Gale Rocks. Probably another one there. Probably another one there. So that's 3. So yeah. That'll be 1, 2, and then 3. Maybe one at the abandoned watchtower, but that feels close enough to the residents. Probably not. Maybe one like over here or something. I wonder if we can put one in Tullius camp. Be serious now, Ela. I need to know what happened to Astarion. He springs up, still holding his tools and demonstrating his threatening physique, and raises his voice. I am serious. I don't know. He looks behind him and even takes a step back. With every few gestures, his breath gets a bit slower. He said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, Roadwarden. A treasure, I think, and that treasure would change the north. He rubs his forearms, but there is still tension in his shell. He needed help we couldn't give him, and told us to prepare for Glacia and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid them for them up front, but she never came. Neither did he. When he sits down again, he doesn't look at you. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried, friend. His words lacked confidence. It may very well be that something caught him, but we weren't a part of this. Now please, let me be. Okay. Okay. Maybe there's some locals looking for a match in other villages. After a few minutes, you find yourself sitting at a table with Soshi, a dark-haired 20-year-old who some call a woodcutter, others a singer. In both of these roles, her massive stature must be of help. When she walks, she either carries a large axe on her shoulders or swings it around, towering over her tribesfolk like a chieftain from the Tales of War. She admits she enjoys a friendly shag from time to time, but can't see a future for her in creeks. Enough of these friends lose their lives in the wilderness. I start seeing cats and gargoyles in every shadow. I would rather have a few calm, safe years at the side of a pretty little woman whom I'll see in my bed in the evenings. Though you know, friend, not just her. She lets out a sonorous laughter. You mentioned that you don't know if she'll be able to keep her trade after moving away, and she strokes her axe with affection. I would miss the woods, but who knows? My tribe can't be the only one that cuts trees around here. You try to ask her about her worldview, but she gets bored by the topic. We here, she looks around, have no temples and priests, and I don't aim to become one. Ephraim, he raises an eyebrow, then pulls head as if to see you better. What do you think about Ela? He repeats your question, making sure he heard correctly, then scratches the wolf's head. I respect him. He took good care of me as an older brother. He's boring, you know that, and hides a lot behind those smiles of his. He spends days in the workshop, thinking we may be both as weak as we are now, and smart enough to prosper. There's work to be done, he mimics the carpenter's cadence. There always is. You want to ask about the weakness, but he gives you no time to speak. There's almost no folks from the older generations left, did you not, Ice? Foggy and old Hava are the only two still capable of doing work, but they aren't getting any younger and are already wounded. You think about the tavern keeper's lost arm. We were always lacking in numbers, blades, tools, and skills. The beast took many souls, but Ela won't talk about it. He would rather forget them and tie this place to the other villages, making us merchants and rotten carpenters. He adjusts his cloak, boiling from frustration, then risks the lives of the younger tribesfolk on training and hunting. We've suffered so much, yet we're becoming even weaker. He calms himself down with silence. Are you the only hunter around? But of course not. He takes a suspiciously long pause. 7 of us. The tribe is small. We have enough food without daily trips. If we catch too much meat, it spoils, so it's better to let the animals feel safe. We try to change the topic, but the man suddenly looks around and lowers his wolf's head. Well, there's just one issue. 3 of my friends left the village many days ago, and I'm really afraid for them. Ela thinks they're already dead. I'll try to find these hunters. Tell me what you know. He walks around from time to time looking at you with an open mouth, not sure how to start. He takes off his heavy cloak and looks at you in the eyes. They left for a few days to seek and kill some big game, each of them a different one, then bring all of them for me to judge. His confident voice falters when he mentions his own part. The winner would have caught me the prey of the greatest size, rarity, utility, and of the greatest threat. He turns away and lowers the wolf's mouth. Tell me about those 3. They are hunters and fighters, but also close friends. If one of them was in trouble, the others would have done all they could to help. They've been a team for years and were planning to start a family this winter, you know. Their last big adventure before Dahlia's belly locks her at home. He gives you quite a tale of their deeds and features. Dahlia is the bravest of them, with strong legs. She has simple ways and looks for beasts in the open by the roads. Her hair is light, always tied in a single braid. Admin is a man who seeks paths and challenges. He believes that seeking knowledge of the peninsula will bring the tribe ways to survive hardships. Is smaller than the others, and knows more about dressing the wild game than any of us. His arms are small, so he often places traps. His hair is a bit darker than Dahlia's, but short, just like his beard. Vaschel is not a man, though they were born with a prick, and wears browns and greens to blend in with the trees. They hunt like a gargoyle, hiding among leaves, jumping at a creature when it gets close. Because of that, they have often roamed in the woods, even those that are far away from the village. This sounds serious, but if you want me to look for them, I still deserve a reward. Isn't helping 3 young, strong souls enough? Seeing your look, he raises his chest. Voice draws his obsidian edged club and touches his chest with it. Then I will loyally assist you, friend. For your brave deeds, you may count on me on a day of great challenge. As he lowers his weapon, he winks at you, and others will be grateful as well. You know that. And where should I start? He looks at you as if you're slow. Would have found them myself if I knew. I let the horse take you to other settlements. Ask there. Let's say I were to find them. What should I tell them? Have you no shred of optimism? Maybe they're fine. Just tell them to come home. We've got enough wood and food to start the next feast, and I have a hint that an honorable guest may be welcome there. He smiles at you, and for a moment you think you see the wolf heads wink. Does your tribe often send lone hunters? Why not work in groups? This isn't a hunt but a competition. The winner names their first child. I've heard their arguments. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to pick a name when you have three parents, he chuckles to himself. Once the memory fades, he gets serious again. But I can't disagree with you, friend. It's the first time in many years since my tribesfolk have gone on such a reckless trip, and I fear it may remind us how why the peninsula isn't a place for adventurers. I'll tell you if I find anything. Thanks, friend, and if all you have is a tale of their dead shells, bring me something to prove it. A trinket, a weapon, a thing we can throw into a pyre. I really hope that goblin spear wasn't a trinket of that of some sort with a blue. Hmm. Do the hunters from Pell of the North hinder your job? Nah, they only get closer when they chase after wounded prey, so our woods stay mostly the same. You could have another village twice our size. He glances to the gate. Halfway from here to Pelt, and there would still be more than enough game for every belly, as long as they would forage and set up farms. You ask him if he has ever considered joining professional hunters, but he takes off the wolf's head and gives it to you so you can take a better look. It's weirdly warm from the sun. That's the only wolf any of us felt in the last 5 years, you see. Not that we're cowards. He suddenly raises his voice. Our trade just isn't like the big game hunters. I place fish traps, put glue to catch birds, shoot rocks at rabbits and rats. When in a group we may seek roe deer or oryx. He takes the hat back and looks at it with nostalgia. Those in the inn seek trophies, not meat, so they hunt for big beasts. Ones that, fight back. Our ways are different, but I like that bunch. At least they smile. Unlike others in the peninsula, hunters will always find a common tongue. Once you see enough blood and guts, you have to laugh or go crazy. Have you ever had an opportunity to work with the Rastos from Howard's Dell and Cassia from Gale Rocks? Do they know their trade? I with both of them, but I would rather hunt for frogs than waste my time teaching them both how to not trip over their own feet. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you're waiting for him to tell you more. What, surprised? He finally adds. Erastos barely knows how to catch a rabbit or a sparrow. He's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick as a soldier. And Cassia is even worse. Big mouth, sure, but whenever we seek blades of gale rocks to help us catch a big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. What do you know about the road running through the heart of the forest? I know to avoid it. Blood there. Seeing that you're waiting for a longer tale, he adjusts his heavy cloak, spending a good minute on making sure that you understand it's a dangerous place. You'll do better riding around it. The northern road is the safest, he concludes. After you insist that any sort of guidance may be of use, he scratches the wolf's head. I've heard from a friend that gnolls were moving there. Those very small beast folks, you know? He moves an open hand close to his hips, portraying the height. They'll threaten you until you give them some meat, and that's all they eat. No fruits, no, I don't know, bones. But it's the fright apes that scare me the most, and there's an entire family of them. Trust me, if you ever hear the terrible scream of a human somewhere in the tree crowns, run as fast as you can. Don't seek it, and certainly don't fight it. Just ride as fast as you can. Have a good hunt. You follow the path between the fields, witnessing a one-sided conversation between old Hava and a barely adult man. She orders him around, pointing at various plants, criticizing the sight of weeds, and addressing the fancy clothes he's wearing. He observes his red-dyed boots and lets out a relieved sigh after your arrival. I better change, he mumbles, heading to the main square. The woman spares you a wry glance, then turns away, focused on the struggling vegetables. She's the only person in the village who wears clothes made of plant fabric, but they're weathered and covered with decades of old patches. Her hands clasped behind her back are constantly twitching. How are you doing? After a moment, she turns to you slowly, chewing her bottom lip. I'm doing my break. Say what you want and fast. What do you have for sale? We sold what we had. We're lacking hunters. And these, she looks at the wrinkled vegetables, will go into a stew if they're even worth picking. Without noticing it, she grabs her left forearm with her right hand but doesn't stop the twitching. We always have a fish trap to spare. We make them just in case. A large basket. Put it in a creek and wait a day or two until something swims inside. I'll sell you one for 2 dragon bones. And if you would rather eat something right away, she carries on after a short pause, our cooks would spare you a roast grouse or a chicken. It will be cold but fresh. We always have one. You never know when there are maggots in your supplies, and kids shouldn't skip a meal. You ask her to tell you more, but her patience grows thin. It's the best light roast in the north. We add plenty of spices to it, so it spoils slowly. That's it. Fine, show me how this trap works. You know what? I kinda do want a fish trap. Then we can start getting, because that'll pay for itself. Like, 1, 2 times, that'll pay for itself. So yeah, thank you. I very much like that. I don't expect many merchants to reach this place. Why don't you move your traps to Foggy's? What's it to you? She doesn't wait for your response. Does your yard look like it has a space for nets? Place to sleep? We need another hut and we have no space for it. She gazes at you with dry, tired eyes. If you need a scrap of floor, go to the tavern. Okay. Hmm. Okay, how are we doing? 6 hours before dusk. Takes 3 hours to get to the cabin. That'll be cutting it a little close, probably. So let's just go here. Edmond, Dahlia, and Vashel didn't return from their hunting trip. Did they share any plans with you? Why would they, growls V. They don't waste their time, we don't bother with theirs. Alien's eyes are a bit warmer. Ephraim already asked us. They ate there on the stairs and left days ago. They didn't want to get in each other's way, so they planned to spread. That's all I know. Seeing your look, he spreads his arms in an awkward shrug. They were laughing, eating, all confident and strong. I didn't know they would disappear. You consider his words when the shorter man starts to snap his fingers. Wait, I heard one thing. Something about, yeah, that they won't go north because of the dark magic in the tunnel. Then it's smart of them, concludes Elan with a humble smile. Better than nothing, I'm sure they're fine. Well, maybe, but I probably should make a blinding powder if we can. The blinding powder doesn't affect dry skin, but once it touches one's eyes or tongue, it causes a painful burn. A pinch of it will blind a creature for a few minutes, while the larger doses take away one's eyesight indefinitely. A single pouch will be enough for a couple of uses. The recipe requires a jar of soil touched by curse, entire basalt rock powdered at the top of it. Okay, so if we, yeah, I kind of thought it would require the basalt salt, so we'll have to get them to work with us. You follow the road spread between the hills and lonely trees until you reach a solid wooden bridge, not older than a generation. You ride uphill, but horse manages to keep up. The dark woods in the south are behind a gently humming creek, while the forest on your right was trimmed by the locals. It's a peaceful journey, at least for some time. After a few minutes, you spot a group of wolves feasting on a fallen furry beast, maybe a wisent. One of them looks to you. We ride a bit faster. The road fades into an old tunnel. There are no signs of mining, no signposts, no human voices. The ceiling is supported by wooden beams, but the light only reaches so far. The chilling wind mercilessly bends a few lonely trees, while the shrubs oppose the weather patiently. The distant songs of birds are the only sign that this area is not fully abandoned. The side path leading west is somewhat maintained, and you find both footprints and cart tracks, and it leads higher into the mountains. Can we place a broad once? Okay, a small crack between two massive rocks. Broaden it just a bit, push it halfway. Okay, sure. I guess that's another rod right there. Your mount observes the area anxiously, so you stay for a moment to give it a good scratch under its neck and say some confident-sounding rubbish. You unpack all the things you need to make a new, simple torch. A log, some old rugs, a bit of oil. You grab your tinderbox and sit on the ground for a couple of minutes, preparing the flint and the linen char cloth. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire strikers made of thick steel, but all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not the best, but it's enough to make a couple of sparks. The loud flickering yellow light unevenly hits your cheek with heat. You raise the torch, but hold it at an angle, letting the oil drip on the ground. Let's see where the tunnel leads. After a few minutes, you follow a fairly straight corridor. The timber supporting the ceiling is decaying, but you don't spot any signs of collapse. The floor is littered with bones and rotting food, most likely dragged in here by wild beasts, but there are also signs of soot above you and boot prints left on the dried mud. You reach the crossroads and stop in place. There's no sconce in sight, so you would have to constantly carry the torch or lose it for good, and it won't last for long anyway. The draft is hardly noticeable, so looking for an exit in the dark could be dangerous. Okay, so this is probably where we need the lantern for. That's probably what we need the lantern for. Okay, fair enough. Let's just go back to Creeks and rest for the day. Elah still won't talk to us, so we'll just um, where's the tavern? Can we not go to the tavern because okay. Hmm. I thought we could sleep here. I thought she said something about a tavern, but no, okay. I know I can't get there before nightfall, but I can't go anywhere before nightfall. So that's how I do it as I seek shelter? Okay. Did we make it? We made it. Okay. Okay, let's see. That's the better option, right? Because that's worth 3 rations. So that's like spending 3 rations instead of 2. Yeah, that's the better option. You not ice it while you undress. One of your recent wounds is going to leave a mark. Why would I care? It happens to all travelers. Given enough time, let's just keep it clean. Last thing we need is a blood infection, right guys? That would be bad. I'd like to eat. You still owe me a meal, right? Thankful. Baked cold pheasant, a raw eggplant. Raw eggplant. Okay, yeah, that's the last meal that we've got for free. That's fine. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Choices, choices, choices. What do I want to do? We're slowly figuring out the entire map. Still don't know where the Roadwarden is. We got half the rods placed, and we know where we can place another 2. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 more. Right, the fallen tree. Someday before noon, but I have to make sure the path is. We can do that because we never did finish doing that path, did we? We did. We got chased by wolves over here, so let's go check the foraging grounds. Maybe we can get something here. Spend some time foraging. 2 bunches of wild plants. Very good. Okay, now let's go check out this cabin thing. We haven't seen this thing yet. The chirping of insects is rarely interrupted by a cackle of a distant bird, and just as often by the thunderous roar of the woodland beasts. The only cracks inside belong to a small critters. The cabin has no window, but a stubborn beast could easily burst in through the old thatch. The gust of wind doesn't leave the door. A curious ibex observes you from the crag, but flees from your gaze. I check on the cabin. You tether a horse to the supporting beam. Its curious eyes are tracking the crickets that jump among the grass blades. You stretch your limbs, adjust your armor, and reach for the axe. Let's eavesdrop first. You sneak to the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from the inside, something to the sound of cracking knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of the dusky room. A large spider web is spread among the knocked down furniture. I grab my axe and get inside. A spider looks at you from the center of the web. Its shell is larger than your head, and the thin legs are longer than your arms. Its countless hair blends in with the walls, their brown, gray, green. Let me think. Cut. You rush forward, and the spider skitters off, shaking the entire web. You fail to avoid its spit. The sticky glues hit your eyes, covering them like a glued cloth. Okay, thanks to my knowledge, I should absolutely not drop my weapon and grab the spider with my bare hands. Um, I wait for the spider to approach me, then dash at it fiercely. The charging spider can't escape your confident swipe. The sack of flesh smacks the floor and clicks in agony. You hear only your own heart and the chirping of the insects outside. You're getting sweaty. Your eyelids can't even blink. You drop the axe on the floor and sit on the threshold blindly. I remove it gently, bit by bit. The saliva clings too tightly to your skin, but stretching with your fingers helps. The eyelids are the worst part, but you're grateful for your reflexes. At least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shapes. The thing turns out to be gray and white. You stand up and look around. The room is covered with a thick layer of dust. Getting through the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. Well, this is maybe how we upgrade the armor. She said that she had a spider thingy. Yeah, she said if we had a spider thingy, we can upgrade our armor, right? Someone could be interested in such a thick web. I spent an hour or so gathering it. You bring a twig from the outside and use it as a spool. You don't have much practice, and wearing the gloves makes the necessary gestures even more awkward. From time to time, the silk breaks, but shouldn't be a problem for a tailor. It's a material for stitching and would be turned into a cloth anyway. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. They flee to the exit with their speed limited by their tiny legs. They're smaller than a finger. Nope, we're fucking them. The last thing we need is them to grow as big as that do. On their death, we make a swish. I drag the spider carcass away and throw it into the forest. You put on your thick gloves and grab 4 spider legs at once. The corpse isn't heavy, so you drag it behind you. You reach the bushes at the edge of the road, then lift up the entire creature. The more you shake it, the more distracting the twitches of its legs get. You send it into a tree trunk. It sinks to the thicket, causing a bit of rustle among the dwellers. The chest hides a few old water skins and inedible stale rations. Among them, however, you find 2 quarrels for a crossbow. Too bad we don't have a crossbow. The bones have no obvious owner, but judging by their age and the lack of skull or human-like hands, we doubt they could be awoken by the fogs. The boots, rugged pants, an old sticky tunic, and other scraps are cheap and hide no jewelry. The bowls and mugs are empty. Okay, so there's not much here, but maybe we can upgrade our armor. That would be kind of cool. Um, Oh, we can pick fruits and vegetables here too. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Get 2 bunches of wild plants. Um, Take a look inside. Oh, more food for me. The squirrels can go find their own new food ration. Very good. We just plundered the squirrels' booty. The squirrels will be okay. They can manage, probably. Um, okay. So we'll probably stick our second trap here, but I want to sync it with this one maybe? No. It's not like they'll always be catching it. We'll set up here. Okay, cool. Got a second trap here at the fallen tree. Very good. So let's go check on our trap at the steep house. And it's getting kind of close to, oh, 2 fish. Very good. Set the fish trap again. Okay. 3 hours, so let's just go here. Guards, axe throwing, ready when you are. Oh, we won. Very good. Getting some serious money up in here. 15, okay. I'm looking for a few hunters from Creeks. Vashel, Dahlia, Admin. Were they here? I don't know those names. She looks at her companions, and while there's someone who claims to have met them, he has nothing to say about them. She then glances at the boar, which is now very interested in the smell of your boots, and giggles. It's a long way from here to Creeks. I mostly spoke with Ephraim. Have you met him? Sure, he's a nice guy. She starts to laugh. Well, maybe I wouldn't say nice, but there's a charm to his vigor. Yeah, he's cool. Enter the innkeeper. I have more fishes to sell. They cool. Spider silk, very good. Um, okay. So let's go ahead and sleep here. You'll go ahead and just sleep in a room because that's the better option as general rule. We've got enough money. Kind of thinking of going ahead and buying some more food rations. I don't like it being below 10. That's only one more. 30 for the crossbow. That's really expensive. Don't know if there's any purpose to the fur. Okay. So let's go check on the fish traps. Any fishies? Nope, still empty. Okay. We'll go over here. Fishies? Nope, still empty. Okay. So then we'll go ahead and go over to Creeks. Will it still be daytime? We probably can't do that. Yeah, it's too late, so still need to find a match for Shoshi. How you doing? Okay. A friend, okay. Hila? I imagine being a carpenter in this part of the realm isn't easy. You have a healthy imagination. He rests his elbow on the workbench and smiles. I have patience, and I'm getting better with tools, and these are some shoddy tools, he says seemingly. It's hard to disagree with him. They have been used for many years, with only the wooden parts being somewhat in shape, since they seem to have been recently replaced. The steel chisels and saws are jagged and dull. The hammers and axes are made of stone. Some of them were brought here by the settlers, and we can't buy any more right now. There's work to be done, but I do have a plan. You ask him to explain, and he's all too eager to do so. He enters a nearby house and shows you his more successful works, each of which has some shortcomings, noticeably even to a layperson. A bowl engraved with fish was poorly planned, with animals too large to fit into the entire space, and so a part of it is plank. A simple relief of 2 naked people, and their embrace looks almost believable, but the legs are in one case too long, and in the other too short. One chair has a broken leg, and the remaining three show that they are a bit too ambitiously shaped and got dangerously thin. The chest seems fine, but the equipment sticks out of it, and the man acknowledges that he wrongly estimated the required size. So you want to be an artist. Every day better, I want to turn pots, cups, weapons, cupboards, everyday stuff into things of beauty. Seeing your look, he pats his tummy. I know I'm far from mastering it, but trust me, these are so much better than the ones I did this winter, and I only started 3 years ago. His pride makes him look even larger, especially in the shoulders. There aren't many carpenters in the peninsula. Folks do things for their own use, but I'll be a specialist. It's a city thing. Foggy told me so. Not just a jointer, but someone who does only a few things, but better than others. The tribe supports me with food and time, and I'll pay them back with dragon bones and prettier houses. When he leads you outside, you start to share some of this excitement, but most of it dwindles away after you sit down at his workbench again, on wobbly stools surrounded by broken planks and crude tools. I need a wooden lantern, one useful for an adventure. Dreaming of caves and treasures, he glances at the nearest pile of planks. I should have some glue and leather to spare, but making a lantern will take me half a day, and I've got a lot of sawing ahead. He points at a broken chair behind him with his thumb. If you really need it, friend, you can give it a try. I'll lead you through the difficult steps, but it'll take us almost half a day. Okay. So maybe we could get a free lantern without having to pay for one. That would be good. Old Pagos is suffering from a plague. The village is isolating itself from outsiders. He freezes, puts away his tools, then looks at you with wide eyes. Wait for a bit, will you? Without waiting for your response, he springs up and knocks down a few planks as he lurches away, asking his neighbors to call the entire tribe. People surround you, asking what's going on, and once the news spreads, you answer dozens of questions. Though most of what you have to say could be summed up with, I'm not sure. Aside from the worried faces, there are also more pragmatic ones. Hunters mention that they won't be able to deliver their autumn pelts, while one of the farmers wonders about her cousin. She was always so pious, she says with an accent. You remember from old Pagos. May the right reward her prayers or else. After some time, the crowd pays you little attention, and Elah leads you back to his workshop. They and I will discuss this later, he says with an absent voice, then sits down and glances at his neighbors. About the eastern path. Did you face the... Yeah, there's a big spider at the hunter's cabin. It's gone now, though. He observes your cheeks and hands and smiles. I'm glad to see you're fine, friend. How's the cabin doing? You answer him a few times, and he stretches his arms, then puts his hands on the back of his head. His eyes are absent, so it will be an easy restoration. Maybe a few logs to swap, and the roof won't do much good anymore. It takes your pronounced grunt for him to blink a few times and raise the lid of the case. One for the news, he puts the first dragon on the tabletop, then another one next to it, and this one for taking care of the beast. Come on, Elah, I could have died in its trap. The monster is worth a few more. Okay, thank you. 3 dragons. Well, we can work with that. We're getting pretty good at the dragon thing. We're getting pretty good about that. Still don't know the condition of the watchtower because we don't know how to get in it. I guess we could just break it down. Wants me to bring more news. So the watchtower is the only thing stopping me there. I guess we could just break it down. There is no way to stay here. So I'll just go to Foggy Lake and stay the night, then we'll go up and do the stuff. Can I make a healing potion? What does that require? Healing potions may be the most desired liquid in the Dragonwoods, especially among the travelers, hunters, and fighters. The ones you've found so far are capable of fixing a soul on the verge of death, though it won't fix a freshly cut off limb, nor cleanse one's shell from an illness or poison. It can only be used once. 2 dragon's bones to do it. First recipe requires a bundle of black woundwort and a bunch of marsh bulls. The second also requires woundwort and a collection of meadow herbs from the deep forest. Well, we can do the first one. It could be good to have a... Yeah, you know what? That'll take 3 hours. That's fine. Let's just make one. You chop and grind for over 2 dozen of various herbs into a green pulp, making ointment with a strong, wound-wordy smell. Then mix it with the juice of carefully squeezed marshmallows. Clean up any seeds and peels. So far, so good. Then you spend long, long minutes at the table, constantly keeping the liquid on the brink of boiling, every now and then lowering and raising the small cauldron that hangs above the flame of an oil lamp. The boredom bites your fingers, but you don't even have the time to go grab some water to drink. You think of the alchemists who spend day after day repeating this procedure in their workshops. Hardly a tempting vision. At least the room is now filled with a pleasant aroma, and according to what you hear from the conversations that take place upstairs, the smell reaches the main hall as well. You pour the grass green liquid into one of the earthenware bottles and seal it. The potion's ready. Yay! Now we have ourselves a healing potion if we absolutely need it. Very good. You never know what's going to happen. You never know if we're going to run into another one of those cats or something, so. Can we make another one? No, because we don't have any more marshmallows. I don't remember where we got the marshmallows. Where did we get the marshmallows? That was... No, was that the druid? That might have been the druid. I don't know. Okay, well, let's sleep. 2 rations. Yeah, that's fine. Doop. The shivers wake you up. Foggy is standing by the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by a lantern. While she breathes slowly, her eyes are keenly observing the area, and after you focus, you hear the distorted shouts of roaming saurians. I stay inside, hoping there are no curses carried by the fog. Okay. Travel to the creeks. And let's see about, okay, so we have to do the watchtower before we can do that. The villagers need to deliver a few barrels to Foggy and stay around for a few hours to set up traps and repair the collapsed part of the palisade. This task will take you an entire day and make it dangerous. Okay, lantern. If you really need it, you can give it a try. Yeah, let's get to it. Cutting and shaping the slat seems to go on without end, and while Ila's instructions help you keep your hands safe, the blunt, jagged tools are merciless. You have little to show after the first hour, and the carpenter puts his own work aside. At such a pace, you'll have to return to this tomorrow. Let's try something different. He leads you into the chamber storing all of his projects, most of them crooked or half completed, and invites you to search through a chest filled with wooden discs, boards, and rods, with even more trash stored behind it. Some of them must be salvageable. His chuckle carries a hint of irritation, but indeed, you both leave the room with many pieces that will take little, hardly any sawing. The remaining adjustments still present a challenge, but having the locals chat and a warm novelty sand always at hand, you stick the last piece of parchment to the frame much sooner than you expected. So we've got a lantern now. I should probably eat some food. Got plenty of wild plants as well. There we go. We got a lantern? Yeah, we got a lantern. Wooden lantern. Very good. Very good. Okay. So let's go see what's up with the old tunnel. Time to see what hides inside. You place a candle on the ground and light it up with a few sparks from your tinderbox. You shove it inside the lantern through the hole in its top, pressing it onto a nail. You shake it for a bit, making sure it will still stay standing. The candle is as bright as your torch, but safer, will last longer, and can easily be replaced by another one. Okay. The road ahead is like the one you just crossed, a human-carved straight corridor supported with beams, while the other paths are curved and narrow. The only light comes from the exit and stay away from here. The winds also stay away, giving way to the falling droplets and a distant stream. You hear no roaring or gnawing. I look around. The remains of prey and fruit are rotting, but get sparser the deeper you enter the tunnel. The moist walls are shining as if they're made of an ore unknown to human tribes. You observe the dried trails, the ones left by boots, lead to both the corridors. The path to your right also has marks left by hooves and wheels. Some of the fresher trails leading deeper into the tunnel resemble human soles, but deformed, lacking skin between their toes. Left. The air in the chamber is humid, the straw beds are covered with mold, the sagging racks are bending under their own weight, and the animal pelts on the floor release a terrible stench. Carefully search the room. Ooh, a bone ring. Using an old walking stick, you push the furs and mattresses aside, and you spare your gloves from touching the sticky odds and ends by wrapping them with a cloth. You find only one thing of value, hidden in a rare dry bowl pushed to the side of a shelf, a tiny ring made of a bone, not a coin but a piece of jewelry, still elegant, with a distinguished carving of a fish on its top and scales on its sides. Hmm. Okay. Don't know if we can sell that or um the corridor is unlike the others, taller and more rounded, with claw marks on the walls. It leads you to a chamber with a ceiling supported by a single beam. There is also an abandoned cart, the fence of an animal pen, and a few long sticks and planks. You take a glance at the new exit. It leads slightly up, and it looks a bit like stairs. You find no caches or boxes, and the cart is empty. The one thing that draws your attention are the planks and logs themselves. They're in decent shape, flexible, though too moist to be worth carrying out of the cave. They could be turned into a new door or maybe a table. You flinch after the light touches the rusting bone, but nothing tries to jump at you, and you hear no shuffling feet. You step forward and take a closer look at the remains of the massive creature. It used to be 2 times as long as your palfrey, 3 if you were to count the hind limbs. It resembles a bear, but its skull has no sharp teeth and is of a different shape. The ribs of the creature are as long as your own trunk, though the age makes them brittle. You observe the long legs, horse-like head, and the massive tummy. You can't tell if you've ever seen such a beast alive, but surely not its trophies. A part that's uniquely sharp are the creature's claws. They could pierce 2 sides of your skull at once, as curved as a war pick and as heavy as an axe. And the marks on the walls perfectly match them. While impressive, they're too old and awkward to be turned into tools. Don't know what the point of going back to the skeleton is, but okay. Um, okay. Move forward. You forge ahead for another few long minutes, no longer able to see the light from the exit. You'll need to stand on someone's shoulders to touch the ceiling. So far, you could ride through the tunnel without getting out of the saddle. The sound of a stream is reaching you from ahead. This time, there are no side paths. Examine the tunnel. You spend a few minutes walking back and forth. Here, the wooden support is denser, with more beams both on the walls and on the ceiling. The trash, on the other hand, is sparse, and you find nothing of use. The animal trails turn back to the entrance, with the exception of the human-like bony prints. The stream has formed a wide pond. You stab it in a few spots, but turns out to only be a finger or two deep. There's no sign of a bridge. I crouch and take a closer look at the water. It's clean, but the dark rocks and the lack of light camouflage its soft sand-like bed. You find a few fish bones and other remains, but with every step you disturb the sediment, further clouding the water. The water flows from your right to the left. Its trail is wide enough to follow, at least for a few steps, and so tall you can do so without crouching. I follow the water. Ooh, caviar mushroom. No idea what that's for, but caviar mushroom.
Stream
Mushroom!
elements.
The corridors become less spacious after just a
Said.
few steps, but
Stay
you
moist, my
manage to take
friends,
a good look
hydrate.
around, moving both with and against the flow. The wet walls are home to worms, mold, and what looks like pale spiders, though with only 6 legs. That's not a spider, that's an insect. If it has 8 legs, it's a spider. I would expect a scholar to know that, but okay. Among the motion, you spot a cave ear sticking out of the wall. A familiar, though unfriendly mushroom, the creamy color distorted by your light. You grab your knife and cut away what seems like the least bug-infested chunk, and after wrapping it with a linen sheet, you wash your hands. The cave ear is used by some fighters to enhance their senses. Oh, so that's what that's for. Okay. Maybe we could make one of those too, just in case we do run into combat. Won't need to use our health potion if we can just, move faster, right? Combined with the snake bait flour, it could be a helpful addition to your collection of potions. So when you have snake bait flour, I don't think we've found one of those yet. So maybe we can't make one yet. Forward. The open door to your right leads to a narrow corridor. You take a look further down the tunnel. A cave-in broke the timber, blocking the path forward. Look at the cave-in. You push away a few rocks, making them roll on the floor, but the blockade is at least a few steps deep. It would take an entire team of diggers to get through, if it's possible at all. You climb up a bit and peek through a larger hole close to the ceiling. There's weak light coming from the distant end of the tunnel. Door. It squeaks. The corridor resembles the interiors of a fortress, with flat, regular walls and a ceiling so low you couldn't ride through it. You reach another, much larger chamber which seems to mimic the corridor's style. The spoiled food and moldy planks make you hold your breath. The chamber used to serve as a dining spot, with tables, chairs, shelves for mugs, and barrels of drinks, but all that's left are worms and mustiness. You don't see the furthest wall until you bring your light closer. The open door leads to a new, natural cavern. Another closed door is in the corner of the room, opposite the one you came from. The place was a small key, abandoned in haste, but you find no signs of large creatures, bones, or destruction. The wood gives way only to time. A few of the barrels still contain liquids, though you wouldn't dare open them. Close to the exit leading to a cave, you find a hook with a simple iron key. Is that the key for the tower? I mean, it could be, I guess. Maybe this was the base and the tower was the outpost? Hmm. I tried to open the door in the corner. The door gives way. The next room is also too large for your light to reach all the corners at once. The empty shelves, chests, and spear racks give you no promise of a hidden treasure, but you also find a box with rusty nails, a cracked barrel in the corner, and a broken blade. You could spend some time collecting these and other iron scraps and sell them in a village. In the room's corner, you notice a white sheet of moldy fabric that covers a large part of the wall. Yeah, sure, collect the metal scrap. Having no useful tools at hand, you struggle to dismantle the barrel and cut away all the bits of wood that are attached to the pieces of iron and steel. After a long while, you prepare a decent clanging sack. For now, you move it to the dining table and leave it by the exit. The curtain is divided in the center, allowing you to draw it. Behind it, you find a tiny room, maybe 2 steps wide and 3 steps deep. It's silent, not as humid. The wall ahead isn't like the others. It's covered with red and purple bricks. I look for anything unusual. The walls to your left and right bear a few iron hooks that could be used to hang cloaks, paintings, or trophies. The corners aren't too dusty, and there are no footprints on the floor. You spot the brick wall. You inspect the brick wall further. In its center, at chest height, you spot a distinctive engraving. It's a winged hourglass about a finger long. I touch the shape of the hourglass with the pendant I own. It's a match. You fit it into the grooves and press. The brick moves deeper inside, then bounces back, allowing you to draw it out completely. In the secret compartment, you find a key made of bronze. It's as large as your forearm. Oh, we're getting all the secret keys. All the secret keys. Where do we even keep the keys? I don't know. Oh, probably here. Hmm. Okay, so we leave the room there. Leave the room. So that's the armory, and that's the tiny room. Okay. Through the ajar door. The cave is so moist that the diggers place planks on the ground, serving as a now useless bridge through the puddles. The rocks, shaped like icicles, ominously hang from the ceiling, in some spots merging with their on the floor counterparts and forming hourglass like columns. Search the chamber. You leave the rotten planks and explore the cavern carefully, making the light dance on the droplets and puddles, but you find nothing of use or value. Try to open the door. The door opens quietly and you return to the main tunnel. You could turn south again and see if there's anything you missed, but after you blink a few times, you realize there's a light at the opposite end of the tunnel, far ahead. It's weak and flickers like a torch. I hide my own light. You simply put it on the ground and then trance to the cavern with the stalactites. You'll pick it up if you need it. You put away your light and sneak forward. You pay attention to sounds and movements, but there's no cracking of a campfire, no wandering or chatter. You see a shape of a gate far in the distance. Who's responsible for the light? You stumble over the cord that stretched right above the ground, startling the clatter of pieces of wood and bone that are hanging from it. The light at the end of the tunnel draws near, followed by a few human-like figures. I take a few steps back and try to see who I am dealing with. The creatures don't shout or wail, and neither make threatening gestures nor cast angry glances. You hear only the rattle of their bones as they hit against the rocky floor. The empty eye sockets of the naked skulls reveal nothing. The four skeletons wear a few rags, and two of them still have scraps of flesh on their limbs. Their weapons are unconvincing, simple digging tools and spears tipped with rocks. They do not ice the speed and confidence of their movement. The one in the back is holding a wooden lantern, while another one is carrying a fresh torch, but the group doesn't pay much attention to their steps. Let's go. Let's do this. Oh, that was a bad choice. That was a bad choice. Oh, that was bad. Both you and the skeletons have the time to take a proper stance, filling the chambers with the thuds of your boots and bones. With or without flesh, your target blocks and dodges, making you fight as if you're facing a human, not a bloodthirsty beast. You struggle to land any hit, with the weight of your axe hardly compensating for all the parrying, darkness, and rattling. Your brave swings turn into a desperate fight for survival when a powerful blow reaches your back, sending you into the ground. When you take a strong blow to your cheek, you crawl away before getting to your feet once more, seeking hope and starting anew. Finally, you end up surrounded with crushed and detached bones, hurting so much you have tears in your eyes. The corridors fall silent, your arm and leg are bleeding heavily, and you search your bags for bandages. I decide what to do with the corpses after I leave the tunnel. You put away your light and sneak forward. The tunnel is quiet and dry. Okay, we're retreating. We're retreating. We're going back to horse and we're running. Um, how long does it take to get back to the north to Foggy Lake? An hour. Take care of the corpses. Spend an hour and a half breaking their bones. Picking up the bones won't take you much time, but the funeral traditions are rather demanding. You would need to chop and gather enough wood to form a big pile somewhere down the hall. Of course, the Orthodox approach is not the okay. So we need 3 hours for a decent pyre. We'll have to do it later because we don't have enough time. We need to go ahead and just go to Foggy Lake. We got royally fucked by those guys. That was bad. Yo, we got hurt. We got hurt bad. Um, inventory. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that, friends. My mama called, and you gotta answer when your mama calls. Planning on a camping trip maybe next week. I do love going camping. Get in touch with nature and all that. And we'll be next to a lake, so yeah, all kinds of fun. Anyway, we're back. Let's go. What were we doing? I got distracted by the fun idea of camping. Right. Um, we just got whooped by the skeletons. Right. Okay. We need to eat, and maybe we won't get hurt. Maybe we should drink the potion. Maybe if we go to the one place, they'll. Here's hoping we don't meet any more skeletons. Before dusk. Oh, did we? I thought we. What? Did we? I'm confused. Did we not go to sleep yet? We didn't go to sleep yet, did we? No. Okay. I messed up a little there. I messed up. I thought we had already slept, but we didn't. Oh. Oh dear. This is bad. We messed up. Son of a gun. Got distracted and I messed up. Okay, we have to drink the potion. We don't have a choice here. Because it won't let us travel. We have to seek shelter. That's going to cost us half a heart, it looks like. I messed up there. Okay, but we'll get one more heart from that, so we can manage, I guess. Okay. Inventory. Go ahead and eat some more food rations. Okay. Now we can travel to the old tunnel and do that. Okay. Let them rest in the pyre. After spending a few more minutes in the darkness, you bring the 3 sacks filled with human remains to a small, regrowing clearing. You put on gloves, prepare some tools, and collect wood from the thicket and the tunnel, crudely splitting into branches and logs. Covered with sweat, soil, and the scent of smoke, you observe the head-high flames. The bones are sticking out of the wood like hedgehogs' quills and crack from the heat loudly. Okay. So I think I want to go ahead and go back to Howard's Dell, see about getting our armor fixed. See if maybe we can get some better armor. Elpis, she's still not trusting me beyond. I've gathered quite a bit of spider silk. Would you like to buy it? You show her the wrap stick, and without asking, she takes one of the shorter threads and starts to stretch it. She nods. I do. What do you want? The dragon rings, or a better jacket. You ask her for the details, and she loses more of her patience with every breath. 10 rings for the thread, or give me 2 hours now, and I'll put on some of it here. She vaguely points at a bit of her gambeson to make it stronger and easier to wear. Strengthen my armor, please. Very good. You spend the time brushing and watering horse, practicing combat moves and stances with your axe, and washing your hands, face, and neck. Near the end of the hour, you return to the tailor and sit down on a stump, relaxing to the sounds of Howard's Creek. She asks you to come closer and points at the spots where the seams were ripped and replaced with spider silk, which is much lighter than the old thread. It will make it stronger than this unless you cover it with a troll hide or something. Is Erastos trustworthy? You're a good client. Oh, so that's how we get it. We did a good client. It'd be better carving the boxes in the door. Okay, so no, not really. Understood. Okay. I'm looking for a few hunters, Admin, Dahlia, and Vashol. He rubs his neck and looks at the clouds. I recognize those names, but I've named 6 folks from the place a long time. They came here before and after the winter to trade for grains. Could I buy some food rations, please? I keep them in the hall, smoke button, a sack of dried fruits, nuts, biscuits. We eat fresh here, and pay with work. Coins are nay worth much. When he thinks the slips move as well. Let's say one ring for enough food to fill you for 2 days. On Hobhaven, that kind of price would buy you 3, even 4 times as much food. If you're in a mood for spending, I also have something special. Just give me a minute. He goes upstairs and returns with a small wooden box and a hand-long leather sheath. 'Tis a teeth set. We're afraid of what he's going to show you, but when he opens the box, you realize he meant teeth cleaning. See, he points at 3 different compartments: salt, cloves, and mint. You mix whatever you want here. The 4th holds only a small pestle made of polished stone, and here are the twigs you need. They'll last for months. Seeing you're not convinced, he takes a deep breath. Well, we do let outsiders bathe in our creek. You give me 2 dragons, and I'll ask my kids to get you in shape. You'll get a tub with soap and rose oil, and they'll wash your clothes in water. Oh, okay, so that's okay. So we can pay for a bath and a dinner. Cool. So this could be a way to clean up if we need to. I'm still not completely sure about what the effects of that are. Why would I spend 1 coin for 2 rations here when I can just go a few hours over and get an extra ration? No thank you. You're trying to cheat me. You're trying to rob me a little bit here. No. You want something? What's up with this bone ring? Would you like this bone ring? Do you may have one with a bull or an elk? I guess just pretty enough. I'll give you that. You know what? I don't even know what else the bone ring is for. I'm tempted to give it, but it's only 1 dragon. It's not a whole lot. More than 6. Ooh, 6 rings? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you could take it. You could take the scrap. Oh, we just got a whole bunch of rings for that. I'm glad we took a few minutes to get that. Very nice. Okay. Okay. Travel. 3 hours before dusk. How long will it take to get here? 2? Okay, so let's... Probably can't go check on that trap, but we can at least go check on this trap and wander on over. Fish. 2 fish. Very good. Set it again. And then we'll go over here and sleep at the belt of the north. The yard is stained with coughed up blood. The trail leading into the building. The hunters are tense with weapons at hand, looking at you as if you're bringing them answers. You're approached by Dalit. You heard? The lieutenant from Hag Hills fled from her camp. She would be dead without our potions. What happened? A troll. There's a hint of shame in her voice. She says she stopped it, but not before it tore the other soldier to pieces. Better speak with her. The innkeeper greets you with a nod, and his eyes lead you to the bench in the corner. Tulia is sitting with her head resting against the wall, breathing heavily, with clean bandages on her neck, arm, and leg. Next to you are 3 small bottles. All of them are open, but your nose catches no scent of ale. Her gambeson is on the floor, now more of a rag than armor. As you sit down next to her on a stool, she opens one eye, then another. Her grunt is hesitant. Do you need my help? I know how I look, but Numa is already flowing in my blood. I'm good. Tell me about the troll attack. There isn't much to say. It came in the early hours. We threw and shot anything we could at it. After it broke through the gate, I had 1 last arrow left. My subordinate, her voice is bitter, gave me time to aim, and now he's gone. Guess what? I met with Caius. You mentioned the tavern and Foggy's care. Tulia sighs with relief and rests her hands on her sides. Alive. That's good to hear, deserter or not. How's he doing? The people around him try to put him to good use. His soul is healing, even if slowly. You describe what you've seen, making her reach behind her head and take a deep breath. Guess I ought to be a bit less angry, thinking about my squad, though that's quite a task. She chuckles. I'm so glad he found kindness in this land. I wish he didn't have to look for it, though. Did you manage to burn the other soldier? The sorrow in her eyes makes the shake of her head redundant. Did you ever enter the road leading through the heart of the woods? Oh, I was advised not to. Have you seen that huge gate in the west? Made of rocks, very tall? We met a guard there named Quinton, maybe. A kind soul, but a bit slow. He almost begged us not to enter the woods, so we took the longer route. I see. Have you ever countered the bandits from the north? She lets out a sad sigh. So there are other bandits in the woods after all. If I survive long enough to report to someone, I'll be sure to mention it. I should learn more about them first. Hmm. I have more fish to sell. More fishy fish. How many fish do we even have? Was that a horrorfish? That might have been a horrorfish. Yeah, I think that was a horrorfish. Um, we would like some more food rations, please. There you go. Axe throwing, and we won. Very good. Did you know there are undead that use light? Kind of. She gives you an unconvinced smile. I know they grow more human-like the older they get. I think they don't need light, they just want it. Like what they put on clothes or take trinkets from those they kill. Well, Jade, for you it's 5 dragons. I won't go any lower, the others will give me weird looks. Come on, it will be fun. Elaine told me you love to talk about beasts. Don't you say such a thing. You make me sound like an old lady. I'm still a hunter, not a talker. You know what? 5 is a fairly good price. We still have a lot, Yep. You know what? Let's do it. The entire bestiary has been updated. Oh, and that was even an achievement. Very good. Should I be afraid of the local apes? She takes a deep breath, shifts her weight to her left leg, and puts her right hand under her waist. Could I tell you stories? A short chuckle. Ain't as bad now as it used to be. What's left are mostly the monkeys. They're not as much of a threat if you stay away from their land, but they throw things at whatever they're afraid of. Once they get used to you, they'll leave you alone, at least one of the many families that live in these forests. She twirls her hair, thinking. There's a couple of dangerous apes, though. They ain't to be ignored. We've seen at least one fright ape. You know what it is? The gray one, with muscles this big. She makes vague gestures around her arms covered by a gambeson. If it attacks you, it knows it can squeeze you to death. You can't fight it. All you can do is run away. Um, are there many beast folk around? She lets out a hiss. Ain't gonna lie, they're too weird. Each one is different. 2 of them, one deerhead and one bear folk, tried to steal a rabbit from our trap. We outnumbered them, so they just whined for a bit and withdrew. But you know the old tales. Bring the offerings, meat and whatnot, and maybe they'll be kind to you. Something they won't find in the woods, or food touched with Numa. And if you were asking about the gnolls, who cares about them? They could barely bite your hand. You see a dozen of them, run before they knock you down. You see 2, just chop their heads off. They ain't magical, that I can tell you for sure, and they're dumber than the wolves. I can always run away from dragonlings. How do you feel deal with them? Put your horse to use and flee. Most of them are west of here. They stay away when we move in large groups. Do they lurk around? If you really have to fight them, they attack all at once, so you won't make it when outnumbered, and you won't outrun them. On foot, hide up a tree if you're alone, and if not, be sure that everyone in your group has a decent weapon. Getting through their skin is tough, unless you find kobolds. Those that are knee-high, they're not too dangerous, so they won't try to hunt down a human, maybe if they're starving. Have you ever hunted down a dragon? We haven't tried to get close enough to any of them, not once. Bones are fine and all, but you know what's better? Staying in one piece. As long as they don't storm our inn, I'm just fine watching them cross the sky, listening to their roars. They don't care about humans all that much. We're too small for their jaws. It's not easy for them to get through our clothes and equipment, but they do destroy villages if they feel like it. I wish I could have a voice like they do. Whenever they roar, birds take off, and the wild game either flees or plays dead. Could be a handy little trick, like this. She looks around, then opens and closes her mouth a couple of times, as if she's considering making a roar of her own. Finally, she glances at her companions and gestures for you to go on. I don't expect to find a lot of people who live in caves here. Should I expect any corpse eaters? They're not around. There ain't many travelers and settlements here, so they can't feast on humans alone. Last time I saw their claw marks, when was it? A year ago or so, when we placed traps in the northeast, near the old watchtower. They stay away from the heart of the forest, so all that remains is the far east. At least they don't move in large packs. Delit seems to be lost in her thoughts, when suddenly she points at your blade. You can handle at least one of them with that axe of yours. Just give it all right away. Hurt the beast even slightly, cut its arm or something, and it's going to run and panic. They're deadly cowards. Any weird critters getting close to the settlements? I can't say for the villages, but none of them come to our walls. The badgers, foxes, wolverines, and others like that stay in their burrows, or in the ruins if there are no goblins around. You don't hunt for furs, I expect. Seeing your shrug, she goes on. If they bother you, you can bother them back from time to time. Scare them off, you see. Show them their home ain't safe anymore, and they'll look for another one, much less bloody than a fight with a whole pack at once. Are there any gargoyles lurking around? They stay where the trees and shrubs are the thickest, in the heart of the forest, most likely, waiting for something to get close, then they jump, ready to bite off their prey's heads. The oldest one I've seen looked like a small dragon. It could swallow you whole. What you need to do is keep an eye on the tree crowns, or maybe the thicket next to the road. When a gargoyle prepares to strike, their eyes get red, almost shiny. That's when you need to take a damn crossbow and shoot right into it. Don't use spells, though. They won't do any good. Any goblin packs I should be aware of? We finished off some of the packs, but they travel all around and move their camps every now and then. Expect them anywhere. If you see a single creature, turn back. Its family is just nearby. If you really want to hurt them, take care of their home. Sink it, ruin it, burn it. Whatever you do with it, they'll move away. They need to hide from monsters just like we do, so they won't stay around. Maybe you know something about the golems. How does one kill a magical being? Well, they protect their owners, so it ain't really something I would hunt down, you know? She brushes away the hair from her forehead. You ain't playing around. Well, let me think. They ain't a single hole. She puts her left arm on her right shoulder and pulls it. I don't understand it fully, but I think it's a bit like with the undead. The more parts of the shell you remove, even for a time, the more magic gets to waste, as if it returns to the air. She shrugs and returns to her previous stance. Make a trap. Try to hold it, then pull. A rope may work. Don't try to stab it or smash it with a hammer. You can't harm them. She looks at the boar. Or maybe you could just kill their owner, or move them far away. It's impossible to order golems around from a great distance. It confuses them. I met a bunch of annoying griffins on my way here. The noble griffins, but they don't live here. It's too close to the ocean. They can't compete with the flying beasts, so they only hunt at dawn. Or do you mean the scrubs? Those are everywhere. Try to scare them off, like from a large distance, or by wounding them before they get into position. In a place like this one, they won't starve. There's a lot of game around. I wouldn't expect them to hunt for human flesh. May harpies pose any problem? Are you even going to find them? There should be none in these woods. The thicket is much too dense, and, they're cowards. She simultaneously smiles and shrugs. How much of a threat can they be? If you have to travel where they live, just be sure to have a few guards with you. They won't attack a group of humans, or take a crossbow, or spells. What can you tell me about howlers? I haven't heard about someone studying them, you know? Those shouts, she cups her hands around her mouth, are like spells and will make you sick. All it takes is what, a minute or so? Maybe a single one won't be a threat, but they're never alone. You'll see packs of them in the north, and you better stay away from them. Or be sure to have them in as many ways to keep them scared of you as you can. If they ain't afraid, they ain't going to let you live, and will devour you right after they deafen you. What do you know about the local hunt lords and hunt queens? Is there any rule yet? Yeah, they don't fight anymore. The latest queen has ruled for maybe 5 years now. Our watchman saw it a couple of times. It's tall and has red and silver fur. I would recognize its howling anywhere. But please don't tell me you plan to look for it. She looks at you with worry. No human can harm such a being. If it decides it wants you, the best you can do is abandon your palfrey and hope it looks tasty. But hunt lords rarely strike before dusk, so who cares? Stay in the sunlight like the rest of us. How should I handle the runners that keep sneaking among the trees waiting for me to get off horse? Well, they ain't as bad as dragging lings, you know. At least you can make a roast out of them. You'll outrun them on a palfrey, but if you're on foot, don't even try. Don't hide up a tree, they jump way too high. Wings, you know. She waves her arms, imitating a flying bird. And remember, they strike with their beaks. If they miss, it takes time for them to try again. Be fast, be decisive, or... She hesitates. You can try to buy time by throwing some meat at it, but only if there's one of them, no more. What can I do about large cats? You ain't going to do much about them, she shrugs with a smile. The cats won't let you see them. They stalk their prey and jump when you least expect it. Like Slash, and its claws are in your neck. And to have you seen how big they can get? A venomous gets twice as long as your horse. After you ask her if she's sure that there's nothing you can do to protect yourself, she twirls her hair. You could do something if it's right in front of you, like if it ain't hunting. If you were smart, you would stay away, wait for the cat to move. But if you have to, I don't know, be calm, scare it away, pretend you're large, she chuckles. But what are the chances you'll ever be it? Well, actually, we kind of had a situation where a cat was working with a bird, and we already had that situation, and they did do some damage to us, but anyway. Too many locals have issues with peddlers. There ain't that many forest guardians here in the north, so they sometimes show up out west. The druids get rid of them, and the people of old Pegos have a pile of mails and iron spearheads, so they know how to fight them off. I would say there ain't much point in hunting them. You can't eat them or get a good pelt, and their bones are so hard you ain't going to sharpen one after even a day of work. Dragging their corpse away will take you hours and dozens of hands, so it's all a big waste of time. Better to just discourage them or scare them away. How do you prepare for saurians when they come in so many shapes and sizes? At least not all of them eat meat, she spreads her arms. Those longer than this are the worst, but that's why you keep away from the ponds and lakes. They stay just at the bank, jump at whatever gets close. You try to wash your hands. Whoosh! She claps her hands loudly. Snapped. Even worse with a horse, he'll grab it by the leg, and you know how fragile they are, as good as gone. Those all gray are the big problem. All of them eat humans, and look at their tails. If they are thin and swing left and right, they can break your ribs. I'm sure I'm going to find a spider or two in some of the local ruins. Most of them are in the ruins and the very lush forests. They sit all by themselves in their webs, waiting for critters that have lost their way. If you face them, watch out. Their bites are, well, maybe not venomous, but they do something weird. I can't describe it. It melts your skin, and their legs are pointy like tiny spears. There's no point in fighting them unless you're looking for spider silk. After you ask her how to get rid of such a creature, she struggles to find an answer. A really large one, without a crossbow? A bow should do fine as well, but aim at the abdomen. A spear would be a good choice, and when it gets too close, switch to an axe or a mace. Or do you mean the smaller ones, like head size big? She measures an invisible spider with her hands. They often, I don't know, spit at their targets or something. You do not want to get hit with this web. Dodge it or get blinded. Maybe jump away, then you can smash it with whatever you have in hand. That maybe could have saved us in the spider. If we had known about that first, we could have dodged the spider thing. That would have been nice. Where can I expect to encounter treants among the swamps in the heart of the forest? Just like you said, mostly in the swamps. Do you know how to spot them? They have no leaves and their branches are wide and long. They catch birds and animals that get close to them. They use their food to bait other creatures. There may be some in the deep woods, but I don't think Horse is going to take you there anyway. If one of them catches you after all, play dead. Don't try to free yourself. Just wait, or it's going to choke you, or tear off your limbs. I know it sounds bad. Her voice stays serious despite her smile. But stay calm. It'll put you into its mouth. Only then should you strike. Its inside is smooth. Hit it with a blade. It may panic, then drop you. May, that's your moment to run. It happened to me once, you see. She puts one hand on her chest and another on her side, as if posing for a sculptor. And I'm still here. But you know, it's better to stay as far away as you can. How many trolls can I find here? She looks down. Those fat heads were causing utter chaos across the entire peninsula, especially near the coast. Once they ate a forager from the tavern, we were hired to get rid of them. I thought they were gone for good. What would you do with an undead, or maybe a group of them? She sighs. Yeah, I don't have any tricks for you. Chop them as many times as you can, like the priests and soldiers say. Crush their bones, cut off their limbs, surround them, outnumber them. Only the dumbest ones, those barely touched by the fogs, can fall into a simple trap. But if you hurt them enough, the pneuma leaves them. Don't ask me how that works. I don't drink with necromancers. When you ask where you can find them, she points north. Well, in white marshes probably, but also in the deep woods, surely looking to form a new band. Don't worry though, they won't catch force. You know I have to ask about unicorns. I doubt you'll face one anytime soon. There's a worry in her voice as she glances at the wall. I only saw them a few times from very far away. We don't hunt such large beasts, you know. You ask her to think if there's anything interesting she noticed, and she takes a few breaths before she comes up with something. I haven't seen more than one of them at once, I think. She asks a few other hunters, and while most of them agree, two people mention that unicorns mate in early spring, but even then they don't hang around much. You know what people say. The unicorns crave flesh filled with pneuma, but rarely hunt humans, and are only afraid of the largest beasts. Just the usual tales. What about wolves? Are there any unusual breeds around here? There's a lovely pack of red ones, those that jump really far and once they bite you, they never let go. Also some blue wolves. They spend their time spread around, but howl to one another when they find good prey. Trust me, don't ever try to fight a pack. Their furs are valuable, even the gray ones, but the only way to hurt them is setting up a trap. They abandon those that can't be helped, but not the spotted wolves. They always try to help their wounded. After a brief moment she carries on. But the furless wolves, those are the worst. They live alone, but are as dangerous as an entire group. Once you find one, you can't run away from it. You can't scare it off if it's not bleeding. You must stay brave, especially when it charges at you. It's going to jump. This high, she raises her hand to her neck. Duck beneath it as quickly as you can. Hmm. Okay, so it just literally quotes Dalit. It literally just throws the quote in there that you can read when you talk to her. Yeah, okay, cool. So we won't bother reading about that since we just read it. Okay, thank you. Cool. I have a feeling that might very well be useful. Okay, so let's go. That'll only take me 45 minutes or about an hour and a half. So let's go check on the trap. Nope, it's still empty. Fair enough. Let's go over to the fallen tree, check on our trap here. Oh, a fish, a single fish. Okay, let's go to the abandoned watchtower, see if any of the two keys we got Work on it? Oh, I can cook a fish here. Um, cook a fish? Oh, cool. And we can gather some firewood? Okay, cool. Um, well, now we have a cooked fish. Very good. Entrance. We don't have a key. Okay, so we still don't have a key. Hmm. So I don't know what those two keys are for then. You know what? YOLO. You start chopping the door in a spot where two planks are connected to one another. It takes a bit of time and some precision, especially since you struggle to find the right angle to take a swing. Finally, the wood cracks. When you push it, it lets out the dizzy creaking of rusty hinges. When you push it, it lets out the dizzy creak. An empty table stands in the middle of a large round room filled with dusty furniture. Without the open door, you will struggle to see anything. You wait to be sure that nothing tries to jump on you and finally hide your
Stream
weapon.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I need to remember to sharpen it later. The first thing you notice is that the room isn't high, and just like the window suggested, there's a second floor above it. The scent sparks an image of a cellar, humid, but without much mustiness. Tree stumps used as stools surround a round table in the center, now covered in dust. The shelves are empty, with no tools left behind, and you see a couple of dishes laying in various spots, empty and sticky. The bugs are crawling both on the furniture and near the walls. Spiders, roaches, worms. You think about taking a look into one of the casks, but the smell coming from it makes you change your plans. Instead, you climb up the ladder. The view there isn't much different. The floor is covered with pieces of trash, dirty furniture, and sleeping pallets, which are moist, smelly, and full of wriggling and chirping creatures. I don't care about some bugs, I just need to ignore them. You climb down. Horace is looking at the grass outside, still touched by sunlight. He approached the windows, each one locked with two heavy wooden bars. Opening them would not be a problem, but knocking them down from the outside won't be an easy task. You sigh with relief. It's a safe place. I could open the trapdoor and leave a bronze rod on the roof. Yay! We can indeed leave a bronze rod here. Very good. Um, okay. I currently have three. Okay. So assuming we can do one on the monks and the city. That's two. So I don't. And the other city. The monks, the city, and the other city. Yeah. You climb up the ladder and push the trap door with one hand. The planks are thick, and as they fall down under their own weight, they make a loud thud. You find a crack between two of the bricks and use the rod to widen it a bit. You push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a linen cloth. You move it a couple of times just to be sure it won't detach. You wonder if it's going to lure any lightning. Following the clue from El Pigos, I look for anything that a Styrian could have left behind. You start to move around all sorts of furniture, light and heavy. Among various pieces of garbage that you have to push aside, you find something unusual in the space between one of the pallets and the wall. An old, molding wax tablet. There are some writings inside it. Other than that, the place seems to be empty unless you count broken pottery and ragged clothes. I open it and take a closer look. As far as you can tell, the tablet is filled with small pictures and chaotic notes focused on the construction of boats and oars, as well as on the nature of volcanoes. One word seems to be a name, Navica. For now, I hide it in my bag and I put everything back in its place. Okay, we are going to make sure to ask Foggy about that. Write that name down so I can remember it because I can't remember shit. For now, I hide it in my bag, put everything back in its place. Time to wash my hands. Here at the ground floor of the watchtower, dozens of little creatures run away from the new source of light. With access to an alchemy table, I could prepare an herbal bug repellent. Um, so are you telling me I should make an herbal bug repellent before I report that to Creeks? I guess so. Foggy Lake. Um, You can't make all the bugs disappear in a day, but you know the recipe for a strong, poisonous bomb with a tempting smell. It'll kill most of the creatures right after consumption, while others will take pieces of it to their lairs and either eliminate their colonies or force them to resettle. At least that's what you've read. It won't help much with spiders, but the little ones aren't dangerous anyway. Yeah, okay. You look for a rue, wormwood, catnip, pale lavender, and wolf leaf, and you're lucky to come across some clover and dill. Once you bring them all back to the table, you start with your knife and end with a mortar. It may not be a real alchemy, but the smell is quite something. How long would it take to get back? You can't get here before. Oh, I like that that says that. That's good. So we'll go ahead and just rest here. It's fine. Um, yeah, 2 rations. You think about the sparse clues you found about Asterian's whereabouts. If it's true he was looking for something beyond the peninsula, maybe using a boat, the old tax codices you looked through years ago could provide you with a hint. There's only one large piece of land close to the coast, High Island, a massive green territory surrounding a volcano with its surface spread high above the ocean's surface. It's a wild, forsaken place that used to belong to the tribe of the Green Mountain, but ever since the army of Hoblaben failed at conquesting it over 2 centuries ago, ships have been staying away from it. The rumors of the treasures hidden in the caves around the volcano were numerous, but not more reliable than the regular sailor tales. Come to think of it, even though you remember both official documents and vague scribblings focused on this potential source of wood, fish, and ore, you've not seen a word dedicated to the tribe, and neither the description of its homeland. Someone must know more about that place. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Oh, another day of muddy roads? Crap. Foggy? Um, okay. What did you have for oh, right, we could buy the iron scraps. Hmm. Can you tell me about Nevica? Oh, you haven't heard of Nevica? Okay, thanks. We found enough clues to believe that Asterion has traveled to High Island northwest of the peninsula and hasn't been seen ever since. So far, you know almost nothing. Oh, so is it called High Island? Do you know about High Island? She leans forward, but her voice seems to be incapable of a whisper. You don't plan to swim there, do ye? You won't get there without a boat, and with a boat. It's still a dice roll. There's always a drunk or two in rocks and howlers who says they've been there, but it's all rubbish. They hardly touch the island's wall. You try to pressure her a bit, but don't learn much. She claims that's high above the sea, on the top of a wall-like steep cliff, and a rope may not be enough for one to get to the top. From time to time, a pillar of smoke flies out of the volcano in the center of the island. The whole place is green, with animals as great as dragons. Could it store treasures like the folks say? Maybe, but no soul knows where to look for them. For all I know, some child started a tale and played with everyone's desperate dreams. Okay, maybe there's someone you know of who's been to High Island. How could I, dear? It's such a dangerous place, and there are folks who would be upset with those reaching it without their permission. Hmm. Okay. So let's go over here to creeks. About the eastern path. Okay, so I have to take care of the bugs first. Okay. I was kind of thinking we probably did. I was hoping we didn't have to, but yeah, because it takes four an hour, over 4 hours to get over there. I should spread the bug repellent around, at least they won't bother me in my sleep. You open the jar, releasing the pleasant herbal sweetness. You take a stick and use it like a brush, spreading the ointment near the larger pieces of furniture under which you would expect to find the colonies of worms and insects. You also put it on the top of and inside the pallets, as well as around the windows, under the door, and in the corners. The remaining balm finds its place in a couple of holes that you spy between the bricks. In less than half an hour, you already see roaches that either lie still or kick their legs desperately while on their beds. I put the empty jar on a table, maybe something will fly into it. Okay, so that's got that taken care of. Um, let's go to the fallen tree and check on our fish. Oh, 2 fish. Very good. How are we doing on time? We've got 5 hours. Yeah, we'll just go back to Foggy Lake. More rain. Darn it. Okay. The watchtower is clear, kind of. That's a relief. He reaches for the case so quickly that he misestimates the distance. It falls on the ground with a clatter like a fistful of dice, and instead of collecting everything right away, he picks up 2 of the dragon bows that are rolling to him. I need to make another one anyway, he says to himself, and pays you, asking about the place. You mention the bugs, the rotten barrels, the moisture. Once you describe the broken door, the man sighs. So we can't hide there for long. I'll need to build a new door myself if I have no iron for a lock. He adjusts his furry cloak and starts to think out loud. It was quite an expensive bomb, you know, the one for the bugs. I give him a meaningful look. I'm sorry to say that, but you've wasted your time. His voice is hesitant. Without the entrance, many awful creatures may hide there now, insect impresses included. This is all the message is worth for me. I'm glad you keep moving forward. My tribe was worried I would throw our dragon bows away, but we're already planning our next move. I'm ready to help you with the fallen tree. He springs up and leads you to the square. Gather folks for the wood cutting, he orders the children and waves to the adults to gain their attention. He looks at you with a smile. We have sharp axes, full tummies, spare wheels, and you can leave your mount at a creek. Nothing like a day of grazing, napping, and shitting. Without waiting for your response, he addresses the approaching souls. None of them are older than 30. I approach Horse and scratch his neck. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After a few minutes, the crowd gathers next to the bridge, organizing their simple carts and wagons that are held only by ropes, joints, and leather straps. You not ice that one of them carries a pile of a few bulky sacks, so you could ask Shoshi with a massive axe about their contents. Just food, friend. She's looking at you with excitement, moving her hips to an inaudible melody. What's on wheels, light as a feather, no need to hunt in the woods. To illustrate her point, she throws her tool into the cart next to her. Just in case, I keep my axe at my belt. It doesn't take long for the sounds of wheels and boots to cut through the songs of birds and insects. Your loud journey is accompanied not just by the sounds of trampled and kicked rocks, but also the conversations of the woodcutters who are spread around without many worries. You cross the thin gorge where Ephraim the hunter is waiting on the side of the road. He stands still, looking around like a gate guard from the city, but once you get closer, he joins you with an excited look and light steps, shaking the wolf's head. Don't worry, friend. You may be here to protect us, but my destiny is to keep you breathing to the very end. Good. He smiles, looks at the humble caravan behind him, and allows you to keep to your own thoughts. You move past the tavern and head south, where you encountered Elan and Zvi, the foragers. They move through the meadows with long sticks in hand and baskets on their backs, seeking food in the meadows while also scaring away any potential snakes. Once they not ice your expedition, they run up to the road, where the larger man asks the others about their health and days. After a few minutes, they reach you and Ephraim. You look both like a flock of vagabonds and a squad of guards, with all these axes and spears. Weird to see you all in one place without the walls to hide you, crude as they are. How's today's hunt going? Elan, careful as usual, reaches for his throwing club and makes a slow throw-like gesture. His polished and lacquered weapon shines in the sun. I hit a blue grouse. It didn't have a chance. I, on the third try, but his companion ignores it, and we have a few snake eggs. A good dinner awaits us. After that, they mostly speak with Ephraim about the mothflawn he recently delivered to them, then turn back before you get to the stone statue, wishing you a safe journey. A hostile path ahead of us. Be sure to look at the bushes. The farther away you get from the foraging ground, the more quiet the tribesfolk grow. The hours of wayfaring are getting to your legs, and the atmosphere grows tense as some of your weaker companions are asking to be pulled on the carts for at least a few minutes. Ephraim looks behind, then at you. Do ye ever sing in hoblabbin during work? His words are so loud you have no doubt the rest of the group also heard them. We still remember the tunes from before the war. The city folk will find strength when they hear tales of the 10 cities. It'll be easier to show us than describe it. You recognize Shoshi's voice. Having little breath to spare, you can't be sure your voice reaches the last row of the expedition, but you do your best to portray the Emperor a deer and the fresh pork and bread he brought to the tribes. It balances between solemnity and playfulness, and portrays a realm that has its worst days behind it. Once you're done, the tribesfolk don't say much until the woman with a big axe gets to your row and pats your back, then starts her own song that turns out to have an almost identical tune, yet the lyrics have almost nothing in common. It's now a tale that indeed includes pork and bread, but they are just two of many foods that are now referencing either shell parts or sexual acts. She keeps smiling throughout the entire tune and rests her hand on your shoulder. Some of the other wayfarers either laugh or sing along, and you hear two people clapping to the rhythm. For a bit, we move forward with our arms around each other's backs. We can eat here, declares the hunter as you approach the watchtower and ask the people behind him to spread the news. The carts and travelers gather in the middle of the crossroads, forming a defensive circle while some of the folks unpack food rations. Before you sit down on the grass, Ephraim gestures for you to join him. Help me, I. The two of you approach a wagon covered with a rawhide. After the hunter pushes it aside, you instantly realize what the man plans to do. It's not much, but enough for the winter. Watch out for splinters. A few breaths later, you lean the new door against the wall and start removing the old pieces of wood, throwing them away. It's not hard work. You make sure the door stands and that the doorknob works. Let's put the old wood back on the cart. Ela will play with it a bit. Maybe we'll put it back here in the spring. Sure. Some of the tribesfolk wander a bit further away, searching the tall grasses for food, as if their habits are stronger than fear, but after the hunter orders them to regroup, they stay disciplined. After a short break, the expedition starts to restore its previous shape, while you and the hunter leave them behind, scouting ahead. The overgrown path twists between the hills and bushes. This route has issues much larger than a fallen tree. Your companion's voice is tired and quiet. 2, maybe 3 more years, and it'll be safer to block it completely. Both of you reach for your blades when a sudden cry comes down from down the hill. It resembles an ape, a young troll, or a human tormented by visions. It lasts for a few breaths and ends as abruptly as it started, but isn't followed by any attack or even footsteps. Stay here. I crawl my way up the hill and observe the area through the shrubs. You push away the leaves and once again hear the cry. It comes from one of the goblins gathered at the side of the road, none of which looks in your direction. Their thick furs and shades of brown and black make you realize that you've encountered the very same pack in the area before. Most of them stand still and in silence, either on all fours or using their crude sticks and clubs to remain upright. 2, however, are hitting the ground with their fists and shaking the empty shell of yet another goblin, an elder covered with gray fur, whose upper half is leaning against a tree, while the bottom half is a few feet away in a puddle of blood. The guts spilling out of its tummy don't suggest a promising diagnosis. You get back to Everett, who's too focused on his cudgel to adjust the tilted wolf's head. So, goblins, more than a dozen, they're mourning their dead leader. So it's been wailing. I didn't know they cared. I mean, they get caught by beasts as often as we do. He then frowns as if his words make him unsure, but after he shakes his head and adjusts his hat, his confident self returns. Well, there's more of them among the trees keeping watch. Let's gather a fair group of fighters and strike them first. Agreed. You know who to pick, and it won't take long before the pack is crushed. Once everyone's ready, the battle takes not even a minute. The hunters, foragers, and woodcutters may not be experienced soldiers, but their light equipment allows them to get close to the pack, and once they're not iced, their long, sharp spears and axes make their charge devastating. A few of the beasts, unaware of the scale of the threat, die before they can land a single hit, while the rest of them drop whatever they were holding and disappear among the leaves, too nimble for any human to catch up with them. A few of the tribesfolk are searching the area, removing goblin tusks from their jaws and pushing the corpses deeper into the bushes so that they won't get caught in the wheels. Ephraim takes a look at the weapons, but decides to only keep what seems like a human-made axe head and a rusty dagger. Anything worth picking up? Not really. Their furs smell like shit. He considers handing you the dagger, but you realize its worth is negligible. All of it needs some extra work. I'll tell Ela to pay you another dragon bone once we're back. He then orders his people to tell the carts and wagons to regroup, and you step away from the blood that reaches your boots slowly. I make sure no one got left behind. That's not too bad, says Shoshi as you reach the fallen tree. It's thin. We can surround it. The workers divide the tools and use the carts and wagons to form a barricade, explaining that they'll move them once again when it comes to loading timber on them. You prepare your own belongings. When you not ice that the tribe awaits your command. You can start whenever you're ready. I'll keep an eye on our surroundings. The broken wagon is the first task that the workers take care of. A few dozen souls they arrived here would be enough to simply push the tree to one side, and what would be an exhausting task for lesser numbers will take them little time. You use the crags to observe the area, moving around without haste. The distracting noises of your group scare away many creatures. The eyes that observe you are mostly spread among tree crowns and the highest points of the hills. You spot a few ibexes, monkeys, and many birds, but no cats, runners, dragonlings, or wolves. I miss sitting in a saddle. The saws and axes split the tree in a few spots at once, while the less experienced members of the group trim the branches and carry loads of wood until they're asked to replace the exhausted woodcutters. Then the work slows down, but never stops, and while the constant noise finally lures the presence of a small dragon that's walking on four legs, each one as large as a human, seeing your large group makes it turn back, even though you would most likely be unable to pierce through its skin. After another few hours, no one has enough fortitude to start another conversation. Once the carts and wagons are ready, the crew demands a half an hour break. We can't really avoid it. The road back is rough. The heavy blocks of wood require the dragging crew to take turns every few minutes or so, hoping that no one will be pushed to exhaustion. Crossing the bridge is the worst part. Lifting and dropping the vehicles is too dangerous for the primitive wheels, and one of them breaks, needing to be replaced on the spot. One of the foragers finally proposes heaping up soil into temporary, gentle slopes, which once again takes a lot of time. You and Ephraim sit down at the stream bank observing the water. Let's hope we reach the tavern before nightfall, he states simply. We're so exhausted that seeking an answer takes you a bit of time. Where does this stream go? I don't know. The sea, maybe? I think it goes through the heart of the woods, but the terrain here is so uneven I've no clue. Maybe it fills a big hole beneath a cave somewhere. Once you're ready for the rest of the journey, you really don't feel like getting on your feet. Almost there. I do my best trying to sound cheerful. Foggy and her crew welcome you at the gate with their few tables, benches, and chairs moved outside the palisade, inviting everyone to sit down and eat. Though more than a half of the crew has to sit down on the wagons. Two of the foragers refuse the meal, instead lying on the soft grass. You all get a bowl of warm stew, heavy and fat, with snake eggs placed on top of a piece of pheasant meat. The vegetables are properly seasoned and juicy, though you would love to have an extra pinch of salt. The worst part of the road is behind you, and while people remain quiet, they eat with enthusiasm. The tavern keeper approaches you and Ephraim. It may be dark, but you feel as if she's covering you with a devouring shadow. Well, loves, how's the road? Worth the effort? I try to keep the conversation going. While the hunter sighs, too tired to say a word, you indulge her appetite for gossip. You describe what you've seen, and as she scratches her large chin, she seems unsure what to say. So the real gloom is behind the tower, but even before it we would need more work. You chit-chat with Ephraim, starts to wake up the napping workers with his boot. No time to waste, I guess. Saved. A woman with a big axe crosses the gorge with laughter, and the expedition leaves the carts and wagons in front of the bridge. Seeing how dark it is, you're not surprised to learn the unloading will occur after dawn. Not like anyone's going to steal it, says one of the foragers, even though everyone makes sure to take the remaining food rations. We were lucky, but let's not tempt the beast, says a hunter. The rest of the tribe welcomes your group from the open gate, and relieved laughter fills the little village. They seem surprised to learn that no one got seriously wounded. Ela and Ephraim share a brief embrace, but the carpenter doesn't hesitate to mention the hunter's smell. You realize you also need a long bath. Time to collect my reward. The carpenter reaches for a lit torch and asks you to follow him. I meant to pay you one more dragon. So be it. I would pay 4 times as much for keeping everyone safe. You did a good job, friend. He opens the wooden cask and counts down the pieces of bone. Tell me, Jade, what do you think? How's the road? You may know how a merchant may feel on it. It could be worse. Oh, I bet. He pats his tummy and pushes. Oh, that's an achievement. Managed to make the East Pass safe. Cool. He pats his tummy and pushes the coins to you. It's all just a beginning, but so far I've no doubt we're moving in the right direction. Very good. We're getting quite a lot of money. We need to cook the fish too. I wait patiently. The carpenter pauses for a longer while and starts to draw an invisible map on the workbench with his fingers, muttering to himself. Yes, he says slowly, you've already done more on the road than I've expected, friend. I dare say more than any outsider in this generation. The tribe can take it from here. He reaches for something resting on a log beneath the table, then turns to you. You've already received your pay, but maybe you'd like to take a hair pelt as a gift. Foggy doesn't need it, but you'll get a dragon or two for it in another village. You take a look at the fine fur and roll it into a more mobile shape. Seeing how Ela observes you, you tell him to just ask. I can't figure out what pushed you to be this much of a help to us, friend. I know some of the things you've seen were just on your path, but others took a true risk. Creeks is a lovely place. I hope it succeeds. His proud smile is followed by a victorious stance. It's one of a kind, eh? And living here is only going to get better. I'll put my whole life into making sure of that. He rests one hand on his tummy and reaches out to you with the other one. Come here another spring or later, you'll see a real change in the peninsula. I shake his hand. I'm sure I will. His large hand is calloused, and even the brief touch is enough to not ice the cuts and chopped off skin. Signs of his amateurish labor. I doubt you'll find much more to do on this route, but if I turn out to be wrong, let me know. He then sits down on the stool and looks at his tools with a big smile. Ela, I need to know what happened 10 years ago. Don't you trust me? I do, Jade, I do. His voice is close to a whimper. But can't you see I'm in pain? I beg you, let me die with this shame. Aren't we friends? His hands are clasped on his tummy, putting pressure on it, as if he's trying to stop some invisible bleeding. Stop it. Deal with your shame by being honest with me. He bites his lower lip and looks away. Troll piss and shit, Roadwarden. Fine. He stands up, pointing at you with his clenched fist, suddenly filled by a spirit you've never seen before. What do you want me to say? That I was there, as well as my parents and parents of others from our village. That is, wanted to make an example of Steep House and told us to either help her or be next in line? Oh, what? He spreads his arms. I, the great uniter of the North, we went there with our myrmidons, left dust and hunger behind, and the beast herds came after us, angry for the burnt and cut trees. Too bad once that happened, no soul wanted to deal with that two-faced weasel. His voice cracks. We cut the flesh of innocence to save our own, and we got nothing from it. You flinch when he raises his hand and moves to you, even though his gesture is not so much an attack as a way for him to let out some of his fire. Seeing your reaction, he slows down, but that only makes his voice louder. You already knew all that, didn't you? And just had to test my last wits for your games? What, you think you'll take the blood from my blade and wake up that fucking boy? Other people in the yard cease their work and observe you. You hear a child crying. I speak softly. You're a victim, not a villain. That is would have killed you, would have struck them without you, and maybe kill you as well. But you're alive, and you try to put your life to good use. There are no words. He starts swallowing his tears, then flounders through sounds. No words that can wash my dreams, Jade. I can't be forgiven. I can't fix anything. He turns around and lurches into the building with his tools. The sad looks of others still follow you, but the life returns slowly to the small village of Creeks. We'll speak another time. Having discovered the truth, you could force the people of Howard's Down to confront their past, though they may not take kindly to your threats and requests. The more you'll learn about their deeds and conflicts, the more tools you'll have to use against them, if they will listen to me at all. Well, now we know the truth, for better or worse. Oh, we can keep buying fish traps here too, that's interesting. He raises an eyebrow, then the wolf's head as if to see you better. Do you know of any creatures that live in High Island? How could I, friend? I haven't been there. He suddenly looks to the sky, raises his hand, and starts to tap the top of the wolf's head. But the harpies? Aye, they're common on the coast and in open waters. I saw them from Gale Rocks' beach. Rocks and sticks don't fly well when thrown upward. A bow would be safer bet. And now we've got to seek shelter because there is no. So that's nice. Okay. Sleep. We're actually starting to run a little low on rations, so you know what? Yeah. You're in the labyrinth of alleys and steep house which shifts after every step. You wander by the blooming gardens, burning houses, laughing newlyweds, cut off limbs, fresh hair pies, Jew bones, carts loaded with barrels and falling trees. You are sitting at a table in front of the Ape Ale Inn, surrounded by laughing skeletons. Thais, naked and covered in blood and ashes, holds your hand, forcing you to stuff your mouth with raw meat from a bottomless bowl. Every bite, tasting like the metal of an old key, burns your mouth, but you can't scream. The unyielding rasp brings pain and delight in equal measure, and you wouldn't dare to try to escape it. The smoke coming from your roasting flesh starts to fill your eyes, but they have no tears to spare. You wake up and reach for another water skin so you can rinse the ash from your hand. It takes you a few heartbeats before you realize where you are. Another stupid dream. I go back to sleep. Okay, what to do now? You reach the other side of the cave-in, getting a good view at its size. You find a new door here. It's a bit tilted, closed, and soggy. I try to open the door. The small iron padlock won't budge. I try the key I found in the dining chamber. After a bit of wiggling, the padlock gives in. The door lets out a sigh, and you enter a humble cave that's been turned into a storeroom. Your light reveals crates, a pile of timber, a stack of rocks, and another of bricks. You move the building materials aside, taking note of the somewhat dried timber, but the first thing of use you find are the tools stored in one of the crates. The crude axes, hammers, chisels, pickaxes, and digging bars are all old and made of rocks, antlers, and bones. Though they're worthless, you move a few of them closer to the tunnel. If necessary, you'll know where to find them. You put away your light and sneak forward. The tunnel is quiet and dry. I enter the dark chamber ahead. While the chamber is in shambles, you recognize its unusual furniture. The sharpened stakes, shield-like tables for crossbow users, empty spear racks. If necessary, it could be the last line of defense for guards and diggers, surrounding any beast or a bandit determined enough to reach this end of the tunnel. You're in front of a massive double-leaf gate, taller than two humans made of bronze. You're not sure if a single shell can even move it. While there's plenty of furniture to look under or push aside, the undead left little to no signs of their presence, as if they were idly standing for years. A small pile of candles and another, much larger one, of candle stumps don't explain why the walking corpses would use light. You grab a few of the candles for later. I take a look at the gate. It's made of sheets held by thick bars. The pictures impressed on the surface portray fishers and their catch, sea monsters covered with nets, falling harpies, and working diggers. While it's doubtful it's made of a material worthy of turning into blades, it's priceless. You look through the keyhole, observing the continuing path and the clear sky with ease, despite the cobwebs. You take a deep breath of fresh air, then put forefingers inside. I open the gate with a huge key. Easier said than done. Rotating the key makes you hold your breath, and as you work at pushing the leaves open, you puff, and blow, taking breaks. After it's done, you wipe your sweaty forehead, giving you a proud look at the light that's now entered the tunnel chamber. You've already explored the entire tunnel. Okay, cool. How long will it take to get back to Foggy Lake? An hour? Okay. So let's keep going north, I guess. Horace welcomes the light on the other side of the tunnel. The road now leads downhill through the meadows and to the village placed alongside the stream. Even from here you see the smoke of the tall fortress and the wide walls. You take a look at the crossroad to your left, which is the other end of the detour that leads around the mountain and partially through it. Exploring the tunnels took a lot of effort, but in the long run it may save you and other travelers a lot of time. The locals may be glad to learn that the tunnel is clear again. You get a good look at the village from a distant hill. It's torn between taming the crags and succumbing to their whims. The gray boulders are like the rotting teeth of a giant sprinkled around by an ancient spirit. The carved cave mouths are covered with wooden doors. There are only few windows, and you can only imagine how dark and cold the gouged out rooms have to be. The buildings and walls, made of logs or stone blocks, must be much younger than the caves. The impressive whitewashed keep, standing on top of the hill in the west, could just as well have been built in the city. Smoke rises from both sides of the wild river. You see many busy souls as they go about moving tools, food, and timber over the bridge. Your arrival at the eastern gate causes some curious glances, but the only person who approaches you is a man who is sitting at a table, discussing something with a few elders. He's carrying a crossbow on his back and a long rusty knife at his side that doesn't reach for them. It must be a guard. I dismount. The man has to be older than 40. He wears an elegant blue-green linen tunic, but no armor. His skin is yellowish, like seaweed seen through a sunbeam. His long gray hair is tied in a ponytail, and his beard is trimmed to half a finger of length. A few large cysts make him look sickly, but his powerful, truculent voice adds to him strength and confidence. Cheers, stranger. You've reached Gale Rocks, you did. He observes your mount, and looks at the path behind you. I see no caravan from here. Are they coming? He suddenly meets your eyes, and his tone gets even harsher. Or are you here to idle about? I listen to the nearby conversations. You have to get used to some of the local words and phrases that you've only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest of city folk. The vast um, to the tongue of Hoblaven only make those differences more distracting, like a gloss pulled into the core page of a codex. Don't worry, friend, I have things to do, and I won't bother anyone. He takes a step closer and examines your appearance until he raises his chin with reluctance. And who are you, a vagabond? If you're not a part of a caravan, I'm not letting you in. Neither here, he points behind him, nor there, he nods to the west gate. I introduce myself. Another Roadwarden? Are all the parents in the South too dumb to teach their kids how to keep their fingers in their own pots? He shakes his head with exaggerated motions and looks at the elders at the table. A Roadwarden. See that? Trying to cut the conversation short, you tell Horse to follow you inside, but you're stopped right away. Leave it by the walls until it's nightfall, right? We ain't cleaning our roads after any drifters, bards, or adventurers. He speaks with growling disgust. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it. You tether your horse to the stems of a shrub, and the man nods with approval, then turns around. Can you tell me anything about the village? He stops in place and glances at your boots. Right. We fish, we salt fish, we sell fish. Our brave ones trade barrels for whatever we can get out of their villages, but he shrugs. Not much else to it, you see. Life here is slow. Without another word, he returns to the group of elders, where he helps one of them remove bones from their meal. I was meant to speak with Cassia for Dalit. Finding her takes quite a few minutes. The other guards claim that she's patrolling the grounds around the village, but you find her sitting against the west wall. Once she sees you, she straightens up, greeting you with spread arms. An outsider in our delightful village. Her shouts make you stop before you reach her. And how can I be of service? Do you need help with bloodthirsty beasts? Are the treacherous bandits chasing after you? Have you lost the taste of life? Her sudden laughter makes the pigeons fly away. Speak, speak. Dalit heard you would like to be a huntress. Splendid. As long as you can promise we'll head to Portia for a filling dinner first, I'm ready to leave first thing in the morning. Her voice remains loud, adding to her confident gestures and cheerful stance. She's wearing a decent gambeson, but it's lazily put on without tightening the straps and cords, matching her loose, sturdy, short hair. She's large, both tall and wide, but has a prominent tummy. The only weapon she's carrying is a club longer than your arm, and she swings it with enthusiasm. Her dark yellow eyes are as large as dragon bones, but you can't read much from them. Tell me about your talents. And where am I to start? She raises her club above her head. I can crush, I can smash, I can catch, I can dispatch. She takes a wide swing and steps forward. I tore out the very first harpy head when I was 8 bare hands. She shows you her open palm, twice the size of most humans. Troll hand, sister called me, She hits the air between the two of you. Are you not satisfied with living here? Great home, great people, she assures you. Great fish and salt. But the beasts, the space to grow? She moves her right hand in front of her eye, holding the thumb and the index finger just slightly spread apart. Tiny. Fighting is one thing, but the wilderness takes cunning. You catch the glimpse of her hesitation when she narrows her eyes, but she soon returns to her loud self. Are you thus eager to hear the tales of my deeds? Want me to tell you how I lifted the curse blocking the Mountain Trail? Or how I led all them Savrians away from our pier? Without me, this place, she kicks the wall next to her, would have fallen long ago. Before I ask you to go anywhere, I want to hear what your tribe has to say about you. Suddenly she looks down and clears her throat, then points at you with her weapon. You ain't saying you don't believe me, do you, stranger? Before you respond, she bursts into laughter. I guess so. We're a busy tribe. I better not hear you're causing trouble around here. Cheers. She says the last few words I'll be turned away from, heading to the top of the nearest hill. Maybe there are some locals looking for a match in other villages. While the vast majority of the locals see this place as their home and even feel indebted to their families and neighbors for looking after them, Paulus seeks a different path. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach, is strong, slim, and built loud. I can even hunt fish if that's the only work left, he admits when asked about his plans for the future. Not just here, not after all the neighbors turned a blind eye to my heartbeat of a mother. He reveals the scars on his back left by willow withs. You mention religion, and he shrugs without a second thought. I can do whatever, barring wicked spells. You make sure he means necromancy and blood magic. Right. All I want is a companion for the mornings and evenings, a woman with a kind soul, and if good winds allow us, to be the mother of children. I'm ready to work for them till I faint. He flexes his muscles. I would gauge my arm for that. Marina is a few years older, but much shorter, pale, and with dark circles under her eyes. While she hopes to find a wife or a husband, she won't leave the village. I have a 6-year-old. His father went into the fogs on a foraging trip. I would love to have more kids, but my forebears have been living in this village for longer than anyone can tell, and I'd rather not make our blood too thick. You ask about what sort of traits she's looking for. Someone kind, loyal, serious, and diligent, no matter if they're a water carrier or an artisan. My own back is weak. It suffers after standing for long hours. I help with fish smoking, cleaning, foraging, whatever there is to do. When asked about her convictions, she looks at you as if the question is beyond absurd. I won't lie with a lad or lass that's a stranger to Wright's teachings. I tell Paulus what I've learned about Timo from Howlers. He asks you a few additional questions, some of which are centered around Timo's face and figure and spoken with embarrassment, then flashes you a wide smile. Right, she sounds dreamy. If she's in, I'm in. Let me know what she thinks about me. I tell Marina what I've learned about Sochi from Greeks. She looks around nervously and her voice is low and hesitant. An open relationship, as if seeing her blush you nod. Our forebears wouldn't encourage such a way of living. Does she pray? When you mention that her village in general seems to not put much importance on matters of faith, she seems to lose hope. Is she pretty at all? She says without meeting your eyes. You try to answer more specific questions, making her interest suddenly grow. If she's really looking for safe, slow days, ask her if she's willing to abandon this weird wish. Tell her, she pauses, then straightens up and speaks with confidence, as if she's reciting an old story. Tell her this, outsider. You can find love of soul and shell with me, and a new path free of empty cravings. You won't ever look back and regret it. The gatekeeper. The guard you met when you first arrived at the village is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. Whenever a horse snorts, the gatekeeper reaches for his axe. He sighs when he not ices your gaze. What? I encountered a dead in the tunnel south from here. Right, they almost got my wife, they did, when she tried to check out the locked passage. We stay away from there, but we talk to our digger. She's there with her toys. He stays away from the wall and looks at the nearest table, where an elderly woman is putting together a humble structure from wooden building blocks. Have you heard about the plague that has fallen upon old Pagos? The plague? His voice is close to a shout, and few people glance to the two of you. The guard grows pale. Better take it to our head woman, Warden. We were planning trade with them, we were. Were you ever working with Cassia? He stops you with an annoyed grunt. What did she do this time? Getting no answer, he waves it off. Right, I give her orders sometimes, but she's a tough rock and won't get polished easily. More often than not, she's the first one to run away, saying she'll get the others. Give me a break. In most settlements, people are much more hospitable. He gives you an irritated glance and stares into the river. Most settlements have fewer memories of getting robbed by drifters or wasting their time on good-for-nothing adventures. All of them, free souls, think they have the right to our patience and care as if they're saviors of ours. Each one of them. Well, we've been beating this land for centuries, with Wright's help and the patience of our forebears, and if anyone wants our respect, they had better work for it. When you realize that getting away with that must not be an easy task, he answers slowly. Don't get any weird ideas, outsider. It's easy to disappear in the hills or at the crossroads. We've got to be vigilant, more than our allies. the stonecutters at old Pago's. They can let themselves be more open to strangers. They have neighbors, gentler roads, and less of a wall to defend. A long basket weaver with legs too short and thin for her to stand on scoffs at your question. You don't even know her name, or that we call her a head woman. Like all them outsiders, you know nothing of our customs, yet think you can bother us. Before you respond, she looks at the white building on the hill. She's in the keep. Scat. You head to the western bank and walk past the big kitchen. The steep path leads through an open, unguarded gate. As you look around the yard, you notice a few pigeons running around, keenly observed by a pet griffin tied to a wooden beam. Some drying underwear hanging from a rope, a spiked flail leaning against the wall carelessly, and a knocked over bucket lying in a puddle of water. The place may be messy, but it is not impaired in its function. Preparing it for defense wouldn't take longer than a few minutes, and judging by the wall walk of the bailey, it could stand an attack from a large squad of soldiers. The current state of the place makes you think of Howlavan, whose stronghold yards and temple walls are often surrounded by small peddlers, a few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls. As long as they don't hinder anyone else's tasks, they are allowed to pursue the scarce scraps of an open space. I look at the keep. The bright walls stand out from the other structures in the village, and as far as you can tell, the current layer of whitewash is still fresh. There must be at least 3 floors inside, enough space to contain more than 100 people, though without much between them. There are arrow slits in the walls, and the roof is surrounded by a fence-like barrier, a perfect spot for boulder throwers and archers. The large entrance door is ajar, with a wrinkled man sitting on a pillow placed on the stairs. He's not wearing a gambeson, but the fine steel sickle sword at his side makes it clear he's not just a regular guard. He stops what he was doing, carving a figurine from a log, and stands up to greet you. Cheers, Roadwarden. Severina was told about your arrival. Follow me. He may be old, but he is tall, with the long and thin arms of a sea folk, a neatly groomed beard, and his gray hair in a ponytail. As you follow him, you're hit by the strong scent of cloves. I climb up the stairs. The door is thick and can be barricaded with 2 wooden bars. The hall is filled with benches, some of which are placed on top of the others, giving a bit more space for now. There is one path to the next floor, suspiciously covered with planks. The chamber is free of the roaring of the river, the shouts of workers, the chaos of animals, or the smell of cooked food. The room is well lit both by sunlight and candles, and quite drafty, though you still smell perfumes and aging wood. You doubt anyone lives here or even uses this room for dining. The road warden is here, says the guard, and he approaches the desk standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. I take a closer look at her. So far, she hasn't spared you as much as a glance. She's writing on a large wax tablet with a stylus as large as a dagger, and since she's a bit stooped, you see her only from the chest up. She's wearing a thick, warm dress and the color of a cherry, and an even darker, modest hat that's covering her hair. She could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been spared from scars harsher than some pockmarks carved by illnesses. If you were to encounter her in Hobladen, you would expect her to be an official or maybe a rich scribe. Some of her belongings, however, wouldn't be found at the city's desks. The wax of her tablet isn't dyed. Instead of keeping water in a cup, she has a large, colorful seashell, and the winged hourglass placed on a stone stand is made of dried seaweed. I glance at the young woman who sits in the corner. Her crossbow is pointing at you. The resemblance between her and the elder is stunning. Though she is slim and a bit taller, she wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. While she is resting on a chair, she looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're defenseless prey or a threat. It's nice to meet you, Severina. I came here to see if your village needs any help from a road warden. She raises her violet eyes, but only for a moment. Where do you think you are, outsider? Some lost tribe desperate for help from adventurers and vagabonds. Our village carries blood older than your city. It does, and we've endured hardships you couldn't imagine. Her accent is not as thick as that among the younger villagers, keeping the shadow of the years when the guild had tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. Better tell me what you want from my people, and scat. Her face shifts into indifference, and still holding her stylus, she once again bends over her tablet. Did the village face any struggles with the bandits? She looks at her guard, then around her. Have you not iced where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon, and if there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barring timber and worms. Whenever we trade, we send groups of 10, 20 souls strong, enough to push away a few footpads. What are your thoughts on Cassia? The thought I'm bearing right now is that I would rather not spread rumors about those I can look after. Her annoyed eyes contradict her calm. Can't you bother the elders with such questions? Or speak with Petronius the gossip? He'll be happy to share with you all the dirty laundry he touched. Maybe I will. My patience runs short, outsider. Sabrina gestures for you to pause. Are you sure the other matters can't wait till tomorrow? I spend a lot of time traveling between places. Do you have any work for me? She runs her eyes over you, then frowns without so much as a hint of subtlety. Show me first that you're worth something. Work with our fishers. Find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger before autumn, when we'll trade for winter grain. I'm trying to learn more about High Island. Then you should ask someone interested in old tales. We forbid our fishers to swim near it, and our neighbors ain't challenging us on this. She reaches for one of the tablets and notes something quickly, and as she carries on, the sounds disinterested more than frustrated. The volcano there erupts rarely and merely hits us with its tides. We have nothing to gain from those woods but claws and thorns, and even getting to the land is a dangerous task. Thanks. What are your thoughts about the necromancers in White Marshes? We almost jump away and the crossbowman shifts her position, but she turns out to just be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Severina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize, I do, with tribes that had to feed their people with tree bark, or decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all them walking corpses will get out of the charms and murder their masters, like they always do, and instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe. We try to ask a few more questions, but to no avail. We don't really travel there often, stranger, and some of the knowledge we gathered on this place is for our ears alone. I nod. She can't trust that I'll keep anything between us. Considering that the people of your village follow the right, I'm surprised you're not pressured into taking action against the undead of White Marshes. And what do you think we ought to do? Encourage them by taking their land or startle their wild game? Maybe torch their woos? She takes an awkwardly long pause, yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in. We have no plans to conquer or pillage their home, and while some of us would like to take matters into their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in battle with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to keep us safe. I say nothing, expecting for her to interrupt me again. I put the gate key on her desk. The undead from your tunnel are gone. As she drags the key over the desk, it looks comically large in her tiny hand. Now would you look at that, she says to no one in particular.
Stay moist, my friends,
Then looks
hydrate.
you in the eyes. You face this threat for no good reason. I need long-term solutions, not witless violence, and sooner or later another threat will take the place of the Awoken. The tunnel could just as well stay occupied. At least no vagabonds would take it over. She scratches the desk with a key, thinking, I ain't going to deny that opens some opportunities. My neighbors are going to appreciate your selfish efforts. She tries to push the key into the nearby bags, but is suddenly interrupted by the voice of the perfume guard who speaks directly to you. I used to be the head of the garrison that kept the tunnel safe. He steps to you, until was left to himself 10 years ago, against my advice. I don't care if you're a roadwarden, an adventurer, or a drifter. You deserve a reward, and if our head woman ain't willing to reward your contribution. He reaches for the belt that holds his sickle sword, and Severina, with unmasked frustration, tells him to hold it. Don't get so dramatic. Here, she tosses a small pouch, and it lands at the edge of the desk. 10 should be enough, considering you weren't asked to move as much as a finger. Scat and talk to Iuno, our digger. She'll have some grand plans coming to her soul. Maybe you'll manage to keep them on a leash. I'll talk with her. She observes you without a word. Okay. Ooh, got 10 more bones. Very good. We are getting pretty rich, honestly. Have you seen Astarion recently? He's also a Roadwarden. She shrugs and reaches for one of the candles, casting better light on one of her smaller wax tablets. I know who he is, but I've only spoken with him a few times, and heard that he stopped visiting the village at the beginning of summer. If he was around, I would know about it. I would. You mentioned that you doubt a Roadwarden will simply ignore a headwoman of such a large village, and she looks at the ceiling, chewing on her bottom lip. I don't know what you're trying to imply, she says with a tone that won't accept any discussion. I had as much in common with them as I have with you. I don't trust strangers with crucial tasks, and if a warden of any kind was to demonstrate that they know what they're doing, I invite them to survive a year or two before they bark. Can you tell me a bit about Gale Rocks? She speaks slowly with the kindness someone may show an annoying brat that has one last chance to learn from their mistake. Do I look like someone who would be interested in spending time as a guide or a telltale? Before you answer, she starts to move around a few small packages and looks inside one. Scat. Spend some time among our walls. Speak with the fishers, the artisans, all of them lads and lasses whose blood keeps the shell of our village alive. The village of Old Pecos is struggling with a plague and isolates itself from trade and travels. She looks at the perfumed man who's standing with an open mouth. You glance at the crossbow woman who has lowered her weapon. The head woman, still without a word, leans forward and rests her forehead on the back of her hand. Her guard tries to speak, but she looks at him with sorrow. Let me think, she states, and after less than a minute, he tells him to gather the council once your meeting is over. The locals explain that the centuries-old caves need little work, and the humble fixes they put into the walls and sheds are taken care of whenever such a need arises. After a few minutes of chatting, one of the children leads you to an elderly woman responsible for looking after the condition of them buildings. The digger, called Iuno, already wrinkled, gray-haired, and slightly stooped. She's sitting at the eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. Her hands are steady and precise, and her large eyes blink so rarely that you want to rub your own. She spares you a look and leans back, resting against the wall, then crosses her arms and critically observes her toys. Cheers, stranger. I have time. What can you tell me about Cassia? Ain't she one of the guards? I don't bother with kids' problems. She looks forward and makes a telling nod. Speak with Tatius there. He trains with every fighter in our tribe, he does. The tunnel in the south is open again. The undead are gone. As Iuno strikes the table, her toy structures fall apart. Merely like that, you cleared them, all them awoken on your own. After your nod, she looks at your axe, then at her toys. Better tell our head woman about it, and I'll talk with the others. We can move to some serious work in spring, but it would be better for us to do the groundwork before snow falls. She shuffles the wooden blocks and moves them into a single row. And if the tunnel is somewhat safe, could you take a closer look at it, inspect the chambers? Report to me, and I'll ask one of my neighbors to give you an easier time. Even though she seems to put no thought into it, the blocks are now ordered from the brightest to the darkest. Tell me more about that tunnel. It's older than any human soul, it is, but not ancient. Those who dug through the mountain were still around when I was but a small lass. The village saved everything it got from trade for more than a generation to bring the bronze gate from Hoblaven here, the pickaxes, and all them tools and nails. It has a single long corridor that reaches from one end to the other, and a few chambers at both ends, where travelers used to spend a night if they were desperate enough. Don't try it without a group of guards now. Monsters also love deep caves, and the days are getting colder. How come it's locked in the first place? It depends on who you ask. Let's just say that a great turmoil happened 10 years ago, right? The settlements grew further apart, traded less. Keeping a garrison of fighters and builders at the tunnel brought little value. We had to put greater trust in our own work, not in the caravans, once again foraging, cutting trees, and farming. With time, more and more beasts gathered around the tunnel, getting used to seeing no pushback. She looks at an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. She compares its thickness with her toys, and reaches for a gouge and a handsaw. It was 3 years back when a few traders of ours went missing. Our searching group found the gate, locked from the inside. They tried to check it, but left the place when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We've decided to clean it someday in the future, maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves. She glances at you, but so far none have reached our village. I was told you are the one who looks after the local construction works. That's pretty much it, right? She glances at the spread wooden blocks. Every few springs or summers I gather a crew to build something new, or rather replace an old hovel with something fresh. But most of the days I just make sure that roofs don't fall on our heads, and that the cribbing in the caves ain't too moist. Then the coopers help me, or a bunch of fishers. She gives your axe a long look, then reaches for her much smaller hatchet and shaves one of her toys slightly, narrowing it. For centuries there's been merely one digger at a time, and this custom serves us well, it does. I've explored the entirety of the tunnel. After your initial report, Yuno comes up with one question after another, and while some of them are specific and significant, others are absurdly simple, as if she's making sure you're not lying to her. You don't know all the answers, but in the end, she smiles at you, clapping her hands without a sound. With that, we can gather timber, rocks, and tools, and I already know which ones will be just perfect. Cheers, Roadwarden. If you want, I can ask one of my neighbors to repay your hard work, and not just once. I need a free room where I could spend the nights. Right, she starts to build a wall from the wooden blocks. I'll speak with Fulvia. She should have a room to spare. A digger is an unusual name for your trade. And what would be a usual name in the city? A builder? After your shrug, Yuno grasps one of her wooden blocks like a dagger. Our forebears used to name, dig in rocks, widening the caves, and it was a name with great honor behind it. When I look around, she does so to prove her point. It reminds me of our long path, from hiding to thriving and on the surface. She can't hide her smile. Did your crew build that keep on the hill? It must have taken many years. She looks in its direction. The whitewashed walls make it look brighter than many clouds. We started when I was only 18, still learning from the previous digger. Her voice is full of pride. There used to be a humble watchtower there, with tents around it. Now we can all stay locked inside thick walls, but also shoot arrows from the wall, roof, and windows. You ask her if the keep has ever been used by the locals in combat, and she suddenly grows disheartened. You would be surprised, you would. There are tales of dragons, pirates, and bandits, but all of those happened before the war. Those lands were different, although I can't say how. I'm with merchants. Do you have enough building materials for your needs? Better ask the coopers. They struggle with timber. The good thing about digging in hills is that we always have enough stone. Our rocks are crude, but we don't need to sculpt. Just pile them on. She turns a few building blocks into a small wall. Hmm. Hmm. The outer armory is right next to the eastern gate, but you are led behind it through a fenced gate to the training ground. You are introduced to Tatius, a muscular man who's walking in just his pants, displaying his muscular chest and arms, tanned and hairy, and his dusty, dirty feet. His teenage pupils, gathered on the trampled ground, also wear no boots and wear old, torn tunics with marks of blood and scratches both on their clothes and skin. The man is looking through a few toy weapons gathered in a barrel, a wooden sword, a few spears with their tips wrapped in rags, and similar looking clubs. After your arrival, the man throws a spear to one of the younger kids, tells the others to get to him like mad boars, and soon after that you hear painful thud and cheerful laughter. He then offers you vivid red cherries, maybe the last ones this season. He may be just over 30 years old, yet his wide shoulders, unusual height, and straight posture make even his kindest words sound like a threat. You need something from me, Roadwarden? I'm looking for better equipment. Then you came to the wrong village. We don't sell anything we stored at our armory. We need those things for ourselves. When you mention dragon bones, he looks away at the fighting kids and orders them to divide into two teams, letting the assaulted spearman rest for a bit. And what am I to do with dragons? Buy blades? His chuckle, while fake, is loud and moves his chest up and down. After you insist that he may want to think that there's nothing for an axed user, such as yourself, to find here, he puffs out his cheeks, thinking as he exhales. You know what? Come, take a look. And you, he looks at the teens. For a few minutes of rest, don't lose any eyes. You go back to the armory's door, and after a few breaths, the man shows you a kite shield, so large it could cover half your shell with ease. It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird for us. You can buy it if you wish, or maybe you would like to grab some quarrels if you have a crossbow. We have enough of those. That's not very expensive, and that could help us defend ourselves. You know what? Yeah, we'll do it. Um, hmm. Did you use to instruct Cassia? He starts to stretch his arms, giving himself a few breaths before he replies. I don't know what you want from her, but you would do better looking for another pair of arms. When necessary, I could put her to use, but she won't listen to an outsider, no matter the coins. Following the instructions, you reach a building with an entrance from the garden side. You step through the door leading into the mouth of the cave and call the person you were told to speak with. Fulvia, the roomkeeper. She comes to you from the half-dark corridor. She fits the description you heard, slightly round, partially because of the tunic and heavy pants hidden beneath the dark green robe. She looks like an eccentric city priest, what with a massive hourglass made of beautifully polished driftwood as she wears, and the kerchief covering both her neck and hair. One feature that hasn't been mentioned by the locals are her eyes. Gray, asymmetrical, partially closed and unfocused. Once she gets closer, she turns her head, gazing into the rock, and pointing her left ear at you. Her steps are confident, and her hands keep touching the walls on both sides. She's old, wrinkled, and pale, but her voice remains strong. Your first instinct is to nod, only then realizing won't really help you much. She repeats, You smell of horse. Room? Yes. Right. She simply walks down the corridor between the few humble chambers, some of which are inhabited by sleeping souls. After just a few steps, the light coming from the entrance helps you know more. You follow the sounds of boots and the smell of rosemary perfume. Then suddenly hear a rock hitting something made of metal. The lit candle makes you sigh with relief. What color? After a moment, she tries again. The horse coat. Black. A pause. The grim messengers. Must not be many of them left, she says slowly. I doubt many chiefs can pick and choose one beast for one task and one for another. The room is far from comforting. The ceiling is only a head above you. The walls are rounded and bare of any decorations, and the only chest looks more like a crude crate. At least the dried grasses covering the sleeping pallet are bug-free and smell of freshness. You don't have to share it, she says with amusement. How much for this delight? She chuckles, still turned to you with her profile. Don't worry, you won't be cold, and we won't let anything mold in here. I have a nose for it. She demonstrates with a loud sniff. We can work for the village for merely a few hours in the morning, move some weights around, or you can pay me 2 coins. I won't take less, for I need none at all. I'll just throw it to Severina's chest in a few days. After you explain that you were promised a free service, she shrugs. So you're that road warden, are you? Right. All right. Do you know who Cassia is? She needs a moment to think. Rufina's sister. Last time I spoke with her, she was but a small lass. Hmm. After Fulvia blows out the candles without considering if you're ready for it, you are in complete darkness, and you only now realize how quiet this room is. The thick walls block the humming of the wind, birds, the river. The keeper heads to her own room, and you only occasionally hear the whispers or snores of other dwellers. Finally, some peace. You're surrounded by darkness. You quickly gather your things and leave the room without a word from the keeper, who's sitting outside next to the open door. The village is hurriedly preparing for a busy day. The workers gather the wagons at the gates, push the barrels onto the barge, move equipment out of the sheds, and shove nails into their bags. The alleys aren't much calmer. The overseers are waking up their crews and discussing their goals and plans. The only souls that can afford a longer rest are the children and the elderly. Some of the locals slow you down to observe you, and when you meet their eyes, you find a few smiles. Okay. I return to Shoshi. She's preparing for work, but is ready to give you a few moments. I tell her about Marina from Gale Rocks. Well, well, you found quite the someone, friend, and I've heard a lot of good things about her home. But this right talk makes me worried. Are you sure she would be ready to keep our bonds loose? Seeing your shrug, she sighs. Tell her about me. Don't hide my plans. Just speak of me kindly. She laughs. If she wants to have fun with me, I'll make her life warmer, and I love kids. For the first time, her smile becomes humble and kind instead of playful. I try to recall Marina's message. Then I guess it's not meant to be. She shakes her head with disappointment. I'm glad you opened this chance for me, friend. There are parts of me I'm not willing to change. Still, I'll make sure the tribe hears about your help. She suddenly raises her axe and shouts, Hey you! She addresses no one in particular, but her powerful voice makes everyone stop. Jade did me a big favor, I. Be nice. A few people smile or scoff and life goes on. And if you want to bring Marina my answer, she rests her chin on the top of her blade. Tell her, think it over, for I can make every day of yours sweet and light if you're ready to breathe fully. You ride by a patrol from creeks that's escorting a cartload of timber. They greet you politely, mentioning the growing safety on the roads. As you ride further, you notice the fresh coat of pebbles covering the mud-eater scraps of the trail, the trimmed shrubs, and the clear tufts of grass. From now on, it should be easier to cross the path between Foggy Lake and the village. I'm making a difference. That's good to see. Oh, we can still go that way, huh? That's interesting. Hmm. I return to Timo, the washwoman. She's at the creek, but takes a break to speak with you, apologizing for her crude appearance. She gasps for air, with her hands on her knees, but looks you directly in the eyes. I tell her about Paulus from Gale Rocks. Sounds like a worker, but make sure he will nay oppose the marriage rites. His village follows the rite. I need his word he'll leave a spirit behind him, if he agrees. Her teeth are yellowish but healthy. He can come and fall. We'll see how we get along. Okay. I seek knowledge about High Island. She can't help. Okay. Are there any old-time sailors around? I'd like to ask them a few questions. All our sailors are old-time sailors. No soul here has seen a ship in years. He starts with a chuckle, but then nods to an elderly man who's resting by a table, rolling an empty mug and mumbling to himself. Try with him. Here you go. No, actually. He doesn't notice your approach until you sit down opposite him. He raises his chin. One of his eyes is brown, while the other is white from blindness. Having only one ear, a broken nose, and a constantly open mouth, he looks like a soul at the end of a painful journey, but his voice is more amused than tired. And who fell here on my very own plate? You're the kid of. He pauses, leaning a bit forward. Nah, I have nae seen you before. You come to buy me a strong mug. You need a few breaths to get through his thick accent, additionally distorted by his lack of teeth. You mean ale? Sure, I'll pay the innkeep to serve you. You glance at Eric's, and while he fills up a mug, you reach for your pouch. One dragon should be enough for a few rounds. A kind traveler, hard to find such souls since the wartime. You find it difficult to tell if you see a smile or a grimace of pain. Used to be a sign of decency to help each other, both on the land and at sea. With a gasp, he tries to straighten up and reach for his new drink. Can you tell me anything about High Island? He wipes his drooling mouth with his sleeve. His clothes are simple but clean and tidy. Do you nay know? 'Tis nay allowed to land there, a dangerous place and a hurtful memory. Why hurtful? Long before any of us were born, 'twas a home to an old tribe, one who lived close to the land in spirits, but was chased and trapped like a hunted boar. And through nae fault of their own, they were strong, but alone, could nae stop the emperors and their brigands. He tilts his head and narrows his living eye. You know what? You sound like a city folk. I alter my accent slightly. I'm a traveler. I've got no home. And you think you'll find it on High Island. His weak wheeze carries a hint of amusement. You're looking for treasures, for ghosts. That place eats all souls who touch it. You better travel away from it. He takes a sip and helps himself close his mouth with the tip of the mug. How's Hoblaven tied to all this? Have you nae heard of the tribe of the Green Mountain? Once as strong as our very own Howlers, got squashed by the dirty corsairs, pushed all the way to the distant east. Someone younger surely knows the way. He looks around as if an ancient pagan village could be hiding just behind the corner. But you will nae be let in without a fine gift. Something they lack, no wonder. A sharp blade, bags of spices. A not ices an angry look from the innkeeper. Aye, do nae talk about the Green Mountain. In his screech you recognize that is his discipline. I do nae care. He raises his voice, but then has to clear his throat. Still, I need to get on their island. It's important. You really have nae better things to do. Nae lovers to bed with, nae bread to smell, nae mead to drink. He puts his arm on the table, then checks his cheek on top of it. His voice is getting tired, so you lean forward to hear him. Start with this. Reach the island after dusk from the east. You'll nae miss it. The volcano has been smoking for decades now, and many say it hides the treasures of the old tribes. The island's walls are so tall you can nae climb them, but with night's high tide you'll reach an old port, hidden behind a waterfall. Do all this, he pauses and wipes his wrinkled lips, or just pay for a ship in the city. They're, they're tall as fortresses, that's what you need. Have you ever landed on the island? He raises his head just enough to take another sip of ale. The storm shoved us into the rocks, but we knew the stories, so we reached the port in its tunnel. Building the raft took us 2 days. All the rocks and vines we had to cut. There were 5 of us at first. 2 lived long enough to hit the sea again, and I only reached the coast. My wife bled out in my arms. The beast took us one by one. His voice gets even weaker. Nay spirit would hear our pleas in that cursed land. You think about a response while the sailor lowers his head again and closes his eyes. The dead one remains half open. Want my advice? He can't see your nod. The moon and stars can nae reach the island. You want to see anything? Take lights with you. Now ask me nothing more. Apologies for opening the old wound, and thank you for your help. In creeks, Dune say, his long fingers brush the hair from the dead creature. They're learning. We buy furs from Pelt, but 4 rings? That sounds fair. I see. Mayor, I bring news about Glacia's band. And what are they? The only places bothered by raids is white marshes. The people from Gale Rocks and Creeks have faced no issues. She exhales and raises her open palms, so there's no reason to worry. The people of White Marshes are no friends of ours, and if Glacia is eager to bother with a poor settlement in the north, especially one filled with Awoken, it must be personal for her. We have no reason to stand in the middle of it. She straightens up and adjusts her cape, then stares into your eyes. Her voice is solemn. As the mayor of Howersdale, I appreciate your concern, but I don't share your apprehension. The guards of our village will stay on our walls. Be sure to come see us soon. We would gladly share a lamb and tail with you. Very well, I'll pass it on to him. She reaches for a pouch, and here's what I promised you. Good work, Jade. Let me know if you need anything else. You surely don't avoid hard conversations, do you? Most city folk feel hesitant when they meet pagans. She smirks, but the hand clenched around her deer buckle makes you alert. Are you sure that open to strangers? Or did the United Church loosen its grasp? I'm interested in who would take their place. The guilds and artisans, the army. I don't like her assumptions. I don't enjoy spending time with pagans, but I'm willing to look past our differences. Her eyes shift from keen to angry. After a moment, she relaxes her shoulders but also crosses her arms. Are we done here? Oh, I think I could have done the. Hmm. What can you tell me about the tribe of the Green Mountain? She opens her mouth but needs a few breaths to respond. I compliment you for finding out about their existence at all. She rubs the back of her neck. I can't tell you much about them, to be honest. I wouldn't be allowed to, even if I wanted to. Moll, hearing the call of a little girl, that is flinches. It turns out the child is demanding a change of shirt. She points at a large stain on her tummy. What happened here? The mayor asks as he turns away from you to help the girl change, but doesn't wait for her response. I haven't spoken with the tribe in 10 years or so. As a child, I was told that one should never seek their home. She takes a look at her daughter. The new shirt is as worn and dull as the old one. It's an old garment for adults. On her small frame, it looks like a baggy tunic. Very nice. Go play. She concludes absently and looks back at you, sighing with annoyance. My sister used to brag that she saw them once in the woods during their hunt. that they were wearing the faces of animals, looking like the beast folk. She tried to make a mask of her own, but the druids told her to stop fooling around. Kids are liars, my father said. She lets out a quiet titter. I'm afraid she's with the forest now. A bolt of lightning hit her right in the head. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you give us a moment? As you frown, a muscular, crudely dressed woman approaches the table, asking Thaddeus for directions, something about moist logs and breaking boards. You stop paying attention quickly and instead wonder why the mayor insists on holding these meetings outside. It's all theater. She wants to show how much she cares about the others. You seem to be fairly well off, even more so than the other people in the village. What's your secret? There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risks, and sacrifices, and the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my own people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. According to what you've learned, you can only reach High Island by boat, leaving the coast during the day and landing at nighttime during high tide. A chance that you're going to find him there on your own is slim, so I need a boat and maybe a few friends or mercenaries. You're standing in the middle of the islet, taking a good look at the village. The locals follow their daily routines. Children are playing tag. The trees are turning gold and brown. You listen to the humming creek and a singing old woman. Yet, you can see what's beneath all that. A home to raiders who led dozens of humans to their death. If you decide to act, you have only one shot at this. Starting a storm without the firm support of the locals will paint you as a threat. If Thaddeus was able to offer her power despite her deeds, she surely has strong support, and she may not yield to you even if openly confronted. I could offer Thaddeus an alliance in exchange for my silence. You gather your thoughts, but it's hard to predict her response. If she sees you only as a threat, she may spare you little patience or mercy. Time to use both her trust and my knowledge. We need to talk, just the two of us. You start with a serious look, and soon after you sit down by the creek, away from curious glances. I hope you're bringing good news, Jade. Her confident voice is strengthened by her smile, but her foot is dangling nervously, playing with her sandal. The air is filled with the scent of roses, but the green cape on her shoulder forms a wall between you. I enjoy our collaboration, that is, I do. I want to help you keep what happened to Sleep House between the Northerners, but it goes against my duties. I want to be sure you'll make my efforts worth the risk. So considerate of you, but you should already know we can handle ourselves. She's holding her buckle, stroking its antlers. Without meeting your eyes, your voice turns squeaky and trembling. Honorable Chief, I do not understand. She sounds both like a desperate girl and a confused elder. She raises her hands pleadingly, directing them at an invisible judge. Steep House and we were in conflict for many years. They took our mufflons and beat our farmers, even my own son. He retaliated, yes, but with no cruelty, and we would never wish angry spirits upon them. She covers her mouth with her fist and clears her throat. It's been a long while since I've had to do that. I can handle very uncomfortable questions, and even if Hoblaven was to charge me with despicable deeds, they'll never send enough forces to drag me out of here. Her pale fingers start to playfully tap against your arm as she gives you a disarming smile. We can build our own silence with or without your help. First, hear me. I've managed to learn quite a bit. It's not so easy to surprise me, but go ahead. Entertain me. I saw the tree painted with blood inside one of the buildings. Who knows how many clues other Roadwarden could find there? And I'm to assume you could clear that place for good. Seeing your shrug, she clicks her tongue. Too bad it didn't burn to the ground. Now it's overrun by birds and rats. We shouldn't take down their lairs. You left strong evidence of your malicious intent. The fields of Steep House still bear the curse. It would be difficult to explain yourself out of this. She opens her mouth slightly, but then exhales loudly and keeps staring in the distance. Do Do you regret what you did to those people? She adjusts her dress, giving you a puzzled look. Does it really matter? Of course, and so does admitting you're wrong. I seek no forgiveness, she says after a long pause, and I don't need you to understand why. Did they actually steal your mufflons? Thais sighs, stands up, and approaches the bank. Staring in the distance, her arms are crossed, and for once she didn't pay attention to her loose strands of hair. I've listened, but I'm nay impressed. She raises her voice slightly, with no trace of the city folk accent. You can come out. Take the outsider upstairs. You hear footsteps. 3 armed men jump over the fence and dash to you. You spring up, but seeing the crossbow aimed at your chest, you don't reach for your blade. Soon someone grabs your hands and pulls them behind your back. What are you going to do, Thais? Teach you a lesson, she shrugs without sparing you so much as a glance. The guards disarm you swiftly. After a quick kick in the tummy, you lean forward, allowing someone to hold your neck low. They lead you into the square. You hear gasps and moving chairs. The locals chatter and get to their feet, but no one comes to the rescue. Once you're in Ape Ale's main chamber, you're thrown on the floor. The fighters surround you, taking off their heavy equipment and cracking their knuckles. 2 more have already joined them. You catch a whiff of burning stew. I say nothing. The beating is short but effective. The blood from your mouth covers your clothes, your ribs ache at every move. You don't even notice when the mayor joins you. You're still a Roadwarden, so I guess we ought to let you be. Now get out, and do nay return unless you're going to be handsomely support our artisans. You place your careful steps through the square, surrounded by whispers and worried looks. Your mount welcomes you with a hearty snort, but to you it sounds like mockery. Tasting iron, you wash your mouth and think of the last performed on Thas's wine-colored lips. I won. I need your help. I know where I can find Astarion, but my journey will be difficult. You're nay known for any unusual deeds. We do nay care for this man, and we will see you as a stranger. Okay. Hmm. The shivers wake you up. You open the window, inviting the dense fog in and letting the gentle droplets form on your skin. The entire tower is surrounded by darkness. You see no stars nor the ground. While I'm looking for a candle, I think of the many times I've heard parents telling their naughty kids that the fogs will take them. The scratching from the lower floor wakes you up. You get out of the blanket and look down the ladder. The main door shakes. Just in case you open a window and glance outside. A pale, muscular fright ape tries to open the entrance with its massive hands, but to no avail. After it hears the screeching of a shutter, it looks at you with its dead black eyes. Then grabs one of the bricks and bounces up, shortening the distance quickly. You lock the window with every bolt and bar it has, just in time to keep the shouting monster away. The ape punches the planks fiercely, then climbs even higher, looking for another entrance, but is incapable of recognizing the trap door, and after another few minutes you think it gave up. Just to be sure, I inspect every window in the main entrance. The roads around the watchtower in terrible shape. Why don't your golems look after them? Why would I bother? You expect her to continue, but her question is earnest. The paths are getting overgrown. Soon getting to the other villages will be close to impossible. She twirls her hair, looking in the direction of the tower. It may be for the better. She starts listlessly, then shakes her head gently. He may be right. I hope the trail will take care of itself, with craters and all, but the years are getting emptier. Still, I need my workers to seek food and to guard my walls. She speaks mostly to herself. I could bring you some rations in return. She observes your boots, then crosses her arms. The more bronze rods there are spread around the peninsula, the easier it is for me to send the golems into the woods. For now, let's say 21 rations. I guess gentler roads will get me more food anyway, so I don't need you to bring me any barrels. I'll think about it. A few hunters recently left creeks and haven't returned so far. Dahlia, Admin, Bashul, have you met them? Admin. He was here, all right. Asked me about the lands east of the Stone Bridge in the north, but I couldn't help him much. Those lands are better left to. She pauses and waves it off. Have you ever heard about High Island? But of course, she says right away, but then leans away and glances at your boots. Though I didn't pay much attention to the monks' tales. She brushes her dark hair with her fingers, asking you to give her a moment. She doesn't share much with you. High Island is the largest island that's somewhat close to the coast, but its huge volcano makes it a worrying sight. It may be covered with green forest and hills, but no tribe aspires to claim it. You may want to ask Foggy. She loves tales of weird places. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. Eudocia wipes her hands on her robe, puts one into her pocket, and waits for you to describe the locations where you place the rods. She asks you for a few details and thinks aloud. Let's see, 5 rods in total, so that would be. Here you go. 11, huh? Hmm. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath and shatters into dozens of tiny rocks, not much larger than grains of sand. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath, then shatters into tiny. I approached the weird fruit that suddenly appeared. It appeared in just a couple of moments, transforming from a button-sized sphere into a large fruit. While its shape and size resemble an apple, it's also pale, entwining the whites and grays of bone. It's divided into a number of slices like an expensive toy made of marble. The tree is now larger, taller, but becomes silent once motionless, sated in its hunger. Your farewell gift is waiting for you. I undress and enter the water. You take off your clothes and step into the warm, bubbling fluid, surrounded by the stench of dead shells. The water is shallow, but your feet don't land only on mud. With every step you touch tree roots of various sizes, thicker than a spider web, covered with just a thin layer of dirt. The bow begins to lower itself, greeting your presence. All it takes is a gentle pull. The fruit is hard like bone, smooth like polished granite, and just as cold. You look at the tree, but nothing else grabs your attention. You are wet, smelly, and the wind is almost painful. I return to my clothes, hide the fruit in a sack, rinse my shell with clean water, and get dressed. You don't see any creatures nor humans. Its size and shape resemble an apple or a quince. It's also pale, entwining the whites and grays of bone. Based on how tough it seems to be, you don't imagine you can bite into it. However, the fruit is divided into natural slices, which you can try to separate from the rest. There may be someone interested in getting it into their hands. Apparently, eating the fruit heals shell and soul and makes those who eat it stronger than they ever were. Detaching the first slice isn't difficult and feels like smooth granite. Before you take a good look at it, it turns into a gray powder and slips through your fingers. The rest of the fruit follows the example, covering your surroundings with ash-like dust. The thing in front of you resembles yet another fruit, or a cherry-sized seed, levitating in the middle of a floral rib cage. You can almost taste the pneuma effusing from it, tempting you to embrace it. It's already going to waste as if you completely destroyed the only force that was keeping it together. You know this is your last chance. You reach for the seed. It's soft, warm, somehow innocent and gentle. I put it in my mouth. It's juicy, just disgustingly close to the flavor of blood. You chew quickly and instantly experience the purest taste of safety, of camaraderie, of benevolence. You start smiling, chuckling, laughing hysterically. Time flows without you, and when it comes back, you feel sweat on your forehead. But you're not tired, quite the opposite. You're refreshed like you have never been before, without a single sign of illness or harm on your flesh. After a few more breaths, you gather your senses. Your eyesight feels sharper. Hmm. 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 Oh, we ended up with an extra spirit rock apparently. Could have swore we had a healing potion somewhere. Did we not? I thought we did. Could have swore we did. Hmm. Hmm. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. 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 I don't know why it's not activating. It's weird. I have the. What can you tell me about the tribe of the Green Mountain? He scowls at you, then looks down the path. There is no reason for anyone to bother them or to leave the safe paths. Have any hunters from creeks visited you recently? Here in the opposite corner of the peninsula, most people do not have a beast to carry them for miles, stranger. His playful tone suddenly gets worried. Or did their struggles with me get so grim that they even considered such a dangerous trips? He takes a deep breath and leans back. I can nay force beasts to jump under one's blade. The forest would nay trust me any more. Oh, can we put one of the bronze rods here? He takes and observes the rod for a moment, then closes his eyes and bites it gently. When he returns it, he seems unconvinced. I sense a spirit in it, but I'm no one who can tell who's behind it. How can I be sure? You explain what you know about the nature of the rods, but he changes the topic to Eudocia herself. Another minute passes by before he accepts that you indeed know her. Fine, I'll ask her for her story next time I see her. Go, but away from the spring. Don't break your neck. Even a child could get to the higher parts of such a rugged cliff, though you have no reason to expect all the loose rocks to be cleared. Take off my armor and put away my weapons and bags. The bronze rod is attached to your back by a cord. As you place your feet and hands on the rocks, you realize that you have to move slowly, maintaining your balance, pushing away small and large pebbles, making sure that the wall doesn't collapse under your feet. The rocks are coarse, supporting your grasp, and you rarely find a sharp spot. The climb resembles a nice summer walk, though your muscles are not prepared for such movements. You find the perfect spot, a small crack between two massive rocks. You use the rod to broaden it just a bit, then push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a rag. Doing it with one hand makes you dizzy, but not for long. I take a short break to catch a second breath. I need to learn more about High Island. His eyes widen. Come again? You move your lips slowly as you repeat your question, and his look grows suspicious. Why would you head for that forsaken land? You explain briefly what you've learned about Astarion. The elder listens patiently, but then straightens up and raises his voice. Even his accent gets thicker, as if he's repeating an old sermon. The feet of the living have nothing to find in those ancient woods and their ruins. 'Tis but a graveyard of a tribe long driven out, and their memories deserve to be either forgotten or shared by their descendants. He remains in the same position for another few breaths, then lowers his shoulders and scowls at you. City spies ought to forget it, Eva, the more than most. You were Theseus's teacher, right? With a loud sigh, he looks away. He's still around. Glad to hear that. His voice carries pain, but as he carries on, you catch a hint of shame. He carries many good tales of our shared time, I expect. What do you mean? He values your guidance to this day. He frowns, but then spares you a humble smile. Is that what he said? He judges my weakness more gently than it deserves. My neighbors treated him poorly. One night he just left, all by himself. Yet he reached his home, despite the threats of the bogs. His pneuma carries great potential. His eyes look even brighter than usual, but his voice grows stronger. If you plan to see him again, tell him I'm sorry. Nay, just for my daughter, or for that violent day. I'm sorry I failed him. What can you tell me about the Druids? He strokes his beard gently. The forest guides us, and we share its wisdom with the tribes. We and they ought to stay humble, take from the land what is needed instead of what's wanted. Nay, because 'tis something we believe in, but because it protects us from the wrath of the herds. To stay safe, one needs to know how to be patient, take restraint into their hearts, and to make the beasts listen to us. We keep the animals healthy, teaching them to nay approach our homes and travelers. Sounds reasonable. Since you know so much about nature, could you predict the weather for me? If 'tis so easy, why can every soul learn to read the weather? His harsh gaze shifts into an amused smile, but it may just be that ancestors have taught me a few tricks. It takes him a few minutes to study the clouds, listen to the wind, touch the rocks. Okay, so he actually can... I have the fruit. He straightens up and takes the fruit gently, then carries it to the cave. When he returns, he bows his head to you. I'm astonished, traveler. I am. It must have taken a lot, but we're almost done with it. Return to me once you're ready to take me to Old Pagos and back, but no later than the early afternoon. I may help us push away the wild animals, but I'll be too weak to protect us from the creatures of the night. We need maybe even 6 hours. I still need to learn more about the tribe of the Green Mountain. He considers your question and finally looks at the sky, making his long hair fall on his back. Listen closely. I'm not going to say anything else. He takes a deep breath and turns to the pond, observing the current. The road in the far east, one that is now abandoned, is nay showing the truth. Look for a brook bridge made of stone. On its northern side, turn east again. Go along the stream. It'll be rough at first, but soon enough you'll get to the game trail in a mountain. Climb it to reach the village of the tribe of the Green Mountain, who follow traditions older than any of ours. This grim tribe avoids the outside world. Right's followers have hurt them deeply. Brook bridge made of stone. North side, turn east, then along the stream. If you want them to share a stew with you, this is what you should tell. I'm a freedom seeker, a friend of the speakers of the forest.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Say these words like an unwanted guest looking for a roof. They do nay want you there, but prove to them that you're willing to listen, nay just speak. He turns to you. There's nothing else to say. I'm ready to take you to old Pegos. Without a word, he walks through the metal door and leaves you alone for a few minutes. Once he returns, he holds a red staff in a linen bag, which he gives to you. I'm old. You'll carry it, he states matter of factly. He's changed into pants and a tunic, but their greens, blues, and reds are lively. You don't see any stitches or patches. Still, he looks like an old commandant, not a priest. As you lead horse down the path, there isn't much of an opportunity to speak with the old druid. He looks around, observes the plants in the sky, but hardly ever glances to you, and never for long enough to have a chance to read your lips. I follow him north. The locals drop their tools and head to the road, observing you approach anxiously and bowing to the elder. The commotion spreads to the other side of the wall as the villagers call their friends and families to gather around. Behind the open gates, you are unwelcomed by a tunnel of onlookers. The druid raises his hand and waves to no one in particular. He moves forward silently, not interested in what he sees. Once you get to the fruit-bearing trees, you turn right. Crossing the bridge is not easy for an old man, but he doesn't ask anyone to hold him, instead putting his weight on the staff and taking slow steps forward. The welcoming committee awaits you on the island. The druids are gathered on one side, while a group of elders are on the other. That is stands in your way, stand right before the second bridge. When you reach her, there's a long silence. I let them play out their games. The mayor welcomes the elder with a nod. We're honored to see your arrival, forest speaker. I hope you do not want to leave us already. She puts her right hand on her chest and chillingly titters. There's no trace of her city accent. The elder's tone is both firm and polite. I'm nay here. If there has been another path I could take, I would. He looks around, observing the nearby faces. I'm glad to see you in good health. This place does nay need me, and thanks to this stranger I can reach the people in great misfortune. Good day. Elpis steps forward with fingers clenched around her staff. Beholder has been awoken. Our people have the right to its seed. You're robbing us of a fruit for which we've been waiting since spring. Her cadence is indistinguishable from your companions, and do not eyes their staffs of identical length. The elder responds without looking in her direction. To think you would dare to claim our holy totem as your belonging. Your soul is marked with corruption. As he points at her with his staff, his hand is shaking. 'Twas the Roadwarden who awoke the swamp spirit through true sacrifices, something that your soft beds and colorful clothing have made you forget about. The man sounds like a disappointed teacher, and you realize he has heard the druidess voice without looking at her lips. You who believe you deserve the seed do not understand who you are, how lost you are. He moves his staff around, pointing at various faces. He wants to move forward, but the mayor puts his hands on her sides. In her eyes you see an unfamiliar glimpse of fear. We've already eaten the seed once, O speaker. Do not make us use force. He knows what he's doing. A good minute passes by before the elder speaks again. My wife welcomed you to this world, that is. I myself floated to use the seed to heal your weak bones. I cannot believe you have fallen so far. Our journey illuminates no doubt, but you're but a brigand. Only you can hear his sigh. Enough of this. Be gone. He doesn't wait any longer. He steps forward and the mayor gets out of your way, observing the two of you with fear and fury. He crossed the bridge, then opened the gate. The man returns to silence, but his back is bowed, shoulders drooping. We're almost there. The man stops near the clearing and leans on his staff, contemplating the clearing silently. When I was but a brat, nay, a bow was trimmed without a greater purpose, nay, only for humans, both for the trees and land. Pitching the spirit was a misdeed. He turns to you, observing your lips. I've heard tales of great sages, from before the days of the emperors, who restored such lands with a single spell, brought them back to life, helped us find forgiveness, the right path. And where are those sages now? Those are just stories. He glances at the dead trees, made up by those who dream of salvation but do not know what they need to be saved from, who think there's a balm that will cure a soul, the fate itself. He resumes his walk. I follow him. The hills are bright and colorful. The tall grasses and flowers dance with the wind, unaware of the countless grasshoppers, butterflies, and mice that bump and prey among them. Dark green birds are circling above the walls and cliffs, arguing in tongues unknown to humans. With every breath you take in the summer and its dusk, the drying ground and the promise of rainfalls, as well as the pinching smoke coming from the funeral pyre set in the center of the village, cutting the horizon like a column weaved from shadows. As time goes on, the old man's walking pace slows down, observing the lands around you with great interest. His keen eyes stop on trees, bushes, and flowers, though it's the crops in the plateau that make them stop for a bit. After a minute or two, he speaks. The plants want to fall. They need no more than 2 rains. The farmers need to come out right after dawn. He doesn't look at your lips, just turns around and approaches a second ascent, once again slowing down to climb it without your help. I tether the horse to the fence so it can graze on the meadow. The man awaits at the gate and reaches out to you. You give him the bag that he gave you back at his shelter. You do nae have to stay away, but it will nae be pleasant, he sighs. I'll come out soon, and we'll leave this place right away. The village may be cured, but that does nae mean that the plague is cleansed. We can still be infected. He raises his red staff and uses it to knock on the gate. You don't wait long for the dark-eyed woman to open the peephole. This time there are not that many people around her. Let me in, says the druid. The peephole closes right away. After a few loud minutes of moving the wooden bars, the gate opens slightly. You have a couple of moments to look around. The few buildings you notice are unlike anything you've seen in this province, made of materials that resemble the rock faces seen on this very hill, with tiled roofs and stone walls. The gate closes gently. I walk away to have a better look. You return to your mount and put a hand on its side. It blows air from its nose, not asking your attention, but it's way too focused on chewing to raise its head. The only sounds come from the grass, insects, birds. Suddenly you notice a beam of green light coming from the village, as well as a strong gust of wind that ends in complete silence. The druid staggers out through the gate, exhausted. When he sees your steps, he gestures for you to stop with a weak smile hidden in the corners of his eyes. He kneels and leans forward, breathing heavily. He opens his bag, pulling out the weird fruit that you gave him. With shaking hands, he detaches the first slice of its skin, but before you take a good look at it, it turns into a gray powder and slips through the man's fingers. The rest of the fruit follows the example, covering the soil with an ash-like dust. The thing that remains resembles yet another fruit, or a cherry-sized seed, levitating in the middle of a floral rib cage. The man observes it for a few breaths, then reaches for it with 2 fingers, squishing it softly and puts it into his mouth. During the next minute he gets up, grins at you, dusts off his knees, and takes a few steps forward, which turn into dance-like skipping. He then descends from the hill without a word. You hear the joyful calls of the villagers, their hysterical laughter and names screamed at the sky, welcoming those that have awoken after a long dream. I prepare my horse and follow the druid. For the first hour, the elder swings his staff around like a conjurer in the marketplace, and hums to himself like a drunkard. His walking pace remains stable. As time goes on, this frenzied state fades out. At first he returns to using his staff, then he gives you his bag. He looks down, hobbling, and finally asks you for help. I get him in the saddle. You help the man dismount, realizing how light he actually is. Holding your shoulder, he points at the bench near the spring. You help him sit down and place his staff and bag nearby. He's smiling, covered by sunbeams, stretching out, his legs leaning back to the rest on the warm rocks. We've done a good job, he says quietly but clearly. Now all we can do is hope they'll stop cutting down the trees before the wild creatures push them into the sea. After a moment, he opens his eyes and looks at your lips. Thank you for your assistance. And I thank you. as 'tis one of those strange things that make us different from so many creatures. We may nay belong to a single pack, yet we've joined our strength, pursued the same goals. He looks at his small garden, saved the life of others just because we could. Our souls do make me wonder. He sighs. I want to get some sleep. If you need anything before you leave, now is the time. Look at my lips. I need to learn more about High Island. He looks you in the eyes, then nods slowly and enters the path leading down the hill, and gestures for you to follow him on his stroll. During his speech, he never glances at your lips and doesn't ask if you have any questions. Centuries ago, a great tribe used to live on High Island, hunting, farming, mining, fishing. He observes the pond as it gets continuously more muddy, prospering. The volcano, the Green Mountain, is naked since its last eruption a few years back, but wait another generation and the wilderness will cover it again. There's a sudden movement coming from the grasses on your right, but as you look in that direction, you realize the idea is just observing you, though at an unusually close distance. 'Tis nae my place to paint their suffering, but what is nae a secret is how they've been treated by Hoblaban. Join us, or the sea will be taken away from you, they've heard. Corsairs have surrounded the island and attacked anyone on sight, waiting for the tribe to surrender. He can't cover the growing disdain in his voice. After a decade, the 10 cities breached the shore, tired of waiting. Cloaked by night, they crossed the walls that were raised to stop beasts, not human-shaped creatures. With farms burnt, supplies taken, and harbors destroyed, the tribe saw no future for itself. Yet instead of bending to the will of the emperor, they left on the last hidden ship, at least those who survived. He takes a deeper breath. The city folk resettled the island, but had no knowledge of it, or of its weird seasons. Beasts and eruptions crushed them, as they had crushed the previous dwellers. There was nay a single soul that would gain from all this suffering. The man observes the bloody remains of a rabbit lying at the side of the road, and after maybe a minute, nods for you to follow him back to his garden. To land there, you have to reach the island soon after dusk when the sea rises. Only then you can reach the cave hidden behind one of the waterfalls. I do nay know which waterfall it is. He observes you, making sure you're listening, and you'll do better by speaking with the tribe of the Green Mountain before you attempt it. 'Tis their land, and you ought to nay to trespass. Of course. Do you need anything else? Can I enter the cavern? I need a place to rest. So be it. We are humble people, and we do nay have much to offer, but at least there's a scrap of floor for you to lie down on, and a stream to wash yourself. Follow me. The door, made of steel and surrounded by bricks, could protect a treasury or an armory. The same amount of iron could be used for dozens of tools, or even 100 high-quality spears. You wonder what would happen if there were no more druids around. Would scavengers detach it and melt it down? Would it stay here for centuries as a relic of the past? There's a single plate in the middle that's used to lock or unlock a latch, and an additional padlock, which requires its own awkwardly large key. There may be a similar device on the other side. The gate squeals, and moving it makes the man pant. We walk inside. The cavern is austere, lit only by several candles. The corridor leading deeper underground is flooded. The air is humid, but free of mold and putridity, despite all the wooden furniture around. The man points at a bunch of brown and gray furs lying on the floor, mostly taken from boars and deer, though there's also an especially large one that belonged to a red and black bear. Feel free to pile them up. They should make for a soft bed. Just be sure to spread them around when you wake up. I need them to cover as much of the ground as they can. He also nods to a wooden table, where you see an array of expensive instruments made of glass, gold, and copper. Bottles, scales, knives, alembics, mortars, a crucible, and if you do know much about alchemy, stay away. 'Tis expensive, a keepsake. If I find a single scratch on it, you will nay be welcome here any more. I look at the woman lying in bed, covered by a blanket. She's more touched by time than the man. Her eyes are wide open and observe you with something between fear and curiosity. When you make eye contact with her, she starts to murmur nervously and covers her head with a blanket. The man also notices your movement. and strokes his beard when he sees you looking at her. That's my wife, and the best thing you can do is to ignore her. Her soul is shattered, her shell is weak, she no longer speaks. She was the owner of this table. You ask if she won't be bothered by your presence, and you see a sad smile. She'll forget about you soon after she looks away, but she's dangerous anyway. If you keep your distance, she'll may approach you, but when she's stressed, her powers take control over her, protecting a mad magic user. It's difficult, traveler. I'm sorry for your loss. You caught him off guard, but after a couple of moments you see a smile. To Navy, she was my best friend, and I'm glad she's nae alone. I saw death, madness, and blood for many years, and whilst it feels different when it touches the people you love, I'm ready to help her as much as I can. He walks to the door. I will nae use a padlock. You can leave whenever you want. Your mail will be safe, you can be sure of it. He leaves without another word. You take a candle to look down the corridor, but it doesn't help much. It leads downward. You see the spot where the ceiling touches water. Mines often resemble labyrinths, and if there's any sort of magic which would allow you to swim without air, the risk that you'd lose your way back is too grave. The table and shelves contain precise tools and a decent supply of basic substances used as a base for various potions, bombs, or powders, though some of them are a bit too old to be of use. Alchemical procedures take at least a couple of hours, which involve complex preparations of tools. Because of this, you have to be of a strong shell and sharp soul to make any mixture. Some of them can only be used once. I need a snake bait now, and I don't know how to get that. A piece of flower-shaped driftwood. We've seen that somewhere, haven't we? Or maybe I'm imagining things. Hmm. The road is still covered with the peddler's leftovers, as well as all the leaves and branches on the ground. But at least the beast is nowhere in sight, even though there's some fresh footprints just nearby. Your plan worked just fine. Let's hope the locals won't be upset about the wasted fruits. Through the closed gate, you hear muffled conversations and echoes of stone cutting. You knock, and Tertia soon orders to open it. She stands in the middle, in front of dozens of members of her tribe, though you're still told to keep your distance. The signs of illness are carved in the exhausted faces of the elders and the children, but this is not the day of sadness. You're greeted with triumphant shouts and applause. Tertia turns out to be tall, skinny, holding a spear that would be too long for most, but suits her size. While her tribesfolk are wearing tunics and robes made of ibex fur or hemp, she has put on an impressive breastplate made of animal shell. She has short, dark hair, and while her skin is dark brown, you can tell there are others in her village who carry the blood of the Southerners. Her voice matches her cheerful brown eyes as she speaks in the name of her people. We keep ye in our prayers, Jade. If we could, we would invite you to a feast, but we need to keep our distance, at least till the end of winter. We would like to reward you, even if there's naught that would make us even. Oh, there's not but one treasure we own in this village, a stuff very close to our hearts. She raises a rod made of iron or steel, a bit longer than a finger span, but thin, finished with a flattened edge for cutting. At first viewed as a simple chisel. An elderly man chips in. It belonged to my son. the greatest sculptor that has ever lived in old Pagos. To write's glory and our great glory, joy. His words are sonorous and solemn. It's filled with pneumatic that makes its sculptor's hands so powerful they can carve in granite, so precise they can write in glass. A short pause, and if you think he won't put it to good use, asked Tertia, we took the time to gather our savings. It's not much, 18 dragons, but not. Her chuckle sounds like it belongs to a different soul, one lost in the past. I could use more dragon bones. She throws a pouch to you and lands next to your boots. It presently fills your hand with dragon bones trying to flee from your grasp. Be blessed, Warden, a small girl shouts, and return to us this spring so we can show ye our home. You hear many more words of gratitude. I show my respect with a bow. After some time the villagers disperse, and Tertia's eyes brighten. Her confidence stands to add strength to her voice. As her odd owl she needs Jade. Eudocia, the enchantress from the east, wants to know if Eulabia and Iranius have avoided the sickness. A long, uncomfortable silence. She's too late. They were asking for their daughter in their night times, before the illness took away their tongues. We burned both of them on the same day, if it means aught to her. She looks down. Tell her I'm sorry for her loss. I hope she found the peace she was looking for. Are there any hunters from creeks locked in there with you? You're the first soul who came here in a very long time. I'm trying to learn more about High Island. Give me a moment. She walks deeper into the village and asks a few people about something you can't fully hear. Once she's back, there's no joy in her eyes. The illness already has taken whom you wanted to speak with. The old sailors from Howler's Dell, husband and wife, who found the true word of the right. Now gone. Her voice is at the brink of cracking. She closes her brown eyes and regains her composure with a few breaths. You may learn more in the monastery, but the monks rarely share their secrets. Have you ever met Erastus? She speaks slowly. Remind me who that is. After your brief description, she still needs to ask someone for advice. I believe he was here, yes, but soon after left to ask the monks for their guidance. Rather unusual, her voice gets cold. For a pagan. I'd like to hear what you have to say about the other villages. Howland's well. They're the closest village you can get there riding south from the crossroads with a 4 signpost, but don't trust them, she gives you a piercing gaze. They have an order of druids who bow to animals and dead spirits, and their mayor, that is, has too many grand ideas in her head and a tongue dancing to lies. 10 years ago she tried to tie the tribes in the north with a pact, yet wanted to grasp all the wealth, telling us we should pay her for protection. Her voice rises. Her laughter is as hollow as her soul. Long pause. Don't let them cloud your eyes. They have food, riches, mead, and pretty houses. But all those carry poison, and this poison is what eats them. White marshes. Such a deceiving name for that dark place, rotten to the core, led by a pagan blinded by his wicked wilts. His followers are close to evil spirits than humans, for they use the empty ones as their tools. There's fury in her eyes, her voice raises. We refuse to trade with them even before that priest called himself a prophet. They swim in death and will soon drown. You ask her a few questions, but most of her words are little more than ardent condemnation. One part in particular draws your attention. Though the road through the bogs is dangerous, spiked with weird beasts. Some of them yell with human-like voices, luring travelers away from the main path. When your knees are in water, these beasts, jump from a tree on your back, biting your skin off. Even white marshes are little more than a trap set in the woods. Gale Rocks is in the north, just on the coast. They follow Wright's teachings, work hard and love humbly. We used to trade with them, but take our clothes to Rufina for fixing, but they betrayed our trust, and if it weren't for the plague, we would be sharpening our blades. You ask her to share with you the entire story, which instead is told by a young man. He claims that his group was transporting a statue ordered to the tribe of Creeks, yet during their stay in the tavern at the northern road, it mysteriously disappeared. It must be the bandits' doing, adds Tertia. They keep spreading their arms wider, but we won't allow them to stay untouched. With or without Gale Rox's help. Tell me about creeks. I don't know much about them. It's a small village in the far east, younger than me. They came here as refugees from the war and now hunt for wild meat and pelts, but have got almost no dragon bones to spare. When they tried to get our bricks, we had to refuse. You ask her a few more questions, but she cocks her head and gives you a bored look. We've got little reason to travel so far, and they wouldn't be great neighbors or friends. They drink a lot, hunt for sport, die often, and give birth to many children. I wouldn't rely on them. Tell me about the tribe of the Green Mountain. She sizes you up. I don't know what you've heard, but they never bothered us, and neither offered us their friendship. The tribe keeps its distance from those who follow Right's tablets. Ask other pagans or their elders. That weird creature from the bogs you told me about, I've quite a story for you. Tertia reacts to your story with a wholehearted laughter, and as a group of villagers gathers at the gate, you're asked to repeat the whole thing. Raising your voice, you tell about the dark cat and its gray companion, not forgetting about your desperate attempt to save a lost soul. But what happened then? Asks a boy you don't recognize. Do you kill the cat warden? But of course, I didn't have much of a choice. Poor thing, says the kid, but is then reprimanded by an old woman. Nah, hush. Such is our duty against the monsters from the shadows. So say Wright's tablets, adds another elder. A beast of such sage schemes is not but a threat to all of us, more a catfolk than a cat. For this is how one reckons if a beast folk is a hungry savage, or a monk that can be reasoned with. They run on all fours to hunt, but on two to listen. The mumbling of the other villagers suggests that not all of them agree with these words. As they argue, the brown-eyed bowman returns her glance to you. I've been in many settlements warning the locals about the plague. You don't have to worry about their safety. Thank you, Warden, she bows gently. I'll ask the council to rethink our isolation. With the gates and doors of our neighbors closed, we could start seeking food after all. Maybe even send outside a few hunting trips. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses. She flinches as if the question reached her from another realm. You gave us hope for the next season, but we still don't know if the winter will spare us. I can't offer you any promises for the tribes, and we ought to reconsider who our friends are. I bring news from old Pagos. The plague is no more. Haley flinches as doubt and distrust replaces look of surprise. How? I helped an elder druid from Howard's Dell recover his strength. He healed the people of old Pagos with a bit of luck. The illness won't return. He looks at Decima, not sure how to react, but her wide-opened eyes don't help him much. He reaches out to you with an open palm of his bandaged hand. His fingers are flinching. Will ye wait here? I'll gather our order. We would be honored to hear the entire story. For a moment, he sounds like the tribe from old Pagos. Sure, I have time. He climbs uphill and enters the cave mouth next to the wooden bridge. His short companion follows your movements like an owl with a snake, blocking your path to the storehouse. You feel the weight of your axe. Soon, new hooded figures gather in the yard. Is it true? You hear a couple of times. When Ailey returns, there's maybe 20 souls around you. Sitting on the ground, leaning against the walls, standing upright, or wandering around, keenly observing you. The oldest man, wrinkled, blind, and tiny, is sitting on a stool brought by a boy who can't be older than 10. Not all of them wear sandals, or carry bags, or have their hoods on, but all of them wear dark robes. Seems like only the children are allowed to keep their hair longer than an inch. And the city harbor, many would take them for refugees. I tell them the entire story. They keep interrupting you with questions about the druid, his powers, or your motivations, but once you mention the role of the altar, their looks get suspicious. They seem to have a decent understanding of Beholder and the gifts it seeks. The interrogation fades away only after you answer many other doubts and assure them a good couple of times that the village shows no sign of an overhanging curse. Finally, Ailey asks the gathering to return to their duties. He gives you a serious look, rubbing the liver spots on his hands. There's aught else we need to discuss. Go ahead. Our prelate wants to see thee, he coughs. But they're old and feeble and don't speak unless they have to, and only with those who can be trusted. He gives you a telling look. Thou mayest not be a friend of our order, but we hope to find thee our ally. I would be honored to meet with them, and I'll try my best to gain your trust. Thy deeds will speak for thee. What can you tell me about Erastus? I can a lot, but should not. He's a troubled soul. You ask a few more questions, unable to shatter his patience, and the monk thinks about his words carefully. He saw us as alchemists, not rites followers. His heart craves someone it can't have, and he begged us for a remedy, but there's no potion that can cut such ties, only time. When you mention Erastus, sounds like a determined young man, Ailey scoffs. More like a child who thinks the day they're touching is the only one that will ever come. I'm looking for a few hunters from creeks. Were they here? Hunters from creeks, he mimics your voice with a hint of mockery. Not a soul from there has reached this temple, and he rubs the back of his bandaged hand and looks at a monk who's carrying buckets of water. Well, a decade. They've got enough hunting grounds. The heart of the woods, the watchtower of the northern hills. I saw Orentius' ritual. He strengthens his weak spells with blood magic. Hearing your report, Ailey avoids Decima's piercing gaze. That would clarify some doubts. His tribe was always weak on Yuma, but from what thou sayest, he's not a sorcerer, but a madman. He finally looks back at his companion. His voice grows stronger, and we'll need to take it to our prelate. Do you need any help? I'm looking for a job. He puts his hands together and repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, he glances at a wandering monk, then lowers his voice. Let me see thy horse. How fast is it? You lead both him and Decima to the storehouse. While his steps are heavy and fierce, she doesn't make as much as a sound. Ailey shows no interest in your mount. There's this enchantress. She has aught we need you to pick up and bring here. He glances at the door. Follow the eastern road until you find the watchtower. Don't bother with it. It's either empty or a lair. Then head east to the lake. What do you want me to bring? He waves his fingers. A set of quills. We sharpened them and asked her to make them last. Thy pet won't even nut ice. Why is it such a secret? It's really not. It's just that they're a surprise gift. No, I asked you to this room for a different reason. What about my reward? What dost thou want? Just spread a good word about me in the order. Interesting. Tell me about this enchantress. Despite his casual nods, an angry note distorts his already hoarse voice. Eudocia lives by herself, surrounding her house with dangerous spells. Her talent knows no equal, yet she's a spider queen in the center of the web. He wipes his sweat off the horse's side. She's the only shell she cares about, and uses those to reach out to her. Keep your guard up. Well, we'll see how good of a writer thou art. He glances at the door and lowers his voice. But there's some other stuff we need from thee, stuff that takes subtlety and, he straightens up, dedication to our cause. What do you want me to do? Swear thou wilt not betray our order. I won't betray you. His smile reveals his yellow teeth. Once thou reachest the enchantress's house, thou wilt find golems made of stone. I've heard they're larger than a lumberjack, could tear thy pet to pieces. He looks away, talking to himself. Can they be defeated? Can they do aught without a direct order from their mistress? We need to prepare ourselves. Learn about them as much as thou canst. Give them a good look. Ask her a few subtle questions. And what will I get in return? Aught we don't share lightly. A secret of thy choice. He gestures for you to follow him outside. But bring us as much news about these creatures as thou canst. It's an all or not deal. Decima stays close to him but walks backwards, observing her steps carefully. Eudocia, the enchantress, wants to place these rods in high points across the peninsula. Can you help me out? You've brought her magic here. He steps back while Decima turns to you and reaches by her back with one hand. Ailey's voice is close to a shout. Take it away before you put all of us in danger. Calm down, it's just a piece of bronze. His pale face starts turning red, the echo as he thundered to his words. You're not asked for your thoughts. You think yourself a judge after you put your trust in that witch. He points at you with a bandaged finger. She's a beast in clothes. Its claws will tear away thy head. I seek knowledge about High Island. Then it was wise of thee to visit our order, but I would rather save knowledge for the worthy. I've got no reason to just throw it away. The plague is gone. Can I spend a night here? He scowls first at you, then at Decima, who observes the sky carelessly. After a few silent heartbeats, he lets out a grunt. Maybe in the storehouse, but don't think that I'm going to look after thy horse or cook for thee. All thee canst get is a roof for thy head. It's already plenty. I appreciate it. About the things you asked me to do. I spoke with Eudocia about her sentinels. Your report takes you a good few minutes, especially since Ailey spares you no questions. After you mention that the golems are meant to be available for purchase, he gives Decima a worried look. She's inviting a dragon, he says in the end. He walks up and down the path with hands behind his back, like a commander preparing for themselves for a battle. No tribe could stop a squad of these. Most troubling news. Awful. I took a closer look at the golems. You described their looks and mentioned the unusual engravings. You not eyes on the larger rocks. Ailey listens carefully, but takes a few heartbeats to respond. Such signs may be dangerous. He wipes his lip with his bandaged hand. I've read about the city golems. They're different. We may need help from an experienced fighter, but we lack such souls in the order. He finally lowers his hand, observing a child who hums a simple melody at the edge of the cliff. I learned more about the engravings covering the golems. Ailey's eyes are open wide. He and Decima exchange telling glances. He rubs his bandaged hand. If those signs work, who knows what kind of words she can select next. His voice is tense but hoarse, forcing him to cough. Take supplies, maybe. Hunt humans. I spoke with an experienced huntress about ways to fight golems. He shared Dalit's instructions. The monk rests his hands behind the rope around his waist. What thou sayest mirrors what I read. Good job, Warden. The knowledge of the codices is worth more than dragon bones, but one learns to doubt it. Our prelate says the second scribe is the first one to be trusted. I told you quite a bit about these creatures already. He spares you a kind smile. You did. I'll speak with the prelate. Let me know when thou art ready to collect thy reward. A secret. Tell me how to find the bandits' hideout. I'm not sure that I should. He glances at Decima, but she avoids his eyes. Fine. Thou needest to look for a camp in the deep woods. Return to the crossroads, then ride east, past the gate. Stay on the road until thou reaches the cairn. Then seek the path north. It will lead thou to the camp. Okay, thank you. You listen to the wind, then to the stream, then fall asleep, unable to focus on your own thoughts. You wake up after a couple of hours, disturbed by a loud clap of thunder, or was it a dragon's roar? You can't say. You spend some time awake, listening to the peaceful breathing of horse and rolling over in the old hay. You even take a brief walk indoors, stretching your arms and neck. You're both anxious and tired, with dreams and thoughts merged in an incoherent, aimless mass of impressions and half-real noises. When you lie down, you feel paralyzed, struggling to take a deep breath. It takes a long time before you close your eyes, but even when it happens, you have the feeling that someone is watching you with a pair of bright gray eyes. As you descend, you think of Ailey's reaction to the bronze rod. You could ignore him and take a few minutes to tie it to one of the ledges. Just nearby, this place is already high above the woodlands. just in case I look behind and get on the ground. You seek a spot that isn't too easily seen from the trail, then make sure it won't crumble under your weight. After a few minutes, you finish placing the rod, held by a cord and a few heavy rocks. You doubt anyone would stumble upon it. Once you're done with the unpacking, 3 armored men show up behind you. Their gambeses are tightly fastened, eyes grim. "She wants to see you," says a man with a braided beard. He's holding a large stone mace. "And you'll come now." "You mean Thais?" He ignores your question. "Leave your weapon here. Move." Seems like I don't have a choice. You're surrounded by curious glances and worried whispers. That is in her usual spot, holding a mug with both hands. She doesn't have to say a thing. The dining neighbors get on their feet and leave the square without bothering with their plates. Erix enters the building. Akakios heads to the tiny islet. Excluding the guards who watch your every step, you two are alone. She waves her hand and you get pushed onto a stool, almost hitting the ground. "Forgive us all these precautions," she says with a thick local accent, observing you with piercing green eyes. "But I'm nae sure who you are. Nae an ally, nae a threat." Her pale fingers are tapping on the wood, yet her face is like a statue. "I wouldn't forgive myself for sacrificing this many lives. You can spare one magic fruit. For them, that is." She covers her mug with her palm. "Do nae dare to tell me what I can and can't may spare. I owe shit to the other tribes. You think they would save me from danger? Or any of the souls I care about?" When she realizes that her fingernails are scratching the wood, she hides her hands under the table. "So this is it. You took away our treasure because of a soft heart. The others," she runs her eyes over the people who are staying at the edge of the square, "do they know what it means to fight for their own good? There are sacrifices harsher than blood and magic trinkets." She stares at you harshly. "And you're sacrificing my trust." I stay silent. "I'm not petty, Jade," she returns to the accent of the city folk. "You can still enjoy your stay at our lovely village," she says with a sigh, then puts on her usual smile, with a hint of a smirk. "We can still use your services. You may be a stranger, but at least you carry dragon bones." The guard pushes you away, and the other people read it as a sign. They get back to their task and mules, avoiding your eyes, and the air gets lighter. "You'll be all right. How's your daughter? Did the potion work?" "She's fine. Brought back her first lizard, and nae thanks to me," he exhales. "She did nae accept my help. A burnt bridge, but I had a chance to talk with her." He scratches his head. "At least now I can heal myself when we get swarmed by the undead, or brigands, or goblins, or the Unites, whatever 'tis that we're afraid of now." You enter the building site, which has changed quite a bit since the last day of your visit. Elpis is standing in the middle of the yard, surrounded by her companions, yet she needs a few breaths to collect her thoughts. We are glad to see you, Roadwarden." Her eyes make you think of a sky just after a heavy rain. "The forest speaker had put us into shame, and we've discussed his words and deeds." Her voice is slow, but you catch its hesitation. "We're grateful that the village of Old Pecos will share the next summer with us. The lack of the seed will be a burden, but it will bring us to brighter days. Considering what I did for Old Pecos, don't you think I'm worthy of your healing abilities?" She smiles gently. "Aye, you deserve the help of spirits." She leans her staff forward, pointing at you with its top. They'll only happen when I see you barely standing. To stay strong, we should eat, sleep, and rest. That's fair. Okay, so probably only when we've got one heart is probably what we need to do for that. Okay, fair enough. Come here. Okay, let's travel. See if we've got some fishies. Oh, 2 fish. Very nice. About the hunters you want me to recruit. Her eyes light up. I'm ready to tell you what I learned about Erastus. She hums a brief melody. If what you're saying is true, I would say we're better without him. She glances at the others. Here we ain't going to look after our broken hearts. We need someone who can figure out their own shit. I can still learn more about Cassia, huh? Could I learn more about the other? I didn't notice if it said that or not. I don't think it did. So there's still more we can learn about Cassia. But maybe if we save those or find out what happened to those other dudes. No, it didn't say anything about learning more about Erastos, so I probably learned all I can about him. Okay. But there's apparently more I can learn about Cassia, I guess. Axe throwing. Can I win? Nope, I lost. Okay. Do you know anything about High Island? She looks at the other guards, but is met with silence. "'Tis just an island," says one of them. "No soul swims there no more. It's too green. Too many beasts. Unicorns, I heard. I could use a skillful hunter on my short journey to High Island." "What?" she chuckles, but then matches your serious look. "Tell me more." You share the gist of your plans as she's spreading the old stew on the ground to her boar's great joy. "I put safety above adventure," she finally responds, "but there is a way you could convince me." "What's your price?" "8 dragons and a few minutes in the saddle." Seeing your look, she giggles. "What? I was about to ask you for 40 bones, but you're a friend of the inn. You know what you're doing, and I can look after myself." "Okay, 8 bones, we can do that." Okay. I found this wax tablet. Do you recognize it? She opens it and takes a quick glance. "Well, it's from Hovnabin. Asterion and my lieutenant were the only people I've seen with green tablets like this one, and the locals don't write chronicles." She gives it back. "I can't read. Better look for a priest of the right." I tell her about High Island. "Want to join my expedition?" She gives you a long look. "I mostly forgot about Asterion, and I've had my share of beast already." "You got anything better to do?" "Not dying is high on my list." She raises her chin, and her eyes turn cold. "Be so kind as to keep yourself in one piece as well, so we can keep each other safe on our way to the city." A short pause. "I can't do it. Are you really this sick of the roads? I don't plan to give you a palace made of dragon bones, you know." "Do you still have my reward, or is it back at the camp?" "I knew you would ask me that. Yeah, it's still all there. I took everything of value with me." More fish to sell, thank you. So we've got 1 cooked fish. Okay. It was 32 for the crossbow, but I don't see us having that much. That's pretty expensive. That thing must be really useful or something. "Have you heard anything about High Island?" "I've heard this name somewhere. Let me think." He looks around and picks up a mug and tilts it to peek inside. "Right. It's the savage wild around the volcano. I asked the locals what's with the smoke that can be seen from time to time, but they don't know much about the place either. I would ask some sailors if I were you." "About Glacia's band." He freezes, observing your hand silently. That has sent me to other villages. The bandits are focused on white marshes, so she's not interested in your deal. Without a word, he puts your payment on the counter, then glances at your nose. I appreciate that you've been so thorough. You've already done more than I've asked for. I still have the crossbow to sell, so let's say we'll lower its price. Just for you. Keep up the good work. He walks to the window, opens it, and looks outside. I was afraid it might be like that. Times will get rough, yet may never be a threat large enough to reunite this bunch of anarchists. He rests his hand on the windowsill. I have another job if you're interested. I'll pay you 10 coins for finding out what Glacia really wants. Ideally, not by a direct question, but there's no other way. He shrugs. He turns back to you and for a few words looks into your eyes. And better act before she marks you as her next prey, being a lonely traveler and all. Work with me and I'll do my best to keep you safe if you ever decide to hide behind our walls. Let's say I find her. Any tips on how I can get on her good side? Assuming she has one, I only have one tip for you. If she sees that you can be broken, she won't hesitate to make it happen. Yeah, we need to go up to Gale Rocks and ask about Photios. I completely forgot about that. We only have one left, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to do that one. I wonder if he knows about Cassia. Dalit told me she would like to learn more about Erastus and Cassia, but I don't know much about them either. Okay, that's fair. Um... Hmm. 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 Missing hunters. There we go. Admin. Admon. Some friend of Ephraim's from Creeks. 3 hunters, Admin, Dahlia, and Veshel. They're missing. All 3 of them. That's bad news for us. I'm quite glad knowing there's pressure in the north and that beasts are being pushed to our forest. Thanks to you, we may adjust our plans for spring. Okay, so he doesn't know either. Okay, thank you. I think that's all we can do there. Can we go back to Tulia's camp and look for the stuff? The road is covered with paw prints. From time to time you spot blood stains spit out by someone with deep wounds. The black carrion eaters are circling ahead above the camp. You don't reach the walls. The carcass is serving as a feast to birds and dragonlings, a few of which are resting on the ground, waiting for the next wave of hunger. One of them gets back to his paws, giving a warning stare. The path of the troll's charge is marked with broken arrows and puddles of blood. The soldiers fought bravely, but the camp will be no use until someone arrives here with a wagon of timber. Okay, so there's not really anything we can do there. Understood. You follow the overgrown trail between the dolmen and the southern crossroads, but it got even more difficult a few days back. You look at the fallen branches and a few trampled shrubs that are blocking the road. The large palm, a few blood trails, and scraps of fur tell a story of a long clash between dangerous beasts. From now on, riding through the spot is going to take you. No, we'll clear it. It's okay. Turns out a few of the plants were already dried out and are not too heavy. Okay, yeah. No, we'll just clear it. It's okay. There's nothing else for me to do here. Okay. Still empty. Okay. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. Yeah, so there's one more that we don't have. 7. 7 rations, huh? That would be all the rations I've got left. Yeah. She makes a vague gesture to the nearest stool. I'll give a golem new orders before I go to sleep. I spoke with the monks. They're quite afraid of you. Are they now? She meets your eyes. What did they tell ye? As you recollect your memory, she patiently listens to your tale, staring into the distance with her arms crossed. So that's how they see me now, a beast spending every breath to hurt them. Yet they still ask me to put spells in their tools. She remains still, moving on her lips, drawing out every word. All it took was for me to move on, to leave them behind. They call themselves pacifists. Unlike bloodshedding unites, they say, yet force my tribe to work for them, from their birth to the pyre. It's the same sickness of the soul, believing that ye see the truth, that all other souls are blind. When she realizes that her voice is getting close to a shout, she falls silent. I was asked to deliver the writing quills to the monastery. Then you're in luck. They're ready. She opens one of the heavy doors to her house, and you catch a glimpse of a messy bed and a floor covered with clothes. She returns after a minute or so. Here, she opens a small leather case and pulls out the quills in a mix of translucent grays and whites. You step closer and reach out for them, but she keeps holding them. Why do ye aid the monks? They're a rather grim bunch, aren't they? Some nasty rumors are in the air. Her grasp is strong. Her eyes meet yours briefly. What do you mean by rumors? She releases her case with a frustrated grimace. What do you mean by what do you mean? She's pretty good at mimicking your accent. What is it that ye haven't heard? That the monastery brings sickness and nightmares? That the monks have the village in their bandit grasp? That the prelate crawls in the caves like a beast in a den? Her gaze softens when the two of you exchange looks. I'm just glad they sent ye here. I would be glad to teach the golems to speak if it were to spare me the sight of nasty monastic robes. I bring news of your parents. Tell me. I'm so sorry, Eudocia. She closes her eyes. Her voice becomes absent. Back to trade, then. I'm going to lower the price of my spirit rocks for ye by 2 dragons. I think that's fair. She opens her eyes and not eyes the tears. Her voice is shaking. If it's any consolation, the plague itself is no more. You tell her about your deeds, but she stares into the distance without so much as a gesture, and doesn't ask you a single question. It takes her a minute to form new words. So there was no hope for them, but now it's there for others. Thank ye. I should brush my horse. When Eudocia leaves her house, she browses by a bucket of water and washes her face. I'm glad you stayed around, but I'll be fine. Is there aught I can do for ye? You seem to be afraid of the bandits, Eudocia. She glances at the gate. I'm not afraid. Glaucia is fucking terrifying. Here's a little tip, and engrave it on your soul. She can't be reasoned with. If you're strong, threaten her. If weak, ask her for mercy, I guess. She wanted to work with me, but I need no right to know her soul is wicked. She takes a step to you. I think they're somewhere in the deep woods. I don't know much about those lands. I've got other stuff to worry about. There's only one place that I know of that could keep an entire band, an old lumberjack camp, but you won't reach it through any of the main roads, so... She steps back. That's that. I'm looking for Astarion, the previous Roadwarden. She looks at in the distance, holding one arm across her tummy and twirling her hair with the other. I should smoke on, or at least gather wood. The summer's almost over. I could help you with that. She glances at you, but takes her a few breaths to answer. We've no time for it, do we now? Wardens never do. Neither do enchanters. She lets out a long exhale. There's someone who puts actions first.
My friends hydrate.
Astarion was the same. If aught happened to him, don't let yourself fall too. Her description of his appearance matches what you heard from Tulia. Don't be deceived by his height, she adds. He brought me herbs guarded by a bear folk. Not many could match his spear and bow. In return for his various favors, I shoved Numa into his cloak, making it as warm and soft as the pelt of a white wolf. Best sleep of my life. She raises her daydreaming eyes. Her voice grows confident. If Astarion is still here, I'm sure he still has the cloak. It's green, has a light hood and embroidered leaves. When was the last time you saw him? Soon before he vanished, he was anxious, tired, unkind, but from a heavy heart. He didn't explain. I didn't ask. He rested at her place for a few hours, healed himself with magic, and prepared his equipment. She shows a surprising memory for details, but not especially useful ones. He told me he was going to start a great journey, and that he would bring back many stories, but he was afraid. I know he was. Did he ask for anything weird before he left? Maybe he wanted something. She scratches the sand with her foot. Yes, actually, he wanted to borrow a golem of mine. She seems to finish her tale, but after seeing your look, she clears her throat. That's not an option. I've no way to stay in touch with sentinels that are far away from here. Do you have any message for him in case I find him? Message. Just tell him he still owes me for the cloak. He knows we're not even. It's a damn treasure. She puts on a smile, but her eyes betray her melancholy. It's getting late. Can I spend the night in your shed? She sizes you up, opens her mouth, but lets out a sigh. I guess it is getting chilly outside, and you don't act like a bandit. So far. Just don't carry any candles inside. I store hay there. Maybe it's the right time to offer her work in the city. You glance at her absent eyes. She has shown you signs of trust, but you won't convince her with just a smile. The more you learn about the peninsula, the more arguments you'll have at your disposal. Oh, muddy roads again. Boo. You let horse drink outside, then close both of you in the shed. There isn't much fodder around. The dragons from the mountains wake you up with their roars, but the heavy footsteps of the sentinels ease your soul. The yard is carefully patrolled. Some of the hay gets under your clothes, but at least your back doesn't ache in the morning. You let your palfrey outside. No soul shows up to greet you. The chamber was meant to have only one dweller, but even in Hoblaven it would be seen as outrageously tiny. The air carries the scent of sweat and dirty clothes, but more importantly, smoke. A couple of fish and other pieces of meat are hanging above the hearth, even though there's no fire left. Eudocia is sitting on the floor, with her back leaning against the wooden step, legs outstretched, feet resting on a wooden pillar. She's staring intensely at his sharp daggers as she spins in place. I wait for her to say something. She ignores you for a good minute, then glances to you with a weak smile. The house is a mess. If it bothers you, complain to the broth I made. A long pause. Take a seat if you want. Iris next to her on the floor. Just don't get weird. So what do you want?